All right, Commissioner Carter is sprinting to her seat. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 6, 2022 meeting of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. I will call the meeting to order for our work session. The time is now, 9:10 a.m. And I will first read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please turn off cell phones during the meeting. We will start with citizen comments, and there's no one here to speak. Thank you, Clerk Madam Wallace, and we will now move to the consent agenda, and I will turn to our County Manager, Dr. Bell, to lead us through the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Jacobs. Good morning, everyone. So we will begin with consent agenda item 220440, approval of FY 22-23 contract with the DPS Foundation for the Bull City Community Schools project. Any questions or comments? Yay. Okay. Next, we'll move to 220478, local assistance for stormwater infrastructure investment, ARPA application resolution. Any questions? Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yes, and I may have gotten information, but I didn't have time to check my email this morning. I don't know if, I guess, if Ryan is here or, okay, great. I thought this was fantastic. I actually heard about this at the NACO conference, and I'm so glad that our staff is taking the initiative. Just wanted to know if you could tell us a little bit more about the Whispering Pines project and how much we're going to be applying for. Thank you.
Sure. The Whispering Pines project is an existing mobile home park that has a history of flooding. It has FEMA floodplain and a stream that runs through it. So this project would be, it's a grant only, it does not require a match. We are asking $500,000, and it's the planning only portion. And that would be for about 1,500 feet of stream restoration, a new bioretention, and some other improvements in the floodplain area. So it meets some of our nutrient goals for the Falls Lake rules that you're well aware of, as well as hopefully reducing flooding impacts and improving water quality in that area. Absolutely. Sure. Mm-hmm.
Great. Any other questions or comments? All righty. Thank you so much. Next, 220492, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23 BCC 00021, Public Health, to recognize $20,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public Health to support a regional tobacco-free collaborative and implement a tobacco prevention and control action. Any questions or comments? Okay. Next, 220493. BOCC review of 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, application. Any questions or comments? Okay, great. Next, 220508, interlocal agreement between Durham County and City of Durham for the Department of Social Services to administer the Low-Income Homeowners Relief Program. Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you. And before I ask my question, I wanted to apologize to everyone here for being late. I truly value your time. I want you to know that. And I'm sorry I was running late this morning. Gosh darn school buses. That's all I got to say. So regarding this item, I just wondered if the ILA is available for viewing. I don't necessarily read every single word of every single page of an ILA and all of our contracts, but I do scan them. And that is what we're approving here, so I just wondered if that's available. And in the meantime, wondering, and maybe I should know this from before, but I don't remember, what's the cost share with the city? Is it an annual ILA? Do we approve it annually? That sort of thing.
Okay. And General Manager Hager.
Good morning, and Kelly can also help with some of the details. The ILA is consistent with the previous one. We apologize that they not get attached. We have a few items that we have to attach for Monday's meeting. This did not change at all. It is a 50-50 split. We pay based on actual expenses as well as for the grant allocation. For the administrative costs, we split 50-50.
Is there anything else?
I think we've covered it. Can you share what we spent last time?
Sure. I might need Lee's help. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Inman, Chief Operations Officer for DSS. And Lee Little is here with me as well to speak to any of the program questions. But I do believe it was around $63,000 that was issued last year. And already for August, it's about $34,000 in applications. So we do expect some growth this year.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I can certainly appreciate the difficulty in getting every item attached to our agenda in time, especially since we only have one monthly agenda, and timing is tricky, I'm sure. But I appreciate those details. I'm glad it'll be attached for Monday night. Even if commissioners maybe remember these things from year to year, some remember better than I. The public also needs to be able to see these items, I think. Anyone who looks at our agenda needs to be able to understand, the basics of these items. So anyway, thank you so much. I don't have any programming questions. Very, very, very pleased about this item. Thank you.
So I was just going to add that the Attorney Darby and I were working on it late last week, and the city did ask for a couple changes just for it to be on a reimbursement model, and we also agreed for it to align with the fiscal year was the change. So, but other than that, very consistent.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge one of our stars who's walking out, Lee Little and Janique Gordon, did a wonderful video about the program and, basically walking people through, the whole process. So thank you, Lee. And I think it's a great way to help promote and explain the program. So appreciate that.
Great. Okay. Next, we'll move to 220509, Durham County Sheriff's Office contract approval with Telecom, Inc. in the amount of $158,866 for the Telecom and AV project at the Detention Center. Any questions or comments?
I just want to say yay. If anyone who's ever been in the courtroom in the detention center knows how overdue this is, so thank you.
Great. 220510, Board of Elections Temporary Agency Amendment Contract Approval. Any questions or comments? Okay. Next, 220513, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23BCC 00024, Public Health, to recognize $514,327 from the NCDHHS Division of Public Health, Women and Children's Health / Immunization Branch for COVID-19 response. Any questions? Comments? Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you. I don't have any specific questions because Director Jenkins did respond to my email about this, but this is just another example of an agenda item on our consent that is super exciting and super important. And even though we're probably, I think this is the answer I got, continuing, the investments that we had from last year in our response to COVID, here again, our community might see this, interested members of our community, and they won't know anything about what we're doing. And I just think these are opportunities that we should seize, to highlight the work, the great work that's being done in public health and in every department in our county. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. Anyone else? Okay. We'll move next to 220514, BOCC approval of FY 22-23 Governor's Highway Safety Program GHSP grant funding resolution. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the very sobering statistics that are in this grant application. I can't pull it up right now, but when I read the scope of work, and I don't know if David Labar wants to speak further on this, but to let our community know the data around fatalities and drunken driving incidents, we rank in the top 10 for all of these different areas related to highway safety. That is very concerning. Oh, it's in the item. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Burns. 10th highest in overall fatalities, 12th highest in alcohol fatalities, 10th highest in unrestrained fatalities, and 8th highest in speed-related fatalities. So really, really alarming. This is in the state, so out of 100 counties. And I saw in the agenda item all the different performance goals, performance measures, but I wondered if you could speak a little bit to our board and to the public about, what are some best practices or things that you all hope to implement, because this is really alarming. And I know it's gotten, we've all heard during the pandemic things like speeding has gotten worse and fatalities have gotten worse. But this is definitely a public health issue.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, it is. I don't have anything prepared in terms of what exactly we're doing, but we can certainly have that provided to you guys in email later this week. The biggest thing we're looking at doing is just trying to educate and encourage and then enforce. All of our efforts are around, as you mentioned, traffic fatalities and also speeding as well. This is the second year of the 4-year grant, and if the board chooses, we could certainly put a presentation together to go a little deeper into some of our performance measures and some of our outcomes.
Yes, I personally would love to for that to be brought to us, because I think we need to do whatever we can to educate our community, and I think this is a really important issue. I'm glad that this is great to have this grant, but I feel like this needs to be a community-wide effort. for everyone to get behind. So it would be great. I would welcome that presentation in the future. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Commissioner Burns?
Yes, ma'am. I was waiting on this item just a little bit as well, only just to kind of sort of highlight some context and to kind of sort of piggyback off of what Commissioner Jacobs said. I mentioned it, it's funny because I mentioned it during public health last week, but when I was a kid 100 years ago, there was booze it and lose it, right? So that was don't drink and drive. There was click of the ticket, that was put on your seatbelt. You had only you can prevent forest fires. You had DARE. You had reduce, reuse, recycle. So like if I'm in my office, before I do my jump shot to the brown trash can, I do my hook shot to the green. These kids don't have any of that. Like they don't have any of that hardly. Vince and Larry the crash dummy, who remembers those? Right? So at the Governor's Highway Safety Program, I think they still have those two things hanging up in somebody's office, like that's where they are, but there's no commercial. Like we don't see anything slamming into anything like we used to see. So just to highlight that it is a community effort, this money, if I'm not mistaken, it does look like it's going to some sworn officers who might be in a position to help with some of this. But if you look at it, 10th is unrestrained. Unrestrained just means no seatbelt, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Nobody's telling kids like this is important. You know, I grew up in a time where before cars had seatbelts in the back, my grandmother, if she was still alive, if I got my car, she said, I don't need to wear a seatbelt because I'm in the back. Like, so you have like the older generation who still believes that, and you have these kids that don't believe in having on a seatbelt at all. So I do think it's going to take a community effort because we're not seeing those funding opportunities coming down from the federal government. So if folks have ideas about DARE, about anything, I'm just happy that we have this and we have support, because that's what they're doing. They're sending money down because they themselves can't create it. So that was just a little bit of context I wanted to add, and I do hope that we can all work together on this issue.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. LeVar. Next, 220518, approval of interlocal agreement with the City of Durham for implementation of the Master Aging Plan. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Carter?
This is just a very general comment about contracts and interlocal agreements and any formal document that includes a discrimination clause. I've noticed that we don't include all protected categories, and I'd like to see us do that. In particular, I'd like to see us include gender identity now, if we could. And so this one did not have gender identity, and a few others don't. And I don't know that any of ours do yet. And I just think we have our ordinance now, and would like to at least explore the legal possibility of that, and hopefully we can. Thanks.
Commissioner Burns?
I picked mine very carefully, so I want to know, I'm happy that we have this timeline. I'm happy that we're moving forward on it. I know that this is something that Commissioner Jacobs championed last year. I just want to know, like, as far as not necessarily like proliferation, but how are we letting the public know about it? Because as Manager Dr. Sowell can attest, last week we had the wonderful opportunity to sit with some wonderful seniors at the Durham County Center for Senior Living. And we got an earful. And so I want them to know that we are making our best efforts to do some things. And there's a lot that we do work on, some stuff. I think I could remember stuff that we did last year. And I was like, maybe I didn't do a great job of telling y'all that we did that. And so hopefully, what's the plan to get some of this information out, or like continuously get it out? Because as soon as they said county manager, they said, can I take a picture with you? Listen, we need parking. And then somebody said, well, she's a county commissioner. I was like, where? And so, yeah, but we got an earful like last week. So how are we getting this information out?
Good questions. Thank you. Drew Cummings, Chief of Staff. I think we have, in part, let me say that the creation of the Master Aging Plan took a little longer than we had hoped, and the sort of desire to create a new nonprofit for implementation of the Master Aging Plan has also taken longer than we had hoped. And I think in some respects, over-advertising the plan itself when we have not yet put in place the tools to implement it might also build some false expectations, but I hope that that will all be kind of start moving more quickly once we get this ILA in place and once we get the service contract with Aging Well Durham in place as well, which should be coming to you in October for approval. Does that help?
It does, and I know I'm a little bit ahead of the game, but I just want to make sure that we do that.
I don't think we should be ahead of the game at this point, but you
No,
know,
I said
again,
I'm a little bit ahead of the
Yeah.
game because we haven't gotten that yet. But I do remember that there were things we did last year, and I was talking to folks that come to that center 5 days a week, and it was new to them. So that's why I'm saying, whatever the plan is, I'm behind it. I just want to make sure they get the information.
and I hope that Aging Well Durham can also take a lead role in advertising the plan itself as well. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Drew. And to Commissioner Carter's point about the language in our contracts, and we'll work with our county attorney's office to look at that, and it should be, and I'm looking at Attorney Williams to make sure that we can pull the language from the non-discrimination ordinance, because it outlines a lot of those, the gender identity, gender expression. If we can pull those out and put that into the contract language, if that would be appropriate.
I think that's something that can easily be done, so
Okay.
that wouldn't be a problem.
Thank you so much. All righty. Next, we're moving to 220519, authorization of an amendment to design contract with RND Architects, PA, for design development and construction administration services related to the Stanford L. Warren Interior Upgrades Project in the amount of $105,240 for a total revised contract amount of $154,630. Any questions or comments? Vice Chair Jacobs?
I just have a quick comment to, again, say yay on this. I know that the public wants to see the library reopen as soon as possible, but I'm really glad that we are taking this opportunity to do a real refresh and really invest with the input from the staff, the library staff, and the community. So I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments, questions? Okay, great. We'll move to 220520, revision to the award of the Arc Flash Analysis Services for the Utilities Division, RFQ 22018, contract to McKim and Creed, approved August 8th, 2022. Any questions or comments? Okay. Next, 220521, Evoqua Water Technologies LLC, contract amendment for Utilities Division. Any comments or questions? Okay. Next, 220523, standard non-reimbursable utility contracts for the extension of the county sanitary sewer system. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just hear a little bit more from staff about this process. And I'm wondering, there's like 3 big townhome projects in here with probably over 500 units. And everything, obviously, it's in this same area of East Durham near RTP. And I'm just wondering, does the city council include an assessment of our sewer capacity when they do the rezonings? And I'm just wondering also just where are we at with our sewer capacity with all of these new projects?
So yeah, that's definitely good questions. Right now, we're currently working with Durham City. They're getting ready to do a whole flow modeling study of their system. So we're working on drafting an agreement so we could do one big flow modeling study together because there's certain areas of their system that comes to us, so it would be more cost-effective if we do it jointly. So we're working on that right now, because we don't really have a way oftentimes to measure what the city sends to us. So this way, it'll help us kind of go back through and determine all the flows, and they'll look at each line segments, and we'll be able to determine it from that. As far as utility agreements go, so this is new sewer that we accept. So the development will install the sewer, but because it's in a public right-of-way or there's multiple subdivisions or businesses tied onto it, then it has to become public sewer. So this is where they install it, and then we take it over. It becomes a county asset, and then we maintain it.
So I guess I was curious about the rezoning process. If these were rezonings, does the city come and does the planning department ask us for an assessment of whether we have capacity? I'm just wondering how the process works.
So typically when the plans come through, we'll go through our project management, we'll go through that and look at our flow capacities. And then we will let them, the city know if we have the capacity or not. If it's coming through, county line, we have sections where it goes from county to city to county. Some go city to county lines. So in some areas, it's really confusing of how the flow gets there. Right now, we're also working with the city on, there's some areas that makes more sense if it belonged to county and not the city. So we're actually looking at maybe some of the maps need to change because the agreement we have with the city is from 1972. So there really isn't a map that is very good at outlining what belongs to who in some areas. And so I think that, at some point we need to look at updating that 72 agreement with the city.
So, and how do we know if we have enough sewer capacity to take on, like where are we at with our capacity?
So right now we're good as far as plant capacity goes. Of course, y'all seen things come through with some of our pump stations where we're needing to build new pump stations. But plant capacity, we still have at least 6 million gallons a day available. So we're still good in that area. One thing with the redevelopment, a lot of flow that some of the bigger industries once had, they don't use that flow anymore. So, even though maybe it got permitted for those sites, they're not actually discharging those amounts anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay. Next, we'll move to 220527, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23BCC 00026, appropriating $50,000 of general fund balance for court facilities to support infrastructure improvements and expansion of wireless access to all court personnel and guests. Any comments or questions? Okay. Next, 220528, Capital Project Amendment Number 23 CPA 00008, transferring $5,196,188.77 in 2016 GO bond funding from 5 existing DPS school projects to the Murray-Massenburg Capital Project 59105400SH292 and closing 3 DPS projects. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Burns?
I think it might be the first time that I saw is contingent upon approval with DPS Board of Education on September the 8th, but I imagine it's going to go through with flying colors, so I'm not too worried. I also just want to take this moment to say this is the first time, I think, in our agenda that we've seen Murray-Massenburg, so I'm super excited about the renaming of that school, and I'm happy to see that we're moving along with construction and closing out a lot of these projects. I know a lot of us have had many questions, and the community has, and I think this just showcases that we do have some people moving things along in the right direction there, but the big pause was really just for, yay for Murray Massenburg, because I never thought we were going to get this thing renamed. It took forever, but we have a new school name, ladies and gentlemen, and we're putting money towards it.
Great, great. Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Any other comments? Okay. Next, 220530, execution of a consulting service agreement with Kirsty Fontaine LLC in the amount of $101,400 to support enterprise-wide and joint city-county efforts to advance equity strategies. Any comments or questions? Vice Chair Jacobs?
Yes, and I know it was a holiday weekend, and I hated even sending emails last night, but I just did have some questions about the process related to this and whether we were jointly funding this with the city, if it's going to serve the Racial Equity Commission. So just wanted to, Joanne, thank you.
Good morning to the board, to the attorney, to the manager, everyone present. I would just say that this particular consultation or consulting contract is related to, as you've mentioned, Vice Chair Jacobs, part of it is to sustain the city-county Racial Equity Commission because they meet monthly. The members, they are scheduling a retreat so that they could come up with recommendations. Another major piece of this is to support our internal work that we're doing with our racial equity core group and to develop our racial equity action plan for the enterprise and to support our departments as they look into what they would like to move forward to advance equity. Also, as you might remember, maybe a couple of years ago, all of our employees had the opportunity to participate in our racial equity survey. And so it's time for that to happen again. And absent of our racial equity officer, we just really need someone to support all of the activities happening for this fiscal year. And to answer your question, this particular contract is not in partnership with the city. It was something that we saw we needed to do to advance the work that we have moving forward. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you. Do you think there's any possibility they may want to partner if the person is gonna be working with the commission, or has there been the opportunity to?
To that question, I believe they have a FUSE fellow to support the work that they need to do for this.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Mine is really quick. Good morning, GM peers. How you doing? Mine, I'm excited that this work is going to be guided, right? I guess I do have some of the same questions as my colleagues, but I think you did a great job kind of sort of explaining it. I do think a lot of times folks just think if we can get folks in the room, they can come up with their own recommendations. And sometimes I think it does need some structure. I do hope this individual can provide that structure. I did a little bit of Googling on my own. I know that she's done this work for NACO. She's done it for NOBCO. I think she's been a public health program manager for NACO. My only question, it's not a concern. I see that the timeline is July 1, 2022. So has this individual already started, or will we be getting a new updated timeline?
That's a good question. So when we had our most recent racial equity officer, we were in conversation with this person, this potential contract, to help support the racial equity officer. So this individual had a very small contract, I think from May through the end of June. So, yes. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, yeah. So, but they've been working kind of sort of continuously since May.
from the last year.
That's the July, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much, General Manager Pierce. Next, we'll move to 220531, execution of a service agreement with West Staff Workforce Solutions, LLC, for temporary staffing in the amount of $238,442.40 for Community Intervention and Support Services Department to support programmatic efforts. Any questions? Or Commissioner Carter?
Yes, I just wondered if we could hear a little more about this. Is the reason we need this that we're having trouble hiring for these positions full-time? I'm assuming that is the reason. Just wanted to hear a little more about that. And will it be difficult to have temporary staff in these roles that seem like ones that really require someone who's connected and respected members of the community and are here for the long haul? So just wondering about how this will work.
And pardon me, I failed to introduce myself. Joanne Pierce, General Manager for Community Health and Wellbeing. And to answer your question, Commissioner Carter, this actually and the next agenda item, these are contracts that sat in the Public Health Department for a few years. And this particular contract supports one of our programs to hire team members for our Bull City United program. There are times when people are hired as contractors and then they may apply for permanent positions. So we always need to have this contract should any positions become vacant. We currently have positions that may be in a particular contract phase and not an FTE. So we just tend to have this contract available should we need it. I hope I answered that question. And yes, it is often, it may sometimes present a challenge to identify individuals who may serve in the various roles for that program. So we sometimes they come on as contract positions.
So is it the case then that it's typical that we have a contract with with West staff, and that, in some cases the contract sort of rolls over in a way that these people aren't exactly temporary, they actually, become, because I don't know. It worries me if these are temporary positions, and especially, trying to really, hold up a new department and do this work that seems so, it just seems very imperative that the people are invested, committed community members, and maybe temporary staff and investment they're not mutually exclusive, but I don't know, I just feel troubled by it.
I may not be sure I understand the question necessarily. However, I will say that our goal is always to fill our FTEs, full-time positions, and also for positions, we don't roll over any positions. We post the positions, and anyone can apply to those positions. However, there are times when, especially given this year, when we were able to successfully hire 18 positions, it was necessary that we employed or used the strategy that public health used for a number of years to have a temporary position, a temporary contract, so that we could bring on people relatively quickly. And that has proven successful using the model and the guidance from the Cure of Violence Global to get people on. However, we always want to post our positions and so that people can apply to those positions, whether it be people who are working as temporary or anyone to apply for those positions should they meet the qualifications.
So we're basically having a lot of success filling the FTE positions. You mentioned 18. I was thinking we were doing very well there. And this strategy of having the temporary option, it's almost like a doorway into full-time position in a way, it seems like you're saying.
That may be, and there are times when people make different decisions about their work choices, and then we need an opportunity to bring on people as quickly as possible to support the program.
Okay. Thank you. This is such an important, sort of new venture for us with a new department, and one that is one of our major initiatives, obviously, to help quell the violence in our community, and so just wanted to be sure I understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you so much, General Manager Pierce. Okay, next we'll move to 220532, execution of a service agreement with Cure Violence Global in the amount of $65,500 to provide training and technical assistance to the Community Intervention and Support Services Department. Comments or questions? Okay.
I just want to say two really quick things. I do appreciate the investments because I think as the other commissioners who were here, I think Commissioner Howerton, the same, said that we had not had a new department in a while, so I can appreciate these investments. And I know the last time we talked about it, there were some FTEs that weren't open. As far as like, we're investing in staff, but we are still working on getting some of that senior staff in, correct? Okay. So, and this investment, is it the same one? I'm just wondering, but only because I don't have it in front of me. Joanne, I'm excited about this, but is the city making a request like this also? I might be way off.
Commissioner Burns, this contract is, again, like the previous contract, these two sat in public health, and then we're moving them to the new department. And this specifically is to support, it's the model that Bull City United uses to implement its work. And so we benefit from the training and the technical assistance. It's Cure Violence Global that trains the violence interrupters, outreach workers, the managers, and really walk them through the approach and how to be safe and all those types of things, and also helps with data and metrics and performance measures. And so this is a contract that we typically would request each year from public health. However, it's moved over to the new department, Community Intervention and Support Services.
Okay, no, that's perfect. The only reason why I asked, I'm looking at it now, I thought it was a similar, like there was a recommendation made by the Safety and Wellness Task Force. I was wondering if this is the same one. But no, this is one that we're just moving over because this department is standing up. Completely get it now. It just looks similar. So I should have maybe phrased my question that way. Thank you, ma'am.
You're most welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. 220534, approval of budget ordinance amendment number 23BCC 00027, appropriating $167,186 of general fund balance for Kate's Corner, and to authorize the contract for the Student Learning Center located at DTCC. Any questions or comments on that one? Okay, I heard another yay. Okay. Okay, next, 220548, rekeying of Durham County Courthouse and various county buildings. Any questions or comments? Okay. Next, 220552, acceptance of Federal Aviation Administration FAA grant offers to Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority. Any questions or comments? All righty. And Madam Vice Chair, that ends our consent agenda.
Well, thank you, Manager Sowell, for guiding us through many consent agenda items. And thank you to staff for your help help with those items. Next, we're going to move on to discussion items, and the first is 22-0524, proposed framework for acceptance and distribution of proceeds relating to the settlement of opioid litigation. We have 45 minutes set aside for this item, and we have some special guests with us. Nidhi Shashtaveda, Director of Strategic Health and Opioid Initiatives from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, and Gudrun Palmer, our Interim General Manager for Safety and, well, what is the official safety and safe community and Manager Soel. So we will turn it over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a new day. It is lovely to see you all.
We can barely hear you, Nidhi.
Is this
Let's
a little bit better?
Can you press the button again and see if that? Nope. Okay, now press it again.
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to a new day. I'm so excited to be here with you all and my partner here for today. I am here to essentially...
Maybe pull it really close to you, or maybe a different mic.
Try this one. Hello? Oh,
Okay.
let's
Okay.
get you a good one, too. Thanks for working with me. So I am, as mentioned, I'm the Director of Strategic Health and Opioid Initiatives with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. I'm 1 month into my new job, and very excited to be here with you all to basically tell you a little bit about what I know about the national opioid settlement and offer some guidance and resources as you make decisions about what to do with the funding in Durham County. I essentially am going to be tag teaming, and we're going to go through a little bit about what the opioid settlement is, what it's about, what sort of the intention is behind the actual settlement, what it looks like in North Carolina, and then walk you through the major strategies that are approved under the North Carolina MOA, or the Memorandum of Agreement, that you all can sort of choose from on how to spend this money. It's certainly a big opportunity. We know it's a lot of money coming into the state, but we know that it's not everything. And this is an epidemic that is dynamic, it's changing, and it's a really interesting opportunity in that we have a long runway. We have 18 years to really spend this money in a meaningful, intentional way to try to keep up with how this epidemic is changing. And so, I don't know where I should be pointing the clicker. Into the universe? Into the world?
That way.
Into the universe. So sorry. Knowing enough about my slides, I'm going to just go ahead and get started. So there we go. Thank you. So just a little bit of a context. As we know, this is not the first opioid epidemic we've ever experienced in the United States, but this is certainly a very different one. And unfortunately, more and more people are dying every day. And so I'd like to, with Overdose Awareness Day just being last week, I find it really important to start off with some just basic data, just to give us some context. I'll go through these pretty quickly and then try to get to the North Carolina story in just a few slides. But in the U.S., 1 in 3 households have been affected by the opioid epidemic or the opioid overdose epidemic, and a record number of people were lost last year. We have preliminary numbers from the CDC, but we have over 108,000 people already that have been counted as lives lost to the overdose epidemic. We have many, many more people in recovery, and I don't want people to forget this, is that this is certainly a disease and an experience that people can get through, and so we want to make sure that we wrap people around with care and make sure our systems of care and services are strong so that people can live and continue to thrive in their communities and in their families. And so only 12% of people last year got opioid use disorder care that wanted it. And this, I think, is a very important number to keep in mind with the treatment gap. It's also, I think, something to pay attention to that most treatment facilities do not offer medicines like methadone and buprenorphine, which are the gold standard of care. And this, I think, is quite unfortunate because we do have an actual medication that can help people feel better, but we don't offer it enough or make it affordable, accessible, and when they need it. So 80% of people with opioid use disorder do not need inpatient care. I think this, as a chronic illness, it's something that can be managed through primary care or through other healthcare services. And so we don't necessarily need to invest in high-dollar treatment facilities that only serve a really small number of people and are honestly most likely to not work. This is opioid use and drug use is a symptom of much deeper societal ills. And so if we can do our best to try to relieve the symptoms and wrap people around with care, I think we'll be much better off. So in North Carolina, 9 people died every day from drug overdose in 2020. This is, of course, exacerbated by the pandemic and increased isolation and lack of access to health care and economic stress and people losing jobs and access to health insurance and whatnot. But that's more than 28,000 people in the 20 years that we've been collecting this data for this epidemic. But many more people and families and communities have been impacted, including most of us, I'm guessing, in this room. So as we all know, we had to hold someone accountable, and so the attorneys generals all over the U.S. basically got together and said, we've got to do something about this. And so as a result of many, many settlements, basically against the drug distributors, pharmaceutical companies, manufacturers, and pharmacies, there's about more than $750 million coming into North Carolina as a result from these settlements. And again, it's a lot of money, but it's not everything. It is interesting, like I mentioned, at its front, it's an 18-year runway, which is, again, kind of a different, and we're not used to thinking this way. Most of our grants are 1 to 3 years, really. And in this case, we can take a minute to sort of think about what needs to be done and also reevaluate along the way. The money is front-loaded in the first few years. This is really meant to sort of jumpstart the work and get people going and try to get our infrastructure up and strong. And so in North Carolina, we have essentially chosen to have most of the money go to local governments, which I think is really unique. As far as I know, only Colorado is the other state that's doing this, but basically 85% of the money is going to be going directly to local government, so all 100 counties in North Carolina and the 17 largest municipalities, based on a population formula, very complicated. But it's a really unique opportunity, and so I think we all know that we are all experts in our own lives. Local communities know best what they need, and so I think that was very much the intention behind getting money to go locally. And so Beth Macy just recently wrote a book. She's a journalist and an author who wrote a couple of different books, but her more recent one is Raising Lazarus, which actually has a few of North Carolina's programs featured in it. And I just found this quote gave me some goosebumps, but it says, "We are a nation that a quarter century into the worst addiction crisis in U.S. history still makes death, incarceration, and dope far easier to achieve than evidence-based treatment." And I'm going to add a little sort of star to that and say, and harder to get harm reduction services. And so the guiding principles behind the MOA, just to sort of frame our thinking and prime us for what this is all about, is that the money is intended to to be used to save lives, right? So, again, we're in a crisis. People are dying every day. And it's one of those things where we've got to stop the bleeding. We've got to keep people alive so they have a chance for tomorrow. And the intention behind the MOA is very much to steer folks towards using evidence and data to guide spending. So we've tried our best in North Carolina to put up some data resources, dashboards, really be transparent about what the MOA is all about, so that you all can make the most informed decisions about what to do. The goal is to invest in prevention of root causes. Like I said, drug use is a symptom of deeper societal ills, poverty, racism, inequities. And so if we can do our best to try to wrap people around with services in a holistic way and sort of be mindful of the whole person, then I think we'll be much better off in the long run. The goal is to focus on equity in populations disproportionately impacted and to be very intentional about including people with lived experience. Lived experience looks very different, but also can be very telling. Oftentimes our data is a little bit behind, as we know, and the people in our communities know firsthand and just first what's sort of coming and how we can best serve them. And transparency and accountability is also a big part of the MOA. So there's requirements for reporting each year, impact reporting as well as financial reporting, so that the communities can know what we're spending money on, what our plans are, and how things are going. Is anyone better off at the end of the day is really the goal here. And so I just wanted to give a few reminders that you can take a breath and just take the time to understand your community's needs and current actions so you can be intentional, be inclusive. Again, it's an unusual 18-year timeline, so we're trying to find a balance between crisis response and keeping people alive now and investing in future so that our systems of care can improve. North Carolina is also a leader. We were ahead of the head of the pack when we were creating the national settlement, opioid abatement strategy list. We're, I think, the only state in the country that actually has money in the hands of every county already. And so every county in North Carolina has gotten their first installment. And we expect the second one probably to come in the next month or two. But that, again, we're ahead of the game. So, again, we can take a second to sort of get ourselves together. And I just want to reassure you that we got you. So the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners is putting up, we got you this far with negotiating the actual settlement. And we're very much here to help you and support you through the decision-making process, filtering through the noise, guiding you through, assisting, or guiding you through the program planning and reporting requirements. And so the remediation strategies listed in the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement basically offers local governments two options. The first option is called sort of List A, or Exhibit A, which is basically the choice to pick one or more strategies from a shorter list of evidence-based, high-impact strategies to address the epidemic. There are a few requirements here. Basically, this list has been vetted for you. There's a lot of evidence to support it. There's a lot of good momentum. There's good numbers to say that this works in other places. And so in order to sort of streamline the process and get people started more quickly, we're steering people, very honestly, just going to be flat out about that, towards List A, because it's what we can do best to be closest to people who are most likely to or at risk of death, and again, get them stabilized, right? Let's get people stabilized. And then List B is one or more strategies from, is your second option, is one or more options from this longer list that is, many choices, but requires a collaborative strategic planning process with diverse local stakeholders, annual meetings, more requirements for reporting, and it's a little bit more of a complicated process. However, number one strategy on List A is also collaborative strategic planning. So the encouragement is that everyone should take the time to do that anyway, regardless of whether you decided to go List A or List B. Okay. So this is just a quick snapshot of, I'm going to focus mostly on List A. So these are the 12 strategies on List A, because all the strategies on List A are also in B, but not everything in B is in A. Does that make sense? So I'll fly through these, and we'll do quick interludes just to give you a sense of what the strategy is, and then what it looks like in Durham. And so, like I said, collaborative strategic planning is at the top of both lists. But it's basically to encourage people to take a structured process to identify the best strategies for local governments to fund identified needs. So this is where we're trying to encourage, listening to people with lived experience, talk to your experts. You've got a lot of folks in Durham who know what they're talking about and can really help you feel confident in your decisions about how to spend this money. And just, Durham's so good at doing this already, but getting input from people with lived experience and really making yourselves open to new ideas. And sorry, just quick pause. One of the things about this MOA is that, again, drug use is not a new thing for us in society and as a human experience. And so, we know what works in the most part, but we just have to do more of it and sustain it over time. So there's no pressure to start brand new programs necessarily unless there's an identified need or gap. But you can very much, sort of shore up and support and extend or expand whatever's already happening. And, as I was going through the list with Gudrun before, you all are doing most of List A already. But I'm sure the programs could use a little bit of extra help.
So, if I may.
Please do.
You also have another presentation in your materials, but we thought we kind of interject right here and talk briefly about what we already have in Durham instead of then doing a second presentation slides and go over these all over again. So the first one, the collaborative strategic planning, is for the last 4 or 5 years, Durham Joins Together to Save Lives has been meeting and has been discussing opioid use disorders in Durham. And when this was initially started, Durham County Commissioners decided to not only focus on opioid disorders, but also make it broader on substance use disorders. You have a task force that is potentially able to be revamped and become, be part of leading the effort for you and looking at this. And then you have committees and individuals, subject matter experts across the community in either in the task force or in subcommittees. So you already have gone through this several years ago, and you have the opportunity to update and to continue the efforts that they're already ongoing.
We could do, is it something, yeah, you want to just follow up quickly, because we probably should save the comment,
I
the
agree.
discussion till the
I don't
end.
want to get us sidetracked, but this is about, so glad we have that group already. It's really encouraging and hopeful. Does that group, and I know they're doing great work, does that group include a way for people with lived experience to give us input? It seems like that's a very important part.
So we have one of the subcommittees is the Mental Health and Substance Use Treatment Subcommittee, and that has treatment providers, people with lived experience that discuss current treatment options, and that's where you have people with lived experience. I'm not sure how many are on the larger task force. Again, if you decide to go with the one that's existing, you do want to think about, you know, what it should, who needs to be there.
Okay, gotcha.
Give you what you need.
Right.
And to piggyback on Gudrun, because I'm co-chair of Durham Joins Together with Wanda Boone, who is director of TRI, is also the Education and Prevention Committee also has people with lived experience, including people who have lost family members as well. But we can talk more about that, but I agree with Gudrun that we're really fortunate in Durham. We're really ahead of the game. So how can we build on what we already have?
Yeah, and to add to that, your health department's also really good at doing this, because they do the community health assessment every 3 to 4 years. I forget the cycle that you all are on, but through that work, you know, community surveys, infrastructure, good epidemiological expertise, like they've been watching the data for a long time, and so they can, I mean, I'm not volunteering them for anything, but I think they're really good at it. So evidence-based OUD treatment, which is opioid use disorder treatment, is the second one on the list, and basically the goal is to increase access to medications for opioid use disorder for anyone who needs it wherever they are. And so this essentially is office-based treatment. It's through the criminal legal system. You know, Durham County is one of the first counties in North Carolina to actually have at least a partial MOUD program within the jails, which is wonderful and should be applauded. So thank you for that. Thank you for being a leader in North Carolina for that. We've also got programs at hospitals, so initiating MOUD in the ED or supporting the COMET program at the Duke inpatient program, working through your FQHC. You know, Lincoln's got a really great low threshold program, but certainly could use some help with increasing capacity because there's such a need. Through community-based organizations and certain service programs. You've got 2 here that are great, and Gudrun could talk a little bit more about those. And also there's a movement to start MOUD access through local health departments as well, especially in our more rural counties, but you know, of course yours could be capable of the same if they were interested, when you were interested.
So this is the whole spectrum, right? From treatment to all the different touch points, health departments, syringe exchange. In the other slide, we actually surveyed and we found at least 8, if not 10 providers that provide medication-assisted treatment in Durham at this point. Some are private, for-profit organizations. Some are not for-profit that also receive funding from Alliance. Based on the information we have so far, is that you have a number of programs that have capacity. So I believe if someone wants to start medication-assisted treatment, there are providers available. The key is, do they have the funding that they need? Because even at our health clinic, there is a small copay, and the clinic has raised concerns that some individuals are not even able to pay for that. So the treatment is available. We just need to make sure in Durham that the individuals that need that medication-assisted treatment have what they need to access it.
And so just talking points really for evidence-based treatment is that the goal is to improve patient survival, right? It's a gold standard of medical care. Everyone's saying it. WHO, CDC, NIDA, all the federal agencies, it's the gold standard of care. It very much decreases overdose, withdrawal symptoms, transmission of communicable disease. So investing in treatment, it's like, I think for every $12 you invest in treatment, it saves for every dollar you invest in treatment, it saves like $12 in healthcare costs and criminal justice costs. It decreases illicit opioid use and other criminal activity among people who use substance use disorder. Most crimes around drug use are very much associated with the sort of conditions of drug use, not necessarily the drug use itself. And so trying to get people stabilized and in care and connected to community will help with all of that. It very much increases patients' quality of life and sort of the ability to gain and maintain employment. If your brain is not completely hijacked, then you have time to think about how you want to keep a job and how you want to reconnect with your family and things like that. And increasing access to opioid use disorder improves birth outcomes among pregnant people who have substance use disorders. You can very much have a healthy baby and a healthy life with someone if you're stable and in care. And so I think you all are probably familiar with this concept, but the sort of drivers of health, I like to revisit this a lot, but it includes sort of everything that is wrapped around us, right? So our housing, education, access to care or services, our labor and employment and job opportunities, transportation, just being able to get around our communities, as well as happiness, belonging, and our quality of life. And so the next strategies on the list are really sort of numbers 3 through 5, are recovery support, which includes housing, employment, and prevention. And so, you know, because this is a relapsing condition, both recovery support is prevention and treatment, if that makes sense. So like someone who's in housing is less likely to use drugs. Someone who uses drugs is more likely to lose housing. So like it's like, where do you start in that circle? And so what's the intention behind the MOA is to really, again, wrap people around in this care continuum and address the hierarchy of needs.
And when you scan Durham, we are very fortunate. We have a number of providers and organizations that work in this space. And because our commissioners, our community, our elected officials have always supported programs that assist in the recovery, that assist individuals in the criminal justice system, and not just the system, but also, you know, bringing community-based organizations to the table. When we did the scan, we have a list of not just Durham County, but community-based organizations that provide services to individuals in the recovery community, coming out of the detention center, in the system, out of the system. We have a host of housing providers that, you know, that provide different options, halfway houses, recovery houses. The issue again is we have the beds, but individuals still need to have $150 a week to pay for a room in a congregate living. So I think we have a lot of resources. When you look at how to spend the settlement funds, think about how people can access those and who has the resources to access the resources.
Yeah. And so recovery housing within the approved strategies in the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement includes emergency rent and utilities assistance. So that could include hotel expenses if someone is transitioning in and out of either treatment or recovery program. And it also encourages the housing first model, this idea that people are offered unconditional permanent housing as quickly as possible and other supportive services afterwards. The idea is, again, if you have a place where you can take a breath and just have a good night's sleep and keep your stuff and just have a clear head, then you can think of your next move in a much more intentional way. It's an effective solution to homelessness and a cost savings. It reduces the use of public services in hospitals, jails, emergency shelters. But one of the conditions in the North Carolina MOA is that we are hoping that there are more housing opportunities where someone on medication-assisted treatment is allowed, because many housing programs actually require abstinence, which sort of disqualifies people who are on medications for the actual medical condition that they're experiencing. So that's something to just keep in mind.
So Durham County has the the health department has the community linkages to care. It's a grant-funded program currently. And they have had community events where they speak with faith-based organizations and housing providers about offering housing to, or educating them about medication-assisted treatment, what it is not, and then also try to open their mind to allow individuals that are on medication-assisted treatment to be in houses and not require complete abstinence. So I think you have a lot of conversations already in the community on these issues. Mm-hmm. Public health, huge shout out to community linkages to care that has an actual web page on their site, and you have the link in the presentation to a number of housing providers that they have accessed and actually asked whom they serve.
Fair chance hiring and access to employment is also a strategy within the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement. Durham is a county that has passed it, which is great, so thank you so much for, again, doing that years ago. The idea is to expand it to as many employers as we can. So the concept is basically giving people a chance to come forward with their experience, their expertise, their skills, and be judged on that before their application is thrown out. Many folks have, histories of incarceration or interactions with the legal system, but that might have been years ago, or they've already paid their time. We don't want that to necessarily be a barrier for them having employment later in life, or even just while they might be going through something. And so the abatement strategies include funding programs that offer employment services to treatment, or to people who are in treatment or recovery, or people who use drugs, such as job training or assistance with transportation needs to get to and from work. If you lose your license, you can't get to work. And it's also encouraging us to work with chambers of commerce and businesses to support employee wellness and job training programs. I wanted to just point out this resource, Recovery Friendly NC. They've got a great resource document that, and some really, I think, impressive partners of folks like Tyson Chicken. Like, they basically were like, yeah, we want to keep people working. We can't manage the turnover, and these folks are in recovery, are persistent, they're resourceful, they're motivated, they want to be here. So why not do our best to support them and everyone else who works here? Because it makes it a more, enjoyable experience for everyone. Did you want to say something about that?
Well, a huge shout out to our commissioners and also then the city council that banned the box way before most other communities in North Carolina. And then when you look at the other slides, you see a host of organizations that do work with individuals and try to help them obtain training, get them job ready, and then help with a placement assistant.
And side note, the concept of centering people with lived experience, with your violence prevention program, Bull City United, it's a qualification. You have to have lived experience and interactions with the justice system in order to be effective at their job, and they're good at it. So for you to even give them a chance to do that and to bring their full selves in order to make the program the most effective is a good thing. So the same thing applies with drug overdose work. Mm-hmm. So early intervention in the MOA is specific to really helping young people who may already be struggling with drug use. Unfortunately, drug use can start really young. Trauma is the gateway to drug use, we like to say, and that includes very much not just adverse childhood experiences, sort of the individual, but also community environments, so including poverty, discrimination, community unrest, in unstable housing, and things like that for children. And so the list A especially is very much trying to steer people towards increasing access to care for young people who might already be experiencing, because we're trying to really keep them alive, and there just aren't enough care providers for folks that accept folks under 18 and even are willing to offer medications and whatnot. So it's a very specific need.
And I would say some of the conversations we have had preliminarily in the Mental Health and Substance Use Treatment Subcommittee were about that substance use in our juvenile justice population, in our young people, is concerning, and that we will have to focus on that because it is increasing. And I believe it is higher than in other communities.
The concept really is to increase reduce risk factors and increase protective factors, right? So really, when you're looking at the abatement strategies, really think about that. So we're trying to, it's not like a one-for-one, where if someone experiences a risk factor isn't in their young life, that they're destined to be, in trouble when they get older. But if we can wrap someone around with protective factors, then we'll decrease the likelihood of them actually getting to that adverse experience in their adulthood. So I'm going to quickly go to naloxone distribution. I think you all are probably very familiar with this, but naloxone is for the folks in the room too, is a medication that reverses specifically an opioid overdose. It's a first aid medicine. It's been around for decades, 50-something years. And the idea is essentially, since we're trying to stop the bodies and stop the bleeding, we've just got to get this out into the community as best as we can. And so as we can make this as widely available as we possibly can through all sorts of services. Certain service programs have some of the most effective, far-reaching naloxone distribution networks that we have in North Carolina, through jails, through health departments, hospitals, community gathering places, and actually stock pharmacies. So in North Carolina, we do have a standing order, which means that anyone can walk into any pharmacy and get naloxone without having to visiting a doctor first. But the problem is that a lot of pharmacies don't actually have it in stock, which then sort of is just not helpful. But in Durham, you all do a great job at this, right? You have 2 syringe service programs. The health department gives out naloxone. Your jail program, I think, is also doing naloxone on discharge or release. Hospitals are starting to, do this idea a little bit more, but need help with it. And so the idea is, again, we need to keep people alive. Number one intention of the MOA was to keep people alive.
Yes, and just also our EMS, our community paramedics are handing out naloxone, our ambulances. We are exploring additional options of outfitting county vehicles, other outward-facing employees with naloxone. And then, our public health has been on the forefront for a long time with handing out the naloxone kits. And there is a organization that will match purchase of naloxone kits. If you choose to use your opioid funds, some of your opioid funds, there's an organization that would match your funds up to $60,000 to purchase naloxone for distribution.
Yeah, the organization's called Vital Strategies. It's actually up to $70,000.
Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm.
It is a competitive process, just because there's thankfully been a lot of counties interested, but I think they should be initiating that in a few months. So consider it. And then a post-overdose response, through your community paramedic program. I think Durham has this program, but it's basically the goal is to keep people alive in the sort of pivotal hours after someone might have experienced an opioid overdose, to connect people to care. It's basically called by many names: post-overdose response, quick response, rapid response. It's all the same idea, but basically we're trying to connect people to care and referrals in that sort of that window of like, oh my goodness, I just went through a potential death experience. Like, what do I need to do differently? And so that's basically that overview. It's a simple concept, but hard to do sometimes.
Yeah, we have our community linkage to care program working with our EMS community paramedics, attempting to reach out to every person who had an overdose.
Certain service programs were legalized in North Carolina in 2016. They're an evidence-based, decades of experience that kind of grew out of the HIV epidemic. People who participate and visit certain service programs are 7 times more likely to connect to treatment. They just have to be ready and there when they're ready. They're very cost-effective. 10-cent unused syringe versus a $100,000 treatment for hepatitis C is sort of a very helpful, I think, comparison. I'd much rather invest up front than to have that cost be on our public dollars. And so certain service programs under the North Carolina law are critical touch points within communities. They're required to do these core services at the top, provide education, provide unused syringes at numbers that would reduce communicable disease transmission for free, secure disposal of used materials, and naloxone kits or referrals. But many of them really just are very in tune to what their communities need and are willing and enthusiastic to offer additional support. So in North Carolina, these programs have expanded to offer testing for HIV and hepatitis, even treatment. They offer PrEP for HIV prevention. They even offer MAT, or medication for opioid use disorder access, through the syringe service program, food, housing, job, training, helping them get signed up for insurance, whatever they might need to sort of wrap them up with compassionate care. And so these programs are very effective. We have, this number is a little bit outdated. I think we're actually closer to 50 now, but we've got, at the time of this, 42 registered syringe service programs in North Carolina, covering most of our state, which is great, but they certainly need more. These are just quick numbers for you to take a look at later, just to draw your attention to two of them. One is that they were able to provide almost 2,000 referrals to substance use treatment last year, and this number at the bottom, 12,000 overdose reversals reported back to syringe service programs. We know that those numbers are underreported, and to me, every time I honestly, I get goosebumps every time I read this number, because that's 12,000 times someone didn't die. And our numbers would be much worse in North Carolina if we did not have such great distribution networks for naloxone through our syringe service programs.
Again, shout out to our public health department, and then of course the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition has worked in this space for many years, and was one of the drivers for us in Durham to convince our public health department many years ago to open their doors as well.
So 10 on the list is criminal legal system diversion programs. We know that North Carolina jails, although ill-equipped to be, they will admit this themselves, are our most common mental health treatment provider in the state. Diversion programs basically include alternatives to incarceration for people with mental health or substance use conditions, and connect them to treatment, recovery support, and other services. In Durham, I think you all have a couple different things, but just to sort of put some plugs in here, they come in many different forms depending on where the person is interacting with the legal system. One example is a pre-arrest diversion program, like a brand called Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion, which we have in quite a few programs in North Carolina already. But it basically takes a harm reduction framework, public health approach, reduces criminal justice costs, and gets people connected to care instead of arresting them. Gets our law enforcement back on the street to do their work, and gets people connected to more appropriate services.
Of course, here in Durham, you shine. You lead the way with the Criminal Justice Resource Center, and we have other counties come to Durham to look at the centers, how it's set up, and whom it serves, and then recently the city created the new department, the Community Safety Department, that is also on the forefront and looking at diverting individuals with their alternatives to law enforcement responses.
And just a quick talking point for when folks come to you with questions, but in North Carolina, overdose death rates are 40 times more likely than the general population for people within the first 2 weeks of release. And so this is a very pivotal time for us to connect people to care services, to a sort of a health home, as well as offer naloxone when they leave. MOUD in jail settings, I think you all are familiar with this as a concept, but because of this high risk, again, Durham being one of the leaders in North Carolina, thank you so much for that. We rely on you all and your expertise often. But basically, how do we get care, to people who are, when they're under our watch, I guess, and try to help them continue their services. If they are on medication already coming into the jail, we don't want to stop treatment and interrupt their care, because that's very risky, but also, initiate if they need to, if they want to, and then connecting them with services once they leave incarceration. So it's sort of threefold. But just, yeah, you want to?
And it should have been blue by now, because, this is January 2020. At this point, the detention center has started their phase 2, the induction phase. So individuals who are who identify as opioid users have the option of starting medication-assisted treatment while they are in detention. So, yay to Durham.
Yes, yay to Durham for sure.
But I noticed that we're the orange and not the blue.
Because it's a little older.
Yeah,
it's because the slide is it blue
Yes.
now? Is that what you said?
Yes. So in the detention center, individuals who come in can continue their treatment, either methadone or Suboxone. And then they also have the option of, while they're in the detention center, if they have not already started, they can now start the treatment while they are at the detention center.
Yeah, applause for that, for sure. And we'll tell DHHS to update their slide.
So I'm kind of catching up here. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
What is the MOUD? What does that mean?
MOUD is medications for opioid use disorder. So those include...
That's the abbreviation for...
Yeah, it's a kind of a mouthful to say it all the time. So MOUD, medications for opioid use disorder.
Acronyms and
Public health
abbreviations.
soup.
More of them coming, okay.
Yeah, so examples of those are methadone, buprenorphine, or naltrexone.
Okay, thank you.
As sort of a category of drugs, medications. So reentry programs is sort of the last on the list, but this is essentially connecting people to social and health services as they're being released from incarceration during that very vulnerable time, sort of getting people back on their feet. The UNC Formerly Incarcerated Transition Program is in Durham, and one of our best examples of this, as well as Fit Connect, which helps people get connected to medical homes if they have a chronic disease.
I don't think I even need to tell you how great all your reentry programs are in Durham County. And it's not just the programs that you fund directly, but we also have the local reentry council. We have the FIT program, the first FIT program in North Carolina, the community linkage to care. The city of Durham has a welcome home program that serves individuals right after release. And then also your faith community is working in this space. The Religious Coalition has worked with individuals after release for almost 20 years now. So
I'm doing sort of a speaking tour across the state to talk about all that settlement stuff, and I just want to personally thank you for giving me really good examples to be able to sort of show and say this is possible. So thank you for being a leader. Anyway, so we're going to wrap up the settlement strategies and just do a quick sort of plug. Just the reporting requirements for the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement are few, depending on sort of which direction you decide to go in. There's an annual status survey, super simple, basically, who's your point of contact? Did you get the money? What does that look like? The local spending authorization report is due within 90 days of passing a resolution or ordinance or your budget. So the first year is a little bit awkward, right? Because we're getting the money sort of mid-budget cycle. But next year, people might start rolling it into their regular budget allocation process. But basically, before you spend the opioid settlement funds, it sort of lets everybody know what you're planning on. So this might be where you sort of publicly announce List A, List B, or sort of look into these programs. There's an annual financial report that's due 90 days after the end of the fiscal year. I do want to just sort of alert the staff to this date, September 27th, which is when your first financial report is due.
We haven't spent any money.
Yeah, which means that the first financial report will be super simple. It'll be starting July 1, 2021, we had no money. At the end of the year, we had this much money, and we spent none of it. So check, check, check. Cool. It's not that complicated, but it still needs to be submitted. And then the annual impact report will be due at the end, after the end of the fiscal year. Sort of, again, what did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off? That's sort of the goal of that report. Then if you decide to do the option B process, there is an additional report where you have to sort of talk about your process and then present what the recommendations that came out of that collaborative strategic planning process was. And that more details about that will come out later. But we're, again, very much at the beginning of the process. So just heads up. This is just a quick snapshot of sort of what North Carolina County Association of County Commissioners can offer you all. So please, I'm on your team, very much available to answer any questions you all have. I hope this is the first of many conversations as you all sort of work your way through and work with your teams and staff to figure out what's best for your community. And here's some websites for you if you want to just explore a little bit more. The Core NC website is sort of the main hub to start with, but it's called North Carolina or ncopioidsettlement.org. It's got a whole bunch of information about the MOA. The frequently asked questions document, I just want to alert you all to. Please take the time to read it. We're updating it regularly, probably quarterly if we can. It also includes a payment schedule, which says how much money Durham will get at what point in the sort of graph, because it's front-loaded. Data by county, so all of your numbers that we are able to gather and compile from the state, so you can get a snapshot based on sort of overdose numbers, response strategies, as well as some training and webinars and things from your peers across the state and other commissioners helping us host. So I have no concept of time. I'm so sorry.
Monica, could you super quick?
My apologies.
While Monica is bringing up the other presentation, we're just going to do the last 2 slides on that to show you the money. Show you the money.
And while she's bringing that up, did you find out from the attorney and
yes, ma'am.
that he's not here?
Yes.
The MO.
Yes. You signed the initial document to be part of that settlement that North Carolina, that was well over a year ago. So there will be additional paperwork that.
So there's another one to be
Yes.
signed. I know that the attorney brought 2 documents by for me to sign.
Last year.
And yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was
November.
this year. And I just wanted to verify what those were, if that was what you were
Yeah.
saying that had
can
to be
speak to
signed.
that.
But he
Yes.
said that he was going to make sure that we had a copy of those.
Yes, we have it.
Who get those for us, yeah.
Just, can I speak to that for just 1 second? So basically, there's the national settlements, which basically, if we had enough counties in North Carolina sign on to say, yes, we as counties agree to these conditions, then we basically were able to get the maximum
Yeah.
amount of settlement money. So basically, it was like, cool, we bought into that idea. And then there's the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement, which is like the next step.
Yeah, I
that's the
thought we
stage that
signed,
we're
I thought we signed both of them, and I was looking at pulling it up over the weekend, and I had copies of 2 different documents that had been.
Yeah, it's basically,
signed,
if you said, yes, I agree with the national opioid settlement, then like, if that passes, which it did, then we all buy into the North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement. It's sort of like it's just a step process. So yeah, y'all are good. Mm-hmm.
And Gudrun, I know we're running out of time, but if you could, after you do this slide, very quickly, just boom, 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 go through the other ones, because I think it's important that the community sees the inventory that you put together of where we are actually at related to option A. I think it's important that
Okay.
we're focusing, because that presentation was very broad, but this one really shows us where we actually are at in Durham. So if you could do that after real quickly.
This, Commissioner? Okay, so, okay. Yeah, so I tried to weave this into Nidhi's presentation. So we wouldn't, for the sake of time, but as you go through the 12 strategies in option A, you can see, especially when it comes to here, evidence-based addiction treatment, you see the list of providers that we are aware of. This list probably grows regularly as more physicians are able to prescribe and organizations are able to expand their treatment options. So you have a number of programs here. Some of them are, like I said, some are private, for profit, only work with individuals who have insurance, but you also have some organizations that receive funding from Alliance. Then, of course, you have Lincoln that is now receiving the settlement funds from the city of Durham to expand their treatment programs. So, but some of our citizens, our residents, are not able to get the treatment they need as regularly as they need it because they don't have the copays that are still, even in the health clinic, are required, even if it's $10 a week. Recovery support services, we have a number of programs. We are a community that has a lot of programs and individuals that are very focused on this, has always been. We have, this is Recovery Month, right? September is Recovery Month, so we have a number of organizations that work in this space all the time, and we have a number of organizations that we can bring to the table to make sure that whatever gaps are identified as you're going through the next steps, that those gaps are addressed as well. Because I'm not trying to tell you you have enough, you don't need any more. It's just that you already have a great base to start with. I put the link in here because it would have been just, the list would have been too long for the housing providers, but you have providers, but you still have to have funding to stay in those places. So as you are thinking through your options, keep in mind that even though you have, like you have apartments, but you have to have the funds to stay there. Employment, we have great programs in Durham to help people access or get the assistance they need to access, to get training, to be ready for that job, for those openings that are there. Step Up Durham. The city of Durham has a program for justice-involved persons, Criminal Justice Resource Center. There are a number of good programs here in Durham. Early intervention, you have Triple P in public health that also, but that focuses a lot on the adverse childhood experiences. We have a family resource center that's actually an organization out of Raleigh, but they are here in Durham. They work with social services. They work with our detention center. They provide a fatherhood program in the detention center, Center for Child and Family Health, and of course TRI, as we already mentioned. Naloxone distribution, overdose response, that's where our community paramedics are shining, and they will be bringing you a grant where they are expanding even further on the post-overdose response. Then you have the syringe program, criminal justice diversion, already mentioned. Our detention center led the way with Major Bazemore, who is now working with detention centers across the state and helping them also bring medication-assisted treatment into their facilities. Our sheriff continues to support it and has pushed ahead to bring this phase 2 on board. And then our reentry programs that we have. Durham did reentry before reentry was in everybody's vocabulary, so we know what people, we know reentry. We do reentry really well. And then you have the option B, and this is just, not to say you cannot do option B, it's just your strategic planning process will be much more significant, more involved, and probably significantly longer. But you have that option, and then you would have the choices that you have on the option B, that the list is much, much broader. And it potentially involves a lot of services that we don't have in Durham just yet. So it would open your options, but it would extend your initial phase before you decide how to spend your money. But you don't have to spend your money. That's the good news. You don't have to spend the money in the year that you receive it. So you can bank it, you can put it in a interest-bearing account and take your time to decide and identify the gaps and needs. So what you have here is a payments table. As Nidhi said, it's front-loaded, so the first 2 or 3 years, you get, or the first several years, you get a little bit more money, and then it settles in at the $511,000 a year up until 2038. And the city of Raleigh decided to give their funds to the counties that the city encompasses. So your settlement actually was increased. Your total number was increased by the amount that the city of Raleigh is giving us. It's not much. The vast majority of their funds will go to Wake County, but Durham County is receiving a little bit of their funds. Your next steps, you will have to have a resolution, right? The board will have to do a resolution.
Basically just saying, do you want to do list A or B, and how you would allot the funds in whatever you have now?
Do an inventory of existing efforts. You can go beyond what I have already provided you. Community input is very important to this board, and I think some community engagement would be advisable. Some sessions, maybe in-person sessions, an online survey, a dedicated web page that can provide information to the community where you are in the process of what your next steps are, or how the community can be involved. Choose your option A or B, and then you will have to, if you spend money in this fiscal year, you will have to do a budget amendment, a resolution to spend the money, because it's not in your budget for the current fiscal year. And so this is where you need to tell us what our next steps should be. How do you envision community input? What are you looking for? Whom do you want us to engage? Who should be at the table? What questions do you want answered? So
are you asking us to answer those questions now or
yes,
later?
Yes, no, now.
And we can also send out a communication to you all, and you all can, submit your answers and recommendations.
Your community is looking to you to move on this. So I think if you don't have to say today, right?
Yeah.
But I think everyone is reaching out and say, what is the county? Where is the county? So,
well, I definitely want some community engagement and the survey done, and I've talked to the manager about those things. We've got to have community input.
Mm-hmm.
So those are two that I definitely would like to see happen. Commissioner Carter?
Well, first of all, this was just one of the best presentations we've had in a long time. You both are such incredibly capable and experienced leaders in this realm, and everything you've provided for us has been very clear and motivating, compelling. It's really been an outstanding presentation. I've not felt like I have had a great handle on where we are with the settlement process, and I do now, and thank you for this. I do want to say today that you have only reinforced what I already believed, that we need to be providing medicine for the disease. We need to be doing everything we can to get the methadone, the buprenorphine, and the other one into the hands of the people who are suffering from this illness. And so the MOUD, I want us to really, I hope that we will just, hammer on that as hard as possible. And frankly, I think we should already start as soon. Gudrun, you've mentioned, at least twice during the presentation that there are patients at Lincoln who have access to providers who will give them the medicine for the opioid use disorder from which they suffer, but they can't pay the copay. Let's start paying that copay today as soon as possible. We've already gotten $450,000 approximately in the settlement. Let's start paying that $10 copay as soon as we possibly can. That just seems like an easy place to start. So I would say that and relax a bit. I don't know, I felt like I really wanted to put that out there. Just in general, I want us to advocate for any programming that we're already doing and doing well that is low barrier, medicine for opioid use disorder. And we've identified several, and I think any funding that we provide should be contingent upon a low barrier model of care. And that makes me have one question in particular. So option A includes the ability to fund providers in our community who are providing connection to employment and housing. some of the ones that were in our inventory, I think, will deny service to people who are on medication for opioid use disorder. And so I don't think they should be on our list, because that negates the very sort of our first, requirement. And so I think that's something we need to discuss. And I wanted to know whether you agreed with me, first of all. I mean, just because there may be providers who are helping with employment, are helping with housing, if they're not allowing our number one gold standard of care, then I don't necessarily believe we should be giving any funding for their services, unless we can convince them to change their approach and abide by what is considered the gold standard of care. I was just wondering if you all have any thoughts on that. I can tell Nitty does.
Go ahead.
It's an excellent question. It matters less sort of what I personally think. I get just as passionate and excited about this topic, obviously. But I think pointing to the evidence is correct. And you all are in a position where you can put some expectations or some influence and say, because this is what the evidence shows and this is what is the gold standard of care, and in order for us to give us the best chance of success or give people the best chance of success, then we've got to offer all the things, right? And not necessarily put up doors for any particular person, however they choose to enter their recovery or to get better. And so I think that's up to you all, but I think the evidence certainly supports you.
That's what we needed to know. The evidence supports removing those barriers to care.
The intent of this money is to combat the opioid
overdose crisis.
I was going to say pandemic, but
That too.
it might not be. So, but in Durham, our main issue is not just pure opioid use. It's polysubstance use.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people that use multiple drugs, not just opioid. We have almost as many people dying from cocaine and other drug overdoses as they are dying from opioid overdoses. So I think it's, while this settlement money is intended to ease the opioid crisis, overdose crisis, you also have to look at your Durham numbers and look at who is overdosing and what are they overdosing from, and then address it maybe a little bit broader than just laser focused on one drug alone, because that is shifting all the time.
It is more than one drug, though, and cocaine isn't cocaine in that category? Maybe not. Fentanyl, certainly, and
Fentanyl is carfentanil.
Yeah, fentanyl is an opioid, yes. Cocaine is not by itself an opioid, but these days, with the unregulated drug supply, there's basically opioids in everything. And so, your point is well taken in that, yes, polysubstance use is a very real thing. That's what's killing most people. And I just want to caution you a little bit, though, that the opioid settlement is very much meant to prevent opioid deaths, but gives us a chance to invest in systems of care that will support anyone throughout their experience. Or again, this is a long-term planning here. And so doing a balance between preventing deaths now from opioids and supporting those systems that will which hopefully will be there and support and strong regardless of what the next popular drug might be.
thank you. Your opinions matter to me, and I think they register. Thank you.
I just want us, and I see your hand, Wendy, to ensure that with this money that we keep equity at the forefront, that there are always a lot of people that have the systems in place that they can get the money first. And I would hope as a board that we look at how is this serving equity that we say that we're committed to, and taking care of the community, that we can take care of community and we can start with equity as well. And all the things that you've listed so far are great, but let's keep equity at the forefront of this money. Wendy, and then Commissioner Burns.
Yes, I just want to echo my appreciation for the presentation today. Also, just again recognizing that we, Durham County, not only is North Carolina setting the way, but Durham County, we have been investing in all of the strategies in Option A for more than, many years. And for more than 5 years with Durham Joins Together have been focusing as a community on a polysubstance use approach. To your point, in Durham County, the highest overdoses are from crack, cocaine, heroin, and alcohol, and fentanyl now. So I guess I agree with Commissioner Carter that we need to focus on, and I'm echoing what I heard from Beth Macy at the NCAC conference, where she really focused on we've got to remove barriers. We have to make the treatment as accessible as possible. And I was really inspired in the sessions that I went to where you're really using peer support specialists, navigators, people who are bringing the treatment directly to people, whether it's at a homeless camp in the woods or a McDonald's parking lot, people not having transportation, not having the money. We need to make it as easy as possible for people to get this treatment. And so I would really like to see us building on what we have and doing that. And then the other takeaway that I got was that, her message was that this is about recovery, and recovery is a long-term investment. It's not just treatment, but recovery. And so we have to focus on the housing. We have to focus on the employment and the case management, system of care, peer support. Hiring people, just like we're doing with Bull City United, hiring people with lived experience, we get, a double benefit of, offering people work, valuing them for their life experience, but also because it works. So I would like to see us focus on tweaking what we have. For instance, our needle syringe program, I'm not sure how out in the community that really is. And I know for a fact that we're not, with our community paramedicine program right now, we're not getting people into treatment when they're actually, right when they're overdosed, and they've been administered Narcan. There are places, some programs that are starting right there. So there are things we can do. Mm-hmm. And I agree with Chair Howerton that, with these recommended next steps, to do a survey, I love the idea of the web page that's on here, and the community engagement. I would also like to suggest that when we do community engagement, I have found the town halls most effective that do first start with some type of education and information sharing. And the best experts we have are all of the folks that are in Durham Joins Together. Not me. I'm there helping to run the meeting. Not me, but the people who, like you, leading the substance use and mental health, co-chairing that, and then with the prevention education, Wanda Boone and her folks, because people need to understand the data in Durham County and how many, the increasing that we're having in overdoses, but also the resources. People don't know they're out there. And then we need the input from the community with lived experience, who either they've lost a family member or they have trouble getting help themselves. So I definitely think that's a logical next step for us. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
We are way over time on this item, so I'm going to be very quick. In the event I talk too fast, you all can go back and click the video, okay? I just want to echo some of the things that my colleagues said, but I do want to state that I don't want us to do a town hall in a vacuum, and that often happens here. That is not specific to this board, that's all of them. We will say, we're having a town hall about this, but we have not given individuals the requisite information or education that they need to be able to make suggestions to us that are not duplicative to what we already do, right? So along those same lines, what I would love to see, as much as I want to see a website that's going to come out once we start this process, I think that the categories, the 12 categories that you all have listed, I think those are great categories to say this is a drop-down menu, and I would love to see that happen before now. The ones that I'm talking about are where it says collaborative strategic planning. Gudrun, you did a beautiful job with that other presentation of extracting out what we already have in Durham. I was going to highlight that, and I'm happy that Commissioner Jacobs had you to push it out. It says recovery support. Like, you've already made the list. We just need to put that on a website. And quite frankly, we just need to go ahead and put that on a handout, because even I was surprised at some of the things that fell under some of the categories. And I think I'm somewhat well-versed. I know that there are other people up here who are considerably more well-versed than I am, but I think that would help in the event that we are going to do, or we will be doing, because I think I heard more than 3 or 4 people say that they did want to do a survey and they did want to do outreach. But if people don't know that we already have those things, the only thing they're going to do is suggest that we build those. And I want the town halls to be productive. So there's that. Thank you for the direction that you gave us. I didn't even know that those were some of the things I know leadership did, but it's really helpful to know that there's some next steps that we have to take. I think the other thing I'm super excited about is that you provided some context. Back when some of y'all gonna say, how do I remember Bill Clinton? I do, I'm not that young. But when he was talking about doing needle exchange, and there were parties that saw no need in doing needle exchange, and you all made a great return on the investment. What would you rather do, invest in a 10-cent syringe or $100,000 in hepatitis C treatment? And I think that those are some of the facts. Like, if we can extract some of those and say, hey, this is why we're spending our money here. Like, I think it makes sense to everybody. I think we've had like 10 presentations. This one, of course, has been the most comprehensive. So thank you both to both of you ladies. And thank you for providing some context, Gudrun, because I think what does happen a lot of times with this opioid money, we get it, crack, cocaine, nobody gave a rat's behind about investing money in the 90s. Nobody cared about it. It is until this problem stopped looking like me and stopped looking like somebody else. And that is why we have all this money coming down. However, and this money was built without an equity lens. But I believe in Durham, like my colleagues do, that we can build it with an equity lens. And to the point that my colleagues made, I think what we're all saying here is a rising tide lifts all ships. If I invest the money in housing is going to help crack, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and alcohol. If I invest the money in employment services, it's going to help crack, cocaine, heroin, alcohol. So I do hope that the staff hears that from us, and we will, we're not going to do anything the government doesn't say to do, because I think we've gotten more letters from Attorney General Josh Stein, and I think Kevin and them have done a great job. Jason King, who is over SMS, has done a great job. But I want the staff and everybody in this community to know that while this is opioid money, we will take this money and be the rising tide. So those are just my thoughts. I hope we can build that website. I hope that we can help people understand what's going on. Commissioner Jacobs held up her book. For those of you all who have not read Raising Lazarus like her and I read Dope Sick. So they like a 2-year, Dope Sick came out in 2019 by me. And then Raising Lazarus. If you all are not readers like us and you got Hulu or you have somebody else's password, they have turned them into a series. So you can watch it on Hulu if you are not avid readers like myself and Commissioner Jacobs. But as always, thank you, ladies.
Okay, is that everybody? I can do something. Manager. And so thanks to all of our commissioners for providing the feedback. That's exactly what we needed. And just to provide a little more feedback or context, it sounds like you all have a consensus that you want us to move forward with the survey and with a town hall of sorts. So thank you for that. One of the things that we have discussed is putting a survey out before the town hall, and so that we can have data to the points you all have made to educate the community and to show them, hey, this is what we heard from the community. And so we'll move forward in that effort. The other thing we would like when we send out the communication, if you all have suggested organizations that we can directly target and send that survey to, we'll put it out on our website and make the request of the general public. But if you have organizations, agencies that you want us to directly solicit and send that to, please let us know who those organizations are, and we'll make sure we get the surveys out to them. And that's one way that we can make sure that that equity we're looking to make sure we address, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I think you just kind of put it all together there, because I think we're all in agreement on the things that you spoke of, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing. Is one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is that we have the largest sample of data that we can possibly get from Durham to be inclusive as we go down this road. So thank you so much for your work on this so far and your work going forward. Is there anything else for you?
No, so we have some things to bring back to you, and we will look for your input, for your feedback, and we will steadily moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Okay, Commissioners, it looks like the next item on our agenda is the classification and compensation study for the County of Durham. The board is requested to receive an update from our Management Advisory Group International, who has been engaged to conduct the classification compensation study that the board approved. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's better. So again, we have with us the representative from Management Advisory Group, who we all know as MAG, and he's going to present this morning, giving us some information regarding the methodology for the upcoming comp study and take questions and directions from you. Russell Campbell, by the way.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Russell Campbell. I'm Senior Vice President with Management Advisory Group. I will be serving as the project director for this particular engagement. So what I'd like to do this morning is take you through an overview of the process, methodology, and peer organizations that we plan to include as part of this study. I'll also share some insight relative to some of the more intimate details with respect to how a study of this type comes together. In the interest of full disclosure, we were the firm that did the last study about 4 years ago, which was implemented. We learned some valuable lessons from that particular study, as did the HR staff, and we want to talk about that as well as I go through the presentation. My background is, after I left the United States Air Force as an Air Force officer, I became an HR director in municipal government. I've also been an assistant city manager. I've conducted about 210 of these studies around the country. My expertise, in addition to human resources, is cost allocation, organizational development, and strategic planning. I want to open up talking a little bit about the company and our experience. Management Advisory Group was founded in 2002 in Florida. We've got a total of 700 employees spread over 3 different divisions. We've got offices in Fairfax, Virginia, which is where our headquarters is located. We've got an office in Asheville, North Carolina, and 2 offices across the border in South Carolina, 1 in Spartanburg and 1 in Columbia. We've done studies in 48 states. The only 2 states we've not worked in are Alaska and Hawaii. We've done over 600 of these studies for municipal and county governments around the country. Our client base is 100% local government. We do not do any private sector work. We do a little federal work, and then we have a group that does cybersecurity on an international level. We're a full-service HR consulting firm. We do everything from write policy procedure manuals, design benefit programs, do job analysis and evaluation, and we do provide various types of HR software as part of our service offering. So why is the study needed? Typically, when you look at compensation classification within the organization, it is one component of what we call total rewards. Direct compensation, which is the annual salary or any other type of financial inducement, such as a performance increase or a performance bonus, is considered direct compensation. The other part of the equation is what we call indirect compensation. And here we're looking at benefit items like health insurance, vacation time, sick leave, professional development programs, quality of work life programs and policies. And so this study is going to focus on direct compensation. We're going to look to see where the county currently sits relative to the current labor market with respect to compensation for the positions that exist within the organization. I will say that the current labor market is unlike any we've seen in some time. As we closed out 2021, we saw a historic resignation situation where a lot of folks, after spending almost 2 years dealing with pandemic-type issues, decided that it was time to recalibrate, look at other opportunities, pursue other passions, or just time to retire altogether. And so fast forward to where we are today, we've got a new challenge that we're dealing with. In addition to the pandemic, we're dealing with record inflation throughout the country. And so anything that's done relative to compensation, we need to consider the impact on the purchasing power of the employees. And so I have seen salary increases this year average anywhere 3% up to about 8.5% in local governments in various regions of the country. We want to look to see has the impact of the study that was done 4 years ago, did it move the needle with respect to repositioning the county within the labor market? Generally speaking, you need to be somewhere around the 75th percentile to be competitive across the board. And so we will be measuring to see where the county currently sits in the labor market relative to those peers that I'm going to show you as I go through the presentation. In addition to creating a new compensation structure and system, we'll be writing new position descriptions for all the jobs in the organization. We'll also be reviewing the Fair Labor Standards Act designations with respect to which positions should qualify for status as exempt or non-exempt. And then, of course, we'll transition employees into the new system, determine cost impact, and then we'll also be recommending some policy and procedures relative to salary administration to accompany the new study that we will be putting together. Just a couple of points on our team. We are a female-owned firm. Carolyn Long, at the top of the chart there, is our executive vice president. She's the only individual in the compensation business that I'm aware of who has been recognized by the federal courts, specifically the Fourth Circuit out of Virginia, as an expert when it comes to gender and pay equity issues. She will serve as my backup as project director. If I'm not available, she will certainly be astute and up to speed on what's going on and can step in if need be. I told you a little bit about my background earlier. These three individuals here have varying degrees of expertise. Dr. Don Long is included as part of the project team. His expertise is public safety. We want him to focus on the detention center, the sheriff's department, as well as look at EMS and fire. Steve Foster will handle the market survey. Well, he'll contact the peer organizations. We're proposing to look at 13 different organizations in the state of North Carolina for comparison purposes, and Steve will coordinate that effort. And Friedrich is responsible for making sure our internet capability is up and running. We will be asking county employees to complete a job questionnaire online over the next couple of weeks, and Friedrich's job and role is to make sure that they can access that without any difficulty. When we talk about compensation, because it is such a contentious issue, it is a pocketbook issue, we need to make sure that we articulate to employees and everyone within the organization what the study is specifically designed to address. The first thing we want to do is to capture job data from the employees. We look at the employees as subject matter experts. It's not us coming in and saying, well, we typically see an administrative assistant do this type of work, or an officer handle these type of responsibilities. We want to know specifically what the individual employees are doing in this organization. Even if we've got multiple organizations with similar titles or classifications, there will always be nuances with respect to how that particular position is handled within the organization on a study. The second point in terms of putting the study together is to establish what we call internal equity. Before we go looking out in the labor market to see what's being paid for comparable jobs, we need to establish the hierarchical ranking of the positions within this organization based on level of responsibility and difficulty, as well as the qualifications associated with the given position. And that will be determined based on the job analysis evaluation process, which is predicated on the criteria or job factors that our company employs, which I will share those with you shortly. And then, of course, the other aspect of developing the study is to look out into the marketplace and determine external value of the positions that exist within other organizations that we contact. I do want to make sure that folks understand clearly 2 points. Point number one, last time we did this study, there was a bit of discussion about the market survey peers. The board at that time had some concerns about the list of organizations that we were looking at, not from the standpoint of whether or not they were relevant, but more from the standpoint of, well, this could skew the study because they may be bigger or they may have bigger resources. One of the things that I articulate to them and I want to share with you, when you do a compensation study, the market data is more of a reference point. It is used as part of the computer modeling process, and we use a linear regression computer modeling technique to create the new salary structure. But the market data is a guide or a reference point so we can see where jobs are trending with respect to compensation. The ultimate driver of where a job will come out with respect to pay grade and pay range is the internal job evaluation process, the overall scoring of that job based on our criteria. That will drive ultimately the outcome of the study. Now, some of the peers that we look at are very comparable in size. Some may be a little bit bigger, some may be smaller, but we're going to be collecting data in terms of an aggregate average, and we're not going to be looking at what individuals are currently being paid in these organizations for similar jobs. We're going to be looking at their pay structure and extrapolating information in terms of the value they've placed on those positions within their organization. You cannot build a statistically valid compensation structure by trying to base the analysis on what individuals are currently making in similar jobs in other jurisdictions, because that data has a number of variables that would not allow for a solid statistical outcome, because it's going to be driven by how long they've been in those positions, where they started within the pay structure, did their education experience exceed the minimums that the employee asked for. So there's a lot of variables we can't account for, but we can build a statistical valid study based on the value of the pay structure. And so we're able to attach a confidence level to the outcome based upon using that approach. And in this business, we've got to attach a confidence level that exceeds 90% with respect to the outcome of the study. We will look at different aspects of implementation, figure out the best implementation model for the county, give you some options. One of the things that was not sufficiently addressed in the last study was the issue of salary compression. Salary compression, for those that don't know, is when you have a relatively large number of employees with varying years of tenure. You could have some with 1 year up to maybe 7 or 8 years, but they're all clustered around the lower end of the pay structure. And so what happens is you're going to have new employees who are hired when the new structure is put in place. They're going to come in making salaries very similar to those that have been here for a few years. Now, we put forth a recommendation and a methodology to address that in the last study, but it was articulated to us that funding was an issue, and so that had to be scaled back. We hope that funding will allow us to address that issue during this go-around with respect to the study. And of course, we want to create a process and a system so as to, if the commission decides to create new positions or if job duties and responsibilities change with respect to an existing position, those jobs can be slotted within the confines of the new structure within the organization. One of the things that was a little bit of a concern last time that we noted is that reclassifications are something that we recommend that the HR staff continue to take a look at and monitor. Sometimes managers and supervisors mistake increase in job volume for the need to trigger a reclassification request, when in fact what should drive a reclassification request is a contextual change to the job. So let's say, for example, that I've been with the county 5 years and I don't supervise anyone, I'm just responsible for myself. But let's say the new fiscal year, I'm going to take supervision for 4 people, which is going to give me budgetary responsibility, disciplinary responsibility. That's a contextual change to that job, and therefore that job would need to be reclassified or reevaluated. Whereas if I'm simply continuing to take on more responsibility with respect to volume in my current position, that should be handled through the performance review process, noting the performance of the individual. And so we've got to make sure that going forward, so that we protect the integrity of the internal relationship of the study, that those requests that come into HR that are really not true reclassifications, that they need to be sent back to those departments. One of the things I've found, and I've been doing this for a long time, is some managers think that if they wordsmith the job description, use bigger, fancier words, that's going to help raise or elevate the grade of the position. And so we've got to be weary of that, because let's say, for example, if we've got 10 jobs in a pay grade 5, the argument is that those jobs are of equal value. That's why they're in the same grade. But if we're just taking a look at 2 jobs in that group and we move them up, what happens to the others that were left behind? Because initially we said they were the same value. And so things like that erode the integrity of the internal structure. And so those things we will be mindful of again as we go through and do the study. It's also important to talk about what we will not be doing. We will not make comments on staffing, whether we see or believe a department is overstaffed or understaffed. Won't make any comment relative to restructuring or realigning of functions or reporting relationships. This exercise has absolutely zero to do with employee performance or capabilities. The cold truth of the matter is this. Sometimes the most deserving individuals from a performance standpoint do not benefit from a compensation classification study. The reverse is true, the other side of that equation. Some employees who may not be your most stellar employees may in fact benefit from the study, because the study is not assessing performance, it's looking at the value of the position that the individual's in. We look at labor as a commodity, driven by the same principles of supply and demand as gasoline or orange juice. Doesn't matter who's in the position has a value. And so it does not always recognize hardworking employees, and sometimes there will be some that may not be the hardest working that may receive an immediate benefit from the study. But over time, everyone will see a benefit because the values of the jobs tend to increase. If we have a situation where the labor market is contracting, then of course we've got some economic issues in the greater economy. We don't guarantee that everybody gets a salary increase, but an organization of this size, and when we look at the diversity of jobs, there will be salary increase recommendations spread throughout the organization across all departments. We don't recommend reducing anyone's pay. If by chance we found someone whose current salary exceeded the maximums of the structure that we come back with, we would not recommend decreasing their pay. Everything we do is done in what we call our classification management software. It's a software program that was specifically designed to create salary structures and systems. It has probably far more functionality than we use, but it is cutting edge with respect to what else is out there on the market. And so within this software, it is programmed, as I said, with the linear regression model and algorithm, which actually predicts what a competitive structure will look like for Durham County. I talked about the criteria with respect to job evaluation and analysis. Before you are the 14 job factors or criteria that we look at when we assess the positions. This is how we create the internal hierarchical relationship. Jobs will be ranked based on their overall quantitative point score. Once I go through each one of the questionnaires completed by employees, apply our criteria, we'll be able to print a report that will show us the most complex position in the organization based on duties, responsibilities, and qualifications. And then in descending order, we'll be able to show the lesser complex positions all the way down to the position or positions deemed the least complex within the organization. Now, you don't have to be a consultant to figure out least complex position probably is going to be a labor-intensive position, maybe a groundskeeper or something of that type. Certainly, you can probably spot the most complex position in the study. It's generally the highest level of leadership with respect to position in the study. But it's how all those other jobs shake out in between is where this process has its merit and gives you a defensible mechanism to justify that certain jobs have higher salary levels or higher value than others. Speaking of the factors or criteria, we look at data responsibility, which is looking at the different types of reports and documents that employees prepare and produce. It could be as simple as an incident report or as complex as a budget document or a strategic plan. Once the employees identify their job task or duties, we're able to apply some decisions relative to how judgment is utilized in that position. We look at people responsibility, whether they're supervising, asset responsibility, whether you're managing a budget or responsible for equipment or materials, impact of the errors. If an employee exercises poor judgment or makes a bad decision, what are the ramifications to the organization? Could someone get hurt, whether it be an employee or a citizen, or could there be some type of litigation associated with it? Education and experience. These are two questions that sometimes get misconstrued. We're not asking the individual employees what their personal education level is or how long they've been with the county or how long they've been in their current job. We already have that type of data. What we're asking them as a subject matter expert, if they were given the opportunity to recruit and hire someone to perform the exact same duties that they have, what do they consider the appropriate minimum level of education and experience? This is important because we will be writing new job descriptions, and the job descriptions serve as job postings when the organization is looking to fill vacant positions. We will benchmark the information we get from the employees against best practices with respect to what we typically find in the industry of local government with respect to education and experience qualifications. We ask them to provide information with respect to different equipment they use. Are there any physical requirements associated with their position? Communication, who are they interacting with internally, externally, why? Any math or statistical computation a part of the job, particularly when it comes to producing records and reports I talked about. We also have what we call unavoidable hazards. Some jobs have some inherent risk associated with them. Obviously, the public safety positions, you're going to find that. But that also exists in public works when individuals are going down in manhole covers. There are toxins such as gases that exist. There's also street maintenance, trying to patch a pothole in a busy intersection is no small feat when people are zooming by and trying to talk on their cell phones at the same time. Safety of others. Everyone has some responsibility to ensure a safe workplace, whether it be for employees and the general public. So we want to isolate and identify what each employee's level of safety is within the organization. So as I go through the questionnaires produced by the employees and apply this criteria, I assign a rating score that runs from 1 to 10 in each one of those categories based on our patented consulting matrix, which provides descriptors that are indicative of giving a groundskeeper a score of 1 in data versus a 10 in data, so that I consistently grade the jobs to create that internal relationship. All the information for the job grading comes from the job analysis questionnaire or job profile questionnaire, which is a universal document that applies to any and every position in the organization. It takes about an hour and 20 minutes to complete. We're going to give employees 2 weeks to do it. They can access it from anywhere they have access to an internet connection and a computer. Can't be done on a smartphone or iPad. Once the employees provide the information and hit submit, it's locked into a PDF file, and it cannot be changed after that. Supervisors will have a chance to review the questionnaire submitted by the employees, but they cannot change the original submission. They can provide commentary beside each response. Where we find that there's a different comment relative to what the employee stated and what the supervisor comment on, those will be set aside, and we will work through HR to ascertain any differences or thought from the employee and the supervisor. They'll access it through our website. It'll be hosted on our system, not the county's, and they'll just enter in that web browser, www.magintl.org, and then it'll take them through process. Like many organizations, we have to fight off hackers, and so we've had to move to a more extensive firewall. The first thing they come to is what we call the guest area, which allows them to bypass the firewall by entering that password. Now, we'll be holding briefing sessions the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, where the employees can come in and receive around 45-minute briefing from one of our staff members that goes into details similar to what we're doing today in terms of the process, methodology, and the bulk of that time will be spent addressing questions and explaining how to complete the questionnaire. This is just a snapshot of the questionnaire. Once they get through the firewall, they enter their employee ID number as the security feature. They'll enter basic employee information such as name, title, date they were hired, date of promotion, identify their supervisor, and they can always print and retain a copy of this document. They can enter and exit the system as often as they like, as long as they hit save, it goes right back to where they previously left. But I just wanted to point out a couple of pages from the questionnaire. Like this particular page asks them to identify their essential tasks, which is another way of saying, what are your specific duties? A typical job may have anywhere between 10 and 15 duties. We're asking them to enter up to 10 specific tasks, just bullet statements. Then we ask them to estimate the percentage of time associated with each task, the frequency by which they do each task, and then if they have more than 5, rank the top 5 for us. This is important not only in terms of the job evaluation process, but this information is used as part of the Fair Labor Standards Review to determine exempt and non-exempt status. I talked about data being one of the criteria. You'll find that the questionnaire does not require a lot of detailed writing. It's not an SAT or ACT test. It asks that the employee read the statement, and then in most cases, they'll select a response that's most compatible with how, in this case, they use data in their current job capacity. Then at the bottom of the page, it asks for an example in the form of 1 or 2 sentences to support their selection. There's the experience requirement. There are a handful of questions where they can have multiple responses. The hazards question and then the ADA requirements question, they would check off all those that apply. And so once we've done the internal analysis, then it's time to shift focus and focus on the external market. You'll see before you the proposed market survey peers, City of Durham, Greensboro, Raleigh, and Winston-Salem, counties, Buncombe, Cumberland County, Forsyth County, Orange County, Gaston County, and I will be adding, recommending 3 additional counties, those counties of Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Wake County, and Guilford County. With respect to how do we decide which peers that we look at, well, we take into consideration a number of things. First of all, we start with geographic proximity because most people are willing to commit in terms of a commute up to an hour, maybe even an hour and a half, if the job is something that from a financial standpoint benefits them or it falls in line with their career aspirations. So people are willing to commute up to an hour and a half. Other things we look at size of organization's workforce, size of community, other characteristics such as, is it a university town? Is it heavily involved in certain industries like healthcare, medicine? And so we look at a number of different factors. Here, we think it's important to not only look at geographic proximity, but also isolate the urban centers throughout the state with respect to looking at the labor market. Now, the governmental entities, we can FOIA them, and they'll provide the information within usually 10 days. That doesn't apply to the private sector, so they will not complete a survey document. If you call requesting pay information on jobs from Amazon, it'll just wind up in someone's wastebasket. So we want to include the private sector because the county does compete with the private sector for various type of jobs throughout the organization. So there's a service called ONET, which is populated with data from the Federal Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, that we're able to go through that website and resource to capture private pay data. And so we'll be looking to identify those jobs in the area regionally from a private sector standpoint that also will exist in the county. We do the job evaluation on every position. We do a sample for the market survey to attach a 90% or greater statistical confidence level to the results that we come back with. We will take a sample, usually 20 to 25% for statistical validity, and we will select jobs that we call benchmark jobs. They will drive the foundation of the study through the computer model, and we select those jobs based on job families. Some jobs will be clerical, administrative, paraprofessional, IT, legal, occupational, protective services or public safety, trades such as carpenters, electricians, plumbers, transportation positions, drivers, mechanics, accounting, finance, architectural, engineering, healthcare support, supervisory, managerial, and executive. And just in summary, should you ever find yourself in a briefing or reviewing some information that talks about compensation development and job value, any entity in this business has to do these two things. They've got to have a mechanism in terms of job factors or criteria to establish the internal relationship. Externally, they've got to identify the market or the applicant pool, and then they have to have some type of statistical process or methodology to mesh together the two sets of data. Two sets of data being the evaluation score, the aggregate market averages to create the new structure, and then transition current employees over to new structure, identify the cost impact per individual, per department, and then organizational as a whole, and look to figure out the best way to implement the studies. Now, one of the things that I would say is happening in probably 90% of the studies we've done this year, in addition to determining the cost and financial impact per employee, per department to transition to the new study, because inflation is running so high, many of the organizations, and I'd say 90% of the studies we've done this year, are providing some type of retention incentive as a macro adjustment to buffer employees with respect to the cost of living via inflation, and also to make sure that current employees are moving further into the pay structure and distancing them from the lesser tenured employees who will come after the study has been approved and implemented. So we'll be looking at that and making some recommendations along those lines as well. And I'm not going to go through this in ad nauseum, but everything I've talked about is isolated into 8 steps. The initial step is meeting with Kathy's staff, which we've already begun over the past couple of weeks, having discussions about goals, objectives, timeline. Step 2 is employee communication. We're going to be holding those meetings in September with the employees. They'll be able to come in, get a briefing, ask questions, looking at the current plan, identifying issues that we want to adjust or correct in the new plan, market survey. We will not issue or start the market survey till we get the green light from Kathy. Ultimately, the organization approves who we compare you to. I provided you recommendations and guidance based on my expertise, but ultimately the county decides who we collect data from a comparison standpoint. And then step 5, we're developing the new pay structure. Another issue that came up in the last study, because the organization is quite large in terms of number of employees and the diversity of the jobs, we recommended having, I believe it was 4 different pay plans, but they were all built from the same statistical tree. We had a executive plan for those jobs that were assistant director and above. We had a public safety plan, because public safety jobs are moving and change faster in the labor market than any other occupational grouping. Probably IT would also be considered in that category. So it was important to isolate those positions on their own pay structure, so that if the county needed to make changes based on current market conditions a year or 2 years out, they could do that and isolate those job groupings without impacting every job within the organization. And then we had, I believe, a general pay plan, which included jobs that were not public safety and were not executive. So we actually had 3. And then one of the questions came up, from someone on the commission asked, why are the top ends so high? Well, one of the things that you have to be cognizant of when you design a pay structure is to make sure that employees have salary growth with respect to potential. You've invested time, effort, and resources in training and developing folks. The last thing you want to see happen is them leave because they're topped out. They can't increase their earning potential, which impacts their retirement payout. And so we want to make sure that they're not excessive, but we want to make sure they're in line with what we're seeing with other organizations. So we want to make sure that on the low end, the entry-level salaries, I would say probably 70% of the people you hire, if the entry-level salaries are competitive enough, you can get them around the minimum. And then for more experienced people who have the experience and education that exceeds the minimum, you're going to bring them in greater than the minimum, but you should have a policy, whereas maybe they can be brought in up to maybe 15 or 20% above the minimum, and that needs to be consistently applied. You can't just do that, for example, in the sheriff's department and not do that in IT or human resources. It has to be applied across the board. And that was one of the issues that I had some concern about in the last study. There was a huge premium on public safety, and I understand that, but that shouldn't come at the expense of the other departments and other positions, because you need all the departments and all job groups in the county to make it work. And so from our standpoint, we're going to make recommendations and build pay structures and values that are fair to all job groups, all employees within the organization. Step 6 is the draft report process. I come back, I sit down with Kathy and her staff. We review the draft, give them an opportunity to review it, provide feedback. Any issues that they can identify that are concerned that merit a second review, we'll certainly do that. If we can show that the data that we use and information we had supports the recommendation, then it will stand on its own merit. And then step 7, hopefully I'll be back in front of you guys to deliver the final report and get your support to get it implemented. Do have a bit of a homework assignment for the commission. Next week, I will be sending over to Kathy an initial draft of a compensation philosophy. And I'm going to draft a basic compensation philosophy, and I want Kathy to share that with each commissioner, provide that to you, and then you guys come up with a consensus as to what you believe the compensation philosophy should be for the organization as a whole, in terms of how you view pay, typically how you provide increases in terms of, are we an organization that just a general increase, or are we going to have merit? Are we going to have something to recognize longevity? Are we going to commit to doing a study every 4 or 5 years, which is best practices? And it talks about being, recognizing that your most valuable asset is your employees, but you also understand you have fiscal constraints, and you've got to be good stewards of taxpayer money. But I'm going to put together a basic draft of that philosophy, and then, as it should be, internally, you guys fine-tune it to what you believe reflects the wishes of the majority of the commission. So that will be coming shortly.
You want us to do this by next week?
No, I'm going to get it to you next week. You can
Get
take
it to us next
the next 2 months to do it if you like.
Okay, great. Because
You'll
I
get-
was thinking, we can't go back and forth with emails, so we have to wait till at least the first week in October, so we can have a meeting together and discuss it.
As long as we have that information before the study is actually completed,
Okay.
which probably won't be until
Yeah.
January. be fine. Just want to share with you, in terms of the questionnaires, the employees will have, beginning September 20th up to October 3rd to do the questionnaire. Supervisors will have a week from October 4th through the 11th to do their review. And then, we continue to do what we do behind the scenes in terms of reviewing the existing plan, the market survey, and preparing that draft report, which we hope we'll have before Thanksgiving. And then ultimately a presentation of the final report early in the new year. These are the things that I wanted to share with you, talk about. I know it's a lot at one time, but if you have some preliminary questions, I certainly will be happy to entertain those. I suspect you'll have many more questions, as we get closer to actually producing something for you to review.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And, I've seen you present before to us, and we appreciate the work that you do, and I'm sure our employees do as well. I just have one quick question for clarification. You mentioned around education. Do you consider when people get certifications, you consider certifications as well as their education?
Great question. When we're putting a study together, we'll take in consideration certifications or licensure that they have during the time of the study. As part of our policy and procedure aspect of the study, we'll provide guidance on how to incentivize folks and recognize additional certifications or licensure after the study has been done.
Yeah, because we have, Durham Tech is doing a lot of certifications for us, and we want to make sure that if any of our employees are getting certifications, that those things will be considered.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much for this detailed presentation. It's really helpful to appreciate the big picture that you're giving us.
Glad I didn't put anybody to sleep.
What's that?
I'm glad I didn't put anybody to sleep.
No, no.
Good information.
Yeah, I would love to get a copy of the PowerPoint that would be great. So I guess I would love to hear from you a little bit more. When I think about us looking at compensation, it seems like it's such a radically different world now, if we are actually post-pandemic or just living with COVID now. And just wondering how you will factor in, or how can we factor in things like, for instance, now in Durham County, we have workers who are still working virtually. Some may, some departments may continue to do that for the foreseeable future. Hybrid work, just how does that get factored in now? Some of these, or even flexibility about job sharing, the work week. And the other question is, I know you're just looking at compensation, but how do we give value to our benefits and the other things that make a job attractive for people, which now is, for some people, is being able to work wherever or work whenever. But also, when we compare ourselves to others, because, we have really great benefits in Durham County. So how does that factor in?
Okay. Let's start with the landscape post-pandemic. Working from home or teleworking has been around for 20 plus years. Usually it was isolated for a very limited number of jobs, particularly IT positions, where they could be anywhere, but they could remotely log in and fix issues with desktop computers or laptops. What has happened now, because of the pandemic, it became a much broader issue within an organization where, out of necessity, unless they were considered essential, like public safety or sanitation, everybody was working from home. And so one of the things I've shared with a number of organizations that I'm working with that are kind of struggling with a lot of folks don't want to come back into the office. And so I've always said that if it makes sense from the standpoint of the organization to have some people work remote, maybe not the entire week, but maybe a couple of days a week, then it potentially is a win-win from a morale standpoint as well as productivity from the organization. I'm working with an organization now, which is county government in Virginia, and they've asked all their department heads to identify potential jobs in their department that it may make sense to extend teleworking and under work conditions. And then the administration will review that with HR and decide whether or not it makes sense. And so my best advice there is to do an inventory, and it should be driven by department heads because they're responsible for managing the resources of that department, which includes the people, provide their input to HR, and HR works with them. And then ultimately, once those departments where positions are identified that it makes sense, and then bring that to the administrator, who ultimately will share that with the commission. The other thing I wanted to say that
before you go further with that, if I can interject to Commissioner Jacobs' point, because we have widespread remote work, does that impact our study in terms of pay, not just locally, but from jurisdictions and private companies throughout the United States?
Whether you're working from an office above your garage or working in that new building you built across the street, that has no bearing on the value of the work. The work is the same, okay? It doesn't change just because where you're doing the work happens to take place. So it has no bearing on the results of direct compensation. Now, on the indirect compensation side, where you're looking at things like benefits and the work environment, that's where it has the potential to have an impact, because there are some employees who really value that and will, quite frankly, make a decision on coming to work for your organization, whether or not they're going to have an opportunity to work some from home. And so that's why I say you've got to do an inventory and assess that and decide if that makes sense. The other thing I was going to say, post-pandemic, now it's about the quality of work life. It's not just about pay. It's about a holistic approach in terms of presenting your organization as an employee of choice. And that's going to require looking at things like telework, looking at your professional development programs where employees have an opportunity to advance within the organization. And particularly if you want to recruit millennials, which you're going to have to do more of as the older folks exit the workforce. I know I've got two daughters who came out of college over the past 2 years. As I have told them, you need to start helping Daddy repay these student loans. And so they're not concerned with health insurance and benefits. They want to maximize their annual salary to help address those type of things. So those are some of the things you're going to have to look at.
And I would also like to add that that is something that we hope that you all will give us some input as we talk about the compensation philosophy and addressing those younger employees who are just entering the market in terms of health benefits versus a retirement account that they can use that money for, because they're not as interested in that stuff as we are currently, we being old people like me.
So let me interject something here. Is there going to be another opportunity for the board to engage with you? And what I'm doing is I'm looking at time here. We've got about 7 minutes, and we're going to need to move on to the next item. And I know commissioners have questions that they want to ask. So is there another time to engage in this conversation?
Dr. Sowell?
We can certainly schedule some, what we call the 2-2-1s, to allow for more intimate discussions and questions. If that would be beneficial for you all, we can certainly do that.
And I just had one thing that's time sensitive. You mentioned there are going to be these employee orientations. Was there any consideration of doing like one virtual? Or
Yes, we are doing one virtual.
Right, thank you.
And 2 in person. And also, before we close, we do need to know if you're fine with the peer jurisdictions that have been identified so that the work can commence.
And if you can either go back to that slide and then also mention the ones that we're going to add, the jurisdictions we'll add.
Before you'll see the 10 peers, well, 9 peers in the private sector, municipalities of Durham, Greensboro, Raleigh, and Winston-Salem, and then the counties of Buncombe, Cumberland, Forsyth, Orange, and Gaston. And I'm proposing adding 3 additional counties, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Guilford County, and Wake County, because those are relevant labor markets that the county competes in. And so that would give us 12 city-county combination, and then the private sector, which would be through the ONET service.
So you're looking for more counties? Is that?
We're just going to add 3 more counties.
A confirmation of what we've identified, the 3 he just mentioned and those 10.
The first thing comes to mind is always Buncombe County and Charlotte, Cumberland County. You have Cumberland on there.
Yeah, we do.
And remember, we're compiling aggregate averages, so it will balance out the size issue. All right?
I can't think of another one.
Those look good to me.
It sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Get started.
I did have one.
You got another county, Commissioner Carter?
Do we have time for one question?
One quick one.
Okay, I'll try to be quick.
Well, thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. I agree, this was a really helpful presentation, and really appreciate your willingness to work with us again.
I'm not too scarred from the first time.
Me either. I'm really excited that you're giving us a chance to think about the compensation philosophy, and I think that will be important, and we'll perhaps bring into the conversation about how do we consider the total compensation package. And the other thing I wanted to know, if compensation philosophy is where this would come into play, I do think this board believes that we want to pay our employees not just based on the market, but based on our values that everyone should earn a wage that would allow them to live in Durham County. And so you know, maybe the market is only $15 an hour for some of our low, whatever you call those, ranked jobs. But we would believe, you know, we would have a threshold that would be much higher than that, even though it might not match up with the market. How do we do that? How do we address that?
Great question, and I'll just take 2 minutes to respond. I completed recently a study for the New Orleans Water and Sewer Board, which is a large water and sewer authority of about 2,000 people. We came back with a study that was right at market level, and because the organization had a policy that said all employees had to live within the city limits, and housing is a premium down there, the board voted and said, Russell, increase the entire structure by 20%. We think that additional 20% will allow those to afford to live in the city. So the minimum job pay was like $22 an hour. And so once we come back with where you need to be right at the market, if you want to go above that, we certainly can have that discussion.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work. All right. Okay, commissioners, our next item here is the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study. The board is requested to review an update from Go Triangle on the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study. And Ellen Beckman, our County Transportation Manager, will introduce the resources before beginning the presentation. And hi, Chuck. And
All right, thank you. Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager. Chuck Latuka is here, CEO of Go Triangle, and Catherine Eggleston, Chief Development Officer of Go Triangle. So this is an update on the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Study. As y'all know, commuter rail is proposed to provide passenger rail service between Durham, Wake, and potentially Johnston counties. This has been in Durham's plans since 2011, so since the beginning. And the county has supported this project and authorized the study to take place starting back in 2020. We're nearing the end of the 2-year study process, so Go Triangle is going to present some of the findings. No action is requested today. However, there is the expectation that the regional partners, including Durham County, will ultimately decide when and how to advance the project. In addition, we are updating the Durham County Transit Plan, and that will be brought forward later this year, and commuter rail is one of the projects under consideration with that plan. So no action today, but action will be coming soon. So this is a really good opportunity to hear from Go Triangle and get some of your questions answered. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chuck.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Appreciate the ability to be here today to discuss with the commissioners the draft findings of the...
Excuse me, Chuck. Can you put the mic closer to you?
Is that better? Closer?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Is it either closer or louder? The other.
I've been accused of talking too loud sometimes, but that's good. So we're here to present the some findings, draft findings of the study that's been going on for the past 2 years. We have some really good data to share with you. What we found, we've been modeling and forecasting a lot of what's going on from a population and job standpoint and the need for more transit services for the region. Ellen said it was the beginning of the end, or excuse me, the end of this study, but it's really a beginning of making decisions that are going to take us into the future on having some kind of regional rail system that's going to serve the region in the future. And we look forward to your input. It's really important. As we present these findings to you, the study is still in draft form. We presented it to the Go Triangle board on August 24th, and they've actually asked us to come back and look at even more options that were offered in the draft study. And we look forward to hearing from this body some comments on the options and perhaps what else we should be looking at. So with that, I'll get into the presentation. There's a lot of study partners in this project. So the counties, obviously, Durham was 1/3 funding partner with Wake and Johnson County funding the study. We had Campo and DCHC. We've had NCRR, North Carolina Railroad, and NCDOT as part of our stakeholder groups, and also some of our institutional players in our towns have all been part of this over the last 2 years, meeting with them sometimes monthly to discuss where we were with the study and give updates. Next slide. We've been doing a lot of modeling and forecasting, and what we've been finding as part of this study is that the current population and vehicle ownership and congestion is going to be going up. So we're a population of about 2 million as of 2020, and the region's current population owns about 1.3 million vehicles. You can see the road network system here is somewhat congested, with red being very congested, and yellow somewhat congested, and green free-flowing during peak times in our transportation system here on the road network. So that's not too terrible of a map. I've lived in places that were much worse, and I think that's, I think up until now, things have been going pretty well from the road network standpoint, because there's been continual building over the past many years. Next slide. But as the population begins to grow, or continues to grow, we'll reach over 3 million people by 2050, and it'll be about 2.3 million cars in the area. And here's what happens to the road network when you get to that point, especially if nothing is done in a major way to account for this congestion. So it becomes a very congested looking map, and certainly is going to be have an impact on the triangle as far as employment and desirability to move here and perhaps create new jobs here. So we want to make sure that we don't get to this point by 2050. That is the goal. Next slide. So the jobs are growing as well as the population. So between now and 2050, more than 800,000 new jobs are going to be coming to the region, and that's really great news. They've been coming for the past 20 years, and even more are coming, so the next 20 years. And it's next, I'll go back. So you'll see an outline of the North Carolina Railroad corridor, which we've been studying to build a passenger rail service. And 350,000 of the new jobs that are coming would be located within a mile either side of that of that freight corridor that we have now. I heard the train going by earlier, so you're very familiar with the railroad corridor, and it is well used by freight. It's also Amtrak serves this corridor. And state-supported Amtrak services serve this corridor. So there's passenger service in the corridor now. There's a lot of freight service. And we have been looking at ways to fit everything into this corridor. Every little dot that you see on this map represents 50 jobs. So you can see where the jobs are going to be. Durham is going to be receive a lot of jobs. That 15501 corridor is going to get a lot of jobs also. And then you see a heavy concentration between RTP and Raleigh, and then going up the Route 1 corridor toward Wake Forest. A lot of job growth there. Johnston County is kind of a special problem. They are going to get quite a bit of jobs and population over the next 20 years, and that county is probably going to double in population over the next 20 years. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Catherine Eggleston, our Chief of Development.
Thanks, Chuck. So I will get into some of the description of the analysis that we completed in the feasibility study. One of the aspects of the work that we've done is updating the ridership projections for 2040 based on those updated population and employment numbers that Chuck was just talking about. So what we see with this rail system is that there are boardings throughout the system. It's not like a conventional commuter rail system that you may think about carrying people from the suburbs to a single downtown. We have a multi-jurisdictional project here with lots of boardings throughout the corridor. That's kind of what's depicted on this graphic here. Lots of boardings in Durham, fewer in the center of the corridor, and then lots in Wake County and down to the east. So the major work that we did in this phase of study is really intended to update our cost estimates and projections for implementation schedule for the project. When we say feasibility study, we're really looking at what are the challenges to implementation, what are the things that are going to drive the costs of delivery of the project, make the schedule take longer than we might have thought, so that we have a good understanding of what those challenges are, what those costs ultimately would be before we move much farther down the implementation timeline. So our updated estimates for the corridor for a project from West Durham to Garner or Clayton, updated cost estimate for building the project is $2.8 to $3.2 billion. This is about 50% higher than the cost estimate that was developed during phase one of the study, and that's in the adopted plans in Durham and Wake. There are three things that are really driving those cost increases. One is escalation, which we all know about, all are experiencing locally, statewide, nationally. We feel it's prudent to incorporate the increased costs due to the market volatility that we're seeing right now. It is possible that outlook will get better, but we want to be appropriately conservative when we're talking about the planning horizons that we're talking about here. The second item that is driving the cost increases is what we really were doing this study for. We have been engaging with the host railroads to do capacity modeling for the corridor to validate what infrastructure would be required to be able to support the service. So coming into this study, we knew that in order to support adding commuter rail to the existing corridor, it would be necessary to add a second track where there's one track now. So the cost of that had been included in the previous estimates. But what we've learned over the course of this phase of study is that there's additional infrastructure that would be required in order to support that service. So in addition to a second track between West Durham and Auburn, there would be a need for a third track in a portion of the corridor in East Durham where there's an existing freight rail yard. there would be a need for a second track west of the West Durham station to accommodate the increased traffic through downtown, kind of associated with that freight yard, getting long trains in and out of there through congested area. And there were a few other pieces of infrastructure identified throughout the corridor, and some kind of upstream, downstream, outside of the immediate project corridor that was identified in that modeling study. So we have that work completed with the railroads, and the cost estimate incorporates those the increased costs of that additional infrastructure. The third category of cost driver here is related to what we did from a feasibility standpoint, looking at some of the areas that we know are more complex, downtown Durham, downtown Cary, where there's historic buildings, lots of grade crossings, just to ensure that we have a feasible solution for those. We have updated cost estimates. So on the good news side, we do think there are feasible solutions to get that second track through those areas, but they do come with a little bit of increased cost, which is incorporated in the estimate. On the operations and maintenance side, the cost estimate for that is updated, $42 million a year to operate and maintain this system. That those costs would be shared between Durham and Wake for this project corridor that we're looking at here. Good news on the daily boardings. Again, this is updated based on new socioeconomic information, population, employment, projections of between 12,000 and 18,000 boardings a day by 2040. That's a little higher. Our previous estimates were up to about 10,000 daily boardings by 2040. Updated implementation timeline puts the start of service between 2033 and 2035, so a little bit longer, again, than what's envisioned currently in the Durham and Wake transit plans. So with these higher numbers for cost, we do have some concerns about the project's viability for the federal grant program, the New Starts program, which could fund up to 50% of the project. This project, in previous phases of study, has been envisioned to be seeking funding from that program. With these updated numbers, the project is kind of right on the line of what it would need to be able to be funded for that. In some cases, if you look at the numbers, it's actually below what would be needed to get that medium rating to be able to get money from that program. So we have concerns about that. Additionally, that program is actually being updated for the first time in a long time. The criteria for what is needed to be able to qualify for federal funding through that program may change. We won't know that until likely sometime next year, how those criteria are changing and how it would affect the project. We don't know if it would be positive, negative, neutral. Again, concerns about that, given that the project is scoring kind of right on the line of the existing criteria. We may want to see what those criteria changes are before really having a good picture of whether the project continues to be a good candidate for that program. So with the, again, higher cost, concern about federal funding eligibility, and then basically a gap with what's currently committed in the Durham and Wake transit plans, there would be significant funding challenges to being able to move forward with the project kind of that you see on the screen here on that timeline. Those delivery date timelines for 2033 and 2035 would require that a decision is made this calendar year to move forward, and that the funding would be in place to be able to implement on that timeline. So as a result of kind of those challenges, we're looking for opportunities to think about delivering the project potentially in phases. That's a question that we get when we hear, well, the costs are much higher. We're not sure about being able to implement on that timeline. Is there somewhere that you could get started with the project to keep it moving forward? So we have looked at where the challenges to implementation are across the corridor, what you might be able to implement if you were to take a phased approach. We've identified, this feasibility study has identified that the challenges to implementation are not uniformly distributed across the corridor. We'll get into this. There's kind of a lot of words on the next few slides, but we don't have to read them all today here for your reference. But we'll run through just a few of these challenges and how we're thinking about implementation, again, in potentially a phased approach. So Looking at the western portion of the corridor from West Durham to RTP, I mentioned earlier there's a few locations here where additional infrastructure beyond what was even originally envisioned with the second track would be needed. That number 1 signifies the additional track west of West Durham. That would be needed. East Durham, as I mentioned, a third track would be needed past the rail yard out there. There are some crossing closures that would be needed in East Durham in order to implement the project. Plum Street would need to be closed in order to provide a station in that location. That's something that we've been looking at in this phase of study. Additionally, with the third track being added, that may require closure of Driver Street in order to accomplish the third track in the way that the host railroads have proposed it. It would require closing Driver Street. In order to avoid that closure, the railroad partners would need to be able to accept an alternative design. We have initiated that discussion with the railroad partners, but we have not been able to proceed that to resolution at this point. So there's some things on the track infrastructure side through downtown Durham that would need to be addressed in order to move forward. Additionally, the location of the RTP station would need to be confirmed. That's a little bit of a lesser thing, but it's just an item that would need to be addressed. So we have been asked to look at, what would it cost and what would the ridership be to be able to start with a segment of the project from West Durham to RTP, kind of looking at phases. What if this was the phase 1? So what we're looking at for that is a total cost of about $1.6 billion for ridership, about 3,000 riders a day by 2040. So we'll remember those numbers. We can revisit those when we talk about the other couple segments we'll look at on the next slides. So the central portion of the corridor also has some challenges. These are primarily related to coordination in the segment of the corridor between downtown Cary and downtown Raleigh. Again, a lot of words on this slide, don't need to read them all right now. So there are downtown Cary, we have an existing Amtrak station similar to the existing Amtrak station downtown Durham. There's some challenges with that existing location, impacts on traffic. Town of Cary is looking at moving their Amtrak station from east of Harrison Avenue to west of Harrison Avenue. That needs to get worked out with all the railroad parties, including Amtrak, in order to be able to move that forward. So there's some questions on timing of getting all that put together. Also some questions on timing for some grade separations that the state plans to do. As you all may be familiar, the state has had some funding challenges of its own, had a number of projects that were programmed to be completed in the time frame that we're talking about that now have been deferred. So in order to move forward with implementation of commuter rail in this segment of the project, ideally you would want those grade separations that DOT had planned to fund about $200 million worth of projects to have already happened or be able to be happening in parallel. Right now the timing of those is in question. They're kind of pushed out some of these into the future, and so we would want to avoid the costs of those projects accruing to the commuter rail project if the commuter rail project comes through first. So that's an issue that would really need to be worked out if this segment of the corridor were to be moved forward first. And then lastly, west of Raleigh Union Station, we have known issues with capacity for freight and existing intercity. And that, again, would need to be worked out to be able to move forward with this. So if this were to move forward as a phase 1 from Raleigh to RTP or Ellis Road, kind of the central segment of the corridor moving forward as phase 1, the cost estimate for that is about $1 billion with ridership of about 4,000 trips a day by 2040. And then when we go to the east, southeast Wake County, feasibility study identified fewer obstacles over here. It would still be necessary to get agreements with the host railroads. Here, that's NTRR and Norfolk Southern. CSX doesn't operate in this portion of the corridor, so it's a little bit more simple. There's fewer Amtrak trains in this portion of the corridor as well, so less concerns with capacity on the intercity side. In order to implement the project into Johnston County, funding would need to be identified there. Currently, Johnston County is funding this study but doesn't have funding identified for implementation of the project. So while we have the fewest obstacles here, there are still some things that would need to be worked out. I wouldn't say that it's easy, just that there's less to deal with over here. So for this segment of the project, the cost estimate, again, for this to be moved forward as phase one, cost estimate is around $600 million for about 4,000 trips a day. So as I said, we've been looking at options for these different phases of what could be moved forward as phase one. Really are looking to have a conversation. As Chuck said, the intent of kind of release of these study results or preliminary results is to begin that conversation about options for moving forward. So the last piece I want to talk about before we get to next steps is federal grant funding. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we have concerns about the project's original funding plan of seeking 50% of its funding from the federal New Starts program. That may be possible, but right now we have concerns about it. So one thing that's happened since this study began is at the federal level, they adopted the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which provides really unprecedented funding levels for infrastructure, in particular for rail infrastructure. What's on the screen here is just a graphic describing the different programs for rail infrastructure that are available. So one of the things that we're doing, and we've been working with Ellen on this, is looking at opportunities for pieces of the project to be put forward standalone to be able to apply for some of this grant funding through these other programs. Projects that would have independent safety benefits, independent benefits for freight or intercity traffic that doesn't rely on the commuter rail, would benefit the commuter rail when the commuter rail comes in the future, but could be advanced earlier and ultimately serve to reduce the cost to implement the commuter rail if these things can be funded earlier and with a higher federal participation. Generally, these programs, the federal participation can be up to 80%, which is significantly more than what we would be able to achieve on the transit side if we can. So we're working hard right now to identify that menu of options of projects that could be submitted for these programs, and we'll be working with staff at our partner agencies to think about the schedule for when those applications would be made. So for next steps, I'm going to hand it back over to Chuck and then discussion.
Thank you, Catherine. So our next step we would like to do is put this out to the public pending authorization from our Go Triangle board in September to start getting some public input. And we were planning a 45-day public input period with open house workshops and virtual options for the public to participate and giving us their input. So we were looking forward to doing that. I think we're going to get quite a bit of input on this plan. We're going to refine our financial plan and grant strategy. So what Catherine just pointed out, that there's a lot of federal FRA money out there, but it really depends on making a decision about what the project, defining the project area, right? So if it's a Central, or if it's a Durham, or if it's the Raleigh-Garner, Clayton section, then you would develop a strategy to apply for those grants for the sections that were not anticipated in a first phase approach. So that's important to do. We're also looking at federally guaranteed load programs to see if we do build a project with a smaller footprint, how could we finance that through some federal loan program. So we're not ready to talk about that today, but that's something the staff is actively working on. And then we need a decision on what are we doing and when are we moving forward with it, and that's what we're looking for for the guidance of this body, also in Wake County and Johnson County commissioners to weigh in on what can be done, because I think that the challenge here is we want to do the whole project, right? That's the goal, to do the whole project. We want to get from West Durham to Clayton. That's what we started out looking at. We want to get there. I think that's what the region needs for its long term. So if we do decide, what we found is that we don't think the transit plans can support a full project. So if we do take a phased approach, then we want to figure out, okay, how do we ultimately build out the full system? Because my feeling is, yeah, if we do take a phased approach, that's good. And I think it'll also be healthy to get things going. It would help us with our grant strategy going forward for other federal grant programs. But the goal is to serve the entire region, not just one phase. So we got to keep that in mind, and that's very important to Go Triangle and the staff. And we've heard that from the county staffs and also from some of the commissioners and our Go Triangle board. So that's pretty much where we are today, and we'd be happy to take some questions from the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, that's it? That's it? Thank you all for your report. I'll open it up for questions, comments from the board. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you for the update. I will be pretty direct about my personal position on this. I think it's a no-brainer that we need to look at a phased approach. That's totally what makes sense, and that we need to look and take advantage of these other federal funding opportunities where we have an 80-20 match. And frankly, I feel like the discussion should not be just about, well, here are the challenges, but it's also, what are the costs of not moving forward? We talk about, what are the issues, but we don't talk about what are the costs and the future of our region and of Durham County, because that's, my focus is Durham County. There are costs to the future of our community for not trying to move forward in any way possible. When you look at that first heat map, which says it all, you look at 2050 and and everything is red. We're talking about massive traffic and congestion. And then you look at the other map that shows where the job growth is. And let's be frank again, the job growth is east of Durham County. If our residents do not have a fast, affordable, convenient way to get to those jobs in the future, then we are doing a disservice to the people in our community. And there's no other great region or great city, not just in this country, but in the world, that does not have a good train system. It must be an option that people have in our community. Two things on top of mind. I'm fortunate enough to just come back from visiting my son who's living in Brazil. We think of Brazil as being a poor country. I was in Sao Paulo yesterday. They have an amazing metro system. They're investing in transportation for the people in their communities. And last night I was reading the New York Times. There's a great social media clip about people in Dakar, Senegal, getting a train, a commuter train for the first time, and people riding a train who've never ridden a train before, and how it has opened up job possibilities and improved people's lives in Africa. So I really would like to understand who, the timeline here. So now we're going into a 45-day public comment period. Are you going to be providing, to Commissioner Byrne's point about another issue, we have to also educate people. So I hope that part of the public comment period is going to start out with educating people about a phased approach, about the federal funding opportunities. And again, if we don't go after this federal money, that's a once in a generation, then we are doing a disservice to our community. So I would ask that type of education be a part of the outreach. But I really want to know what is the strategy and who is going to take responsibility. You showed us the 5 different touch point areas, for instance, for Durham. That takes leadership, whether it's from staff, elected officials, Go Triangle, city, county. Who is going to take the lead? The issues around downtown Durham, they've been here since the light rail project. I'm glad to see Brian Fox here from the Durham Chamber. But who is, can the chamber help bring people together? I'm a little frustrated at this point that people are not already getting together and working on these issues. So, I think I feel a sense of urgency that people should be working. We know what the problem areas are, and people should be working together right now on those solutions. So I really would like to also see who's going to take responsibility, who's going to get these conversations and stakeholders together. And then with a phased approach, then we have to be working hand in glove with the NCDOT Rail Division. And the county has to take a lead on applying. So again, I understand we've got different conditions now, but I want to know what the timeline is and who is going to be responsible for each part of overcoming those challenges. And the third thing is, if we're going to look at a phased approach, Durham County needs to be in one of those, the first phase, no matter what, whether it's Raleigh to Ellis Road or West Durham to RTP. We need to be in that first phase of going after the federal money. I know you mentioned Clayton to Raleigh. Johnson County has not even passed a transit tax. So, we've we have skin in the game. We've been working on this for a long time. So that's my other position, is Durham County cannot be left behind.
So, and I'll just kind of chime on to what Commissioner Jacobs and they have heard me on the Go Triangle board that it's really the urgency. We're feeling the urgency here in Durham. We're feeling the urgency of being pushed aside. We're hearing Johnson County, we're hearing Wake County and Durham on the end. That doesn't fit for Durham County. We're not fitting on the end. There has been, we looked at the study, there's a lot of conversation about Johnson County and about the foreclosures, the possibility of early term commuter rail project construction, all of this. But then when we have conversations, and Chuck, we've had this conversation, and you know where I stand, that it's about Durham. It's about regional rail. But talking about regional rail, Durham can't be put on the back end. I was coming in yesterday from down in Riceville Beach. Traffic was horrible to get home. Durham can't be put off on the back end. Johnson County has no money. They haven't, as Commissioner Jacobs just said, they don't. I mean, they're doing what they can do. We passed the sales tax even before Wake County did. Wake County is a larger county than we are. We've got over 1 million people. But I want to hear, what are we doing? What are we doing to generate the money? What are the applications that we're filling out? I want to hear about difficulties. Everything is difficult in life. Life is difficult, and as I said before, life has been difficult for me since I was born in this world Black. Difficulty is not what I want to hear from Go Triangle. I want to hear, what is the possibilities? What are the possibilities that we can do? If we can't talk about possibilities, what are we doing? Because this has got to happen, and we just cannot keep talking about it's hard. Jesus, life is hard, depending on where you were born and how you were born. So what we're asking from Go Triangle is, what are the things that we can do? What can we apply for? And there are things we can't apply for, but what can we apply for so that we get the 80-20%?
So I think that, so a lot of what you just said is very true, and we've gotten a lot of feedback, similar feedback from other folks. And I do not believe that any project will be built without the inclusion of Durham and Raleigh together in the first phase. Okay, Johnston County has voiced at certain meetings that they don't have money to put into a project right now, and they would prefer to see that other folks build something and they would see how it goes before they invest in a rail project. Certainly, though, as Go Triangle and it's being a multi-county agency, and this is being a multi-county study, we have a duty to all the counties to discuss what the options are. And I think Catherine put together a west and a central and an eastern options. I think that's fine. I think that helps get the conversation started. But I agree. I do not believe personally that without Durham and Raleigh in the phase one together, that we're going to be successful in building a project. And we, once we define that project area, whether it be Raleigh Ellis Road or Durham to RTP, certainly that's where we're going to start building our grant strategy on getting the rest of it done. Because some of these projects, depending on what the first phase includes, will be built by the project, and then the rest we need to keep working on. So I think there are a lot of grade crossings. I know Catherine talked about some road closures. I think there could be grade separations at these closures, but again, at a significant cost and probably taking some property in order to get that done. But some of these closures, especially I think Driver, is certainly going to have a high impact on your development plans as a county. Because you have some developments that have been proved out there that probably couldn't, withstand a road closure. So we want to work with Durham and all the counties and to make sure that we can get these projects done that will help build the full project, because we want the full project. I just think that we need to start somewhere first.
So talk about a little bit more about the grade separation. As related to the railroads.
Do you want to talk about grade separation?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of conversations with NCDOT Rail Division as well as NCRR with respect to some of these grade crossing closures, grade separations, opportunities for submitting for federal grant funding to support those types of projects. They are generally supportive. These types of projects have safety benefits for what's out there today. People, some of these grade crossings that we're talking about have a history of having crashes that result in injuries, result in fatalities, and really could be addressed now regardless of commuter rail. So we have been talking with our partners about the potential for identifying applications for those type of projects now. Either right now immediately there is an opportunity for the grants for rail crossing elimination, closures or separations is open right now. So there could be a submittal for development funding to plan and design those closures that we were talking about in East Durham for Plum Street, Driver Street. There's also one that DOT has looked at for Ellis Road North, where there's been a history of fatal crashes previously. That's a project that's a huge priority for DOT and locally, but isn't funded through the state's program right now. So that's something that could be advanced through an application now within the next month. Those close in October. So we would need to go ahead and do that now if that's of interest, kind of regardless of what the decision is on commuter rail. Otherwise, we'd be looking at making an application like that a year from now and potentially missing out on this round of funding.
Yeah, if we don't address them, there'll always be an issue.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, I agree with that. So we would be happy to, Go Triangle would be happy to work with county staff and also work with the city on identifying who would be the sponsor for that, how we would fund the local match, that type of thing, to try to get an application together if that's something you all would like us to do. We've already started talking to Ellen about that. Ellen, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner? Oh, I'm sorry, Ellen, and then I'll go to Commissioner.
I think Catherine explained it well. I do think, there are impacts to these grade crossings, and we would want to, what would be involved would be a planning study, involve community engagement, look at alternatives, ways to mitigate for any impacts that might be caused by it, right? I think that's really important. Okay, sorry. And would be a necessary first step. Also, just making sure that the city and county are together on this approach and are supportive of it. There's been, controversy with grade crossing changes through downtown, and there was a traffic separation study done in, I think, 2013 that wasn't adopted. So this is a sensitive issue. It's important to recognize that there are impacts, but I agree that the current grade crossing situation that we have is limiting our ability to do these transit projects or to provide better bike and ped and vehicle connectivity across the tracks. And as Durham grows, it's only going to get worse.
If we don't get the community people in the room, we don't get the business community in the room and at the table to have these conversations, we will still be at the point of light rail failing. Otherwise, because we're going nowhere fast. So I'd like to see some conversation get started here about something where we're moving forward, because I don't see us moving. That doesn't, and we're continuing to collect taxes from the citizens. So what are we giving them back? So we need to do something to move this project along. Thank you. Commissioner Burns.
It's weird. I know y'all come to us and y'all probably present to a bunch of people, and some days we're like, slow down, don't do nothing else. We don't want no more money wasted. Then you hear sense of urgency, so you're probably in a whiplash. You ain't got to worry. I'm in the same place I was in the last time I talked to y'all, but it's not. It just is what it is. I have to see it. I'm sitting here right now. I only have 2 questions. I'm not going to go on a diatribe today, so y'all are safe. My first question, and I think it might be for you, there was a part where we were talking about all the obstacles that were in Durham, and you mentioned $1.6 billion. So was that $1.6 billion out of the 2.8 or the 3.2? So in Durham, what we are potentially looking at is 50% of the cost share being here, because 1.6 is 50% of 3. Okay, so I did just want to elevate that. Y'all, the most expensive place to do this thing is here. I do echo the sentiments of my colleagues that I don't want us, left behind. I actually not too worried about that happening right now. I think that the boards that you all have in front of you, whether it be county commission or city council, I think we've been vocal enough. I would be afraid if I were y'all to leave us behind. So I don't fear that necessarily happening. I hope not, because I think you've noticed that everybody's been paying attention to it. I did go to the website that you all mentioned. I have it open right now from the Federal Railroad Administration. And I do see that there's like $100 billion, but $22 billion of that is earmarked just for Amtrak, right? And so then we see another $5 billion for consolidated rail, $3 billion for railroad crossings, federal state partnerships, which is where I think right, so I see 9 heads for passenger rail, that's $36 billion. Our $3.2 billion for our one project is like 10% of the cost that's earmarked for that type of project. So help me here. Restoration and enhancement is $250 million. Help me here. Would we be able to apply for more than one tranche of that money?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at. Because if the entire bucket is $102 billion, and that's what that adds up to, and we need $3.2 billion. I know we can only get 50%. That's $1.6 billion. would we be able to apply in more than one pocket, or would we just be set in the purple pocket?
Yeah, we right now are looking at applications for railroad crossing elimination as well as the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements, CRISI. And there are some that are administered, these are the Federal Railroad Administration ones. There's some that are administered at the USDOT level as well, RAISE grants, infra grants. So there's a whole suite of different pots that we could apply for. And we are working on developing that menu of options, or what are the parts of the project, how much do those parts cost, and which of these grant programs do they match to?
Okay, and I'm happy you brought that up. The reason why I'm driving down the street, I'm trying to illustrate as opposed to just, because I think we can be very passionate about it, but I want to illustrate that this is really not a lot of money. There are other places where we can get money. If I forget CIG, if somebody, that's the $35 million that Wake County just got, or Raleigh just got, for their bus rapid transit for 5.4 miles. I want us to go out after every single solitary piece of money, because as my chair has said, we've been paying into this fund for 100 million years and haven't necessarily gotten anything out. And I might not share the same sentiments as some of my colleagues about Johnston County, simply because, I'm not going to get on them because they're taxed. They don't have the money that we have. Just yesterday, we saw that Duke students got together and protested. PhD students did, because they said what we're getting is not enough to live here. So they're going to have to live in these outside counties to come in. Same thing's probably going to happen at Central pretty soon. So I illustrate all that to say, to also come back to this point, I want to know, because I don't sit on the Go Triangle board, I would like, and I don't know if that's something y'all discuss, so that's not a criticism, I want to know, where are we working with the private sector, and how, if y'all cannot do it, put that pressure on us. I mean, we see every day where Google and Apple, as they're moving into these other places, are making investments. Google in California set up a $250 million fund just for affordable housing. They did a $50 million investment, $1 billion one. Google's doing the same thing in China with transportation and a ride-sharing program. What I want to know, if we're sitting here, we're talking in circles about all the jobs that are coming and folks having access, to me, it is in the benefit of these businesses to actually put in a certain amount of money, or even an investment. So where is that conversation being had? Because we can have the grant one, we can have the tax one, where's the business one? And I don't want to just highlight our big businesses. You mentioned that we might have to close down Driver Street. Now, Driver Street dead ends at that railroad, the railroad crossing dead ends once you cross over Angier. And I can just think, on that street alone, you got Mike D's, you got the smoothie shop, you have Rafi with a black bookstore, you have a new daycare. There's about 7 businesses that are small black businesses that, in the event, I don't know if they'll be there between 2033 and 2035, but before then they might be there. Are we really going to shut down these roads, and it's going to mess with those? So my big question right now, y'all can let all the rest of the questions go. I do want emails back for some of the stuff we're applying to. But I want to know, who is having that conversation with the business community that can make a significant investment in this project? And if it's not being had, my sense of urgency is there.
So I'll just say that I think there is a role for business in this project. I think that it really becomes, again, the project. What is the project, and which businesses are we going to ask? So if it's a project that includes RTP, then I think that's a good candidate. A good place to start is with talking with RTP about what their role could be, because they have their own tax district for RTP, and I think some of that is for transportation. Certainly, where is this project going to be? Because that's what the businesses are going to ask us. Well, what is the relationship of this project to my business? And so when we do figure out what the project, start and end points are, I think that's a great conversation. I know the chambers have been very supportive of the study. RTA has been very supportive of the study. And again, it's certainly whatever phase we build, we're going to also have to develop other transit to connect these phase to where people need to go. So if it is a Raleigh Ellis Road phase, then we're going to have to get folks from Ellis Road into Durham. And we need to figure out how to accomplish that. So there's a whole bunch of things that we need to consider that are, whether they be federal grant strategy, whether they be business, whether they be coordinating other transit with whatever we build, is that what is that project area? What works for us now and in order to get us to the future? So that's where we plan going forward when we get the project area defined. Plus, I think when we get into the public comment period, I would expect that we were going to get significant public input from the business associations and from individual business owners themselves.
So Chuck, Scott Leviton has already said that he would help to put the business meeting together to bring the business community, especially in RTP, to the table to have that meeting. I've always also spoke with Jeff Durham about doing that. So, and in having a conversation with you about it, would you share with the board what you are thinking about what needs to happen in order to bring the board, the business community to the table? What do they need to hear from Go Triangle?
I think they need to hear what the project is going to be. And I think Scott Levitan has been a great partner. RTP, I think RTP, whatever project we build, RTP, it looks like it's going to be part of it. So I think RTP is prepared to step up with some contributions in coordination with us on their development and how they're developing. They're about to go through some big changes over at RTP when it comes to development of housing and also maybe having other commercial businesses in the park. So I think they see the value of having a commuter rail station at RTP. Perhaps that's where that RTP contributes, is the station. In the rest of the business community, I think, for instance, you could, other places like Brightline and other railroads, they sometimes leverage with developers. So, for instance, in Austin, just north of Austin, there is a large housing development project that was being planned and going to be built. And what happened was that the county said, okay, you can build that, 1,200 unit development, but you got to put a station in too, because it's right next to the tracks. And that's where, through the planning process, working with developers, so say we don't build, in order to save some money, we don't build every station that Catherine had on the map. Mm-hmm. Maybe we reduce the cost of the project and build some of the stations, but perhaps other stations could be subject to developers putting in a station in the future as the area begins to densify. So there's opportunities there, and we've actually had folks come to us and say, hey, in Europe and in Canada, we've been looking at value capture. So say you do provide a passenger service, and a station is provided to a certain locality. We would talk to the business owners about how much value their business would increase, and perhaps when they sell their business because of the increased value because of the rail project, they would contribute toward a future station. So there's other models out there that could allow for some other business development into the rail project, whether it be after the project's built or during the project's development. I think there's a lot of opportunities there to do something with the business community.
So just one more thing, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Carter here. I remember the trip that we took to Florida, and one of the things that I came back from that conversation about is that we want to invite these folks to the table and allow them to have input before we come up with a plan and take it to them and say, this is the plan. Because then it appears to the business communities, we put together a plan and we want you to buy into it, rather than them having input into it in the development phase. So And that sounds reasonable to me, and I'm sure it would sound reasonable to the business community, that they need to be at the table having a conversation so that they're not coming up at the back end and being upset that they had not been brought into the conversation before it's too late going down, the train's going down the road on one wheel.
So, and just remember that, we've had significant outreach during the past 2 years as we developed the feasibility study with the business community and with stakeholders. So we have had great relationships and having communication with the business community, and we look forward now that we have, we have a draft to share to get their that we actually know the cost of this project, what the ridership would be. These are the things that we didn't know when we were talking over the past 2 years until we finished the study. Now we can engage that community a little bit more earnestly and, see where they're at.
Okay, Commissioner Carter. Well, I've been listening carefully, appreciate all the questions, comments, passion, and your answers in your presentation today. I don't believe I know where I land on this exactly anymore, and I'm not sure I can, not feel like I'm waffling until I receive from you all what I believe it sounds like you're working very hard to do, is to put together more of a financial package for how we can still build this commuter rail line from Johnston perhaps all the way to West Durham, because right now it feels like the information that we've gotten leads me to think we can't do it. We do not have the funding to do it, regardless of what the costs are if we don't. And so I need to understand better what are all the different sources of funding that you all think it's feasible that we might be able to receive and we'd be eligible to apply for, and how it matches up with the different scenarios of phasing. I hope we can just still do this. It does make me start to ask myself some more questions, though, like if we weren't to build commuter rail and we had $3.2 billion to do some other things with transportation, how might we try to manage our growth along the corridor and then take advantage of more sort of micro-focused transit, between like West Durham and Ellis Road, that might not be commuter rail now, it might be something, else. And so are we having those discussions too, not privy to the discussions that are held at Go Triangle or the MPO boards, just wondering, are we at a place where we're, sort of thinking, well, if we don't do commuter rail, what other great things can we do with our transit tax dollars? And maybe these things would actually direct development in a way that would be better than having, than relying on the commuter rail line, assuming that people are going to live in bedroom communities somewhere else where it might be less expensive, and then drive, take the commuter rail all the way in or drive all the way into RTP. Maybe instead it'd be better to have more, localized transit opportunities that are excellent and reliable and fast on a shorter span of distance.
So I'll try to answer some of that, and I think Ellen probably is going to want to opine too. We don't have a slide here that shows where the population is, where we think it's going to be according to our models. We have that slide, it's just not in this presentation. We can provide that information to you, but the growth is just all over the triangle, right? We know where what we showed you today is where the jobs, where people have to go to work, right? And I think that was pretty...
Also all over.
Also all over, but with a fair amount of concentration in that rail corridor.
Yes,
and also, DOT is talking about a Wake Forest Raleigh hourly service or some kind of rail service. We don't know. They haven't defined it very much yet. And I know there's been some talk about a BRT in the 15501 corridor. So they're having conversations about other transit investments. And, I have to say, at the end of the day, I don't see transit as a one thing or the other option. In order to be successful as a region over the next 30 years, I am not a planner, and I hate talking about long-range stuff. I like to build things. But we need to really look and plan for a transit system that's multimodal, that includes a lot more local bus than we have today, especially in Durham, where you have a very high bus ridership on your buses. We need BRTs. And, you saw, Brenda, you mentioned Commissioner Howerton, you mentioned the $35 million investment that Raleigh got for their BRT under the Small Cities program, which is a CIG program, 50/50 program. And that's really good news. And I think Chapel Hill is really working hard to get their BRT back on track because they were having some funding difficulties. So there's that. So there's a BRT, there's a bus, there's microtransit, right? And I think it depends. Where can you on that map, and unfortunately I don't have the population growth map to present to you today, the blue dots, which we call it the blue map, the population is much more spread out than this concentration you see here, especially to the east of Durham and to the north and south. They're everywhere. People are living where it's affordable to live, where the housing stock may be newer or suits their needs. I don't know what folks are looking for when they move here, but I think they're also going to look at traffic congestion, right, in the future, and how long it takes to get to work, and that's going to dictate where they live too, and what services are available. So there's a lot to do here. Planning is going to help. So if we do plan and have higher densities in their transit corridors, whether they be a transit corridor that exists today or a transit corridor that's planned, like commuter rail or call it passenger rail, that is going to help densify the area and allow for services like microtransit to become very valuable and useful option for folks. But I really want to keep talking as a system here, and I kind of hate just talking about commuter rail or passenger rail here today because we need to be talking about what our system is going to be. And I always feel like people feel like well, if we can't have this, maybe we'll just have that. That's okay for today, but it's not going to go as where we need to be 20, 30 years from now.
If we can get the funding. I mean,
the funding's always the issue, Commissioner Carter. Transportation is always about, funding, right?
But we used to have an identified source for it. It just felt so much more readily accessible than it does right now. But maybe you're going to make it feel more accessible for me when you bring us back that menu of possibilities.
Sure. Because there are lots of grants out there, and the bipartisan infrastructure law did provide more opportunities.
Right.
We've tried to take advantage of those opportunities at Go Triangle. We're trying to relocate our regional transit center from behind our headquarters on Imperial Drive over to the RTP proper, and we've went through two raise grants rounds. Have not been successful yet, although we were told our application was very good. So there's that's part of the process too, is you may take more than one, may take multiple attempts to get a grant. But it is part of our strategy, and it's not just a strategy for commuter rail, it's the strategy that you're using for your bus systems now, that Chapel Hill and Raleigh are using for their BRTs. We have to keep plugging away. There is money out there. There will always be money out there. The CIG program, where Catherine was talking about the 50/50 program, where we are, because of the cost of this project, are driving our scores down, has lots and lots of money, but we need to be able to score well in order to get that fund. And then in order to score well, you have to have a good local financial plan to match the money. And right now at 3.2, that's where we're going to have a lot of difficulty. In addition to our scoring issue, is putting together a financial plan that allows us to get that project. Now, if we have a more scaled down project, maybe we can still apply for that program, or we can use some kind of loan program. But certainly, we want to build a transit system here that's going to serve the future for all modes. So we're going to be applying for a lot of federal money for buses and for and bus infrastructure too, in addition to the rail.
Okay, any other questions?
If I could, the transit plan is the source of the local revenue for this project and everything we've been talking about. We are updating our transit plan. We're near the end of that too, right? And we've been working on it with the assumption of the commuter rail costing the previous cost estimate, okay? So what we put in our plan up to this point was a 20% share of the non-federal share of that previous cost estimate. It's about $300 million through 2040 from Durham. And that's what we're working with right now in terms of developing our final plan that would be brought forward for adoption. Commuter rail is generally our solution in that plan for fast, reliable regional service. Right? So we will have funding, what we're proposing is to have funding in there to study bus rapid transit and study some other options. It really remains to be seen if we have the funding to actually implement that, It depends what it costs. It depends if we can identify a good, viable project that is competitive for the federal funding sources. But I do think it is necessary that we study that, right, in coordination with this, especially given the uncertainty here with commuter rail and the maybe extended timeline. Like, we need to have something, to serve the Durham's transit needs in the near term. So that's coming soon. You'll get an update on the transit plan. We're hoping next month, and then bringing that forward for adoption later this year. The other thing I want to note is that $300 million is about 27% of our overall revenues through 2040, and then about 73% is going towards bus service.
That's a very important
point.
For the most every time we have this discussion, we should mention that, I think.
Yeah, and for the most part, that bus service is more hours, right? Putting more service on the street, more times of the day, more days of the week, more routes. So that's a huge primary emphasis of the Durham Transit Plan.
Excellent. Thank you. I mean, yeah, thank you so much. Look forward to this continued discussion. I know we are way over time, so.
And I'm sorry that the results of the study kind of, is causing us to have this discussion today, because we thought we were going to be having another discussion. It's like, okay, let's get moving and build something. But unfortunately, the result in the inflation and the rail partners that are in the corridor already are driving some cost. In addition to the other things that we found need to be done, are driving so much cost that, we're having a different conversation that we wanted to have, a more difficult conversation, and it's not comfortable for me or for elected leaders, I think, to engage in this. But I think there's an opportunity here. We just need to say, okay, here's how much money we got. Let's figure out what the opportunity is.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
I just want to make a quick comment too. Thank you for reminding us about that we are prioritizing investing in bus service in this proposed plan, but that we're also, I just want to be clear, we're not the only providers of bus service in Durham County, and that it is really the primary responsibility of the city of Durham to provide for bus service, especially local. And they have many other ways to raise revenues, whether it's through a bond or through increasing property tax or designating more additional revenues for investing in a critical need. And it's going to take more local investment. We have just a fixed amount of money with the Durham County transit revenues, and that, as Chuck said, we need a whole system, and we need it all. We need to have everything. So I look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
And I think the transit plan that's being proposed by the county is attempting to reach a good balance on, between the city and the county on how the revenues or the revenues from taxes are going to be allocated. It is still, being in a constrained environment is not easy to be, and you need to stretch your dollar as much as you can.
Okay. Any other questions? Not, thank you so much for your report, and we will be talking soon.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, it's time for us to take a break. And our lunch is already here. The next item will be, after lunch, is the American Rescue Plan Act update. So why don't we take about 20 minutes to get our lunch, and then we can come back. It's about 1:15. Can we be back at 1:30, or we need longer? Need 1:30? All right, we'll be back at 1:30 then. ropes. You are kind of easy going, I'll give you that. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I have that. Thank you.
Fred.
right, we can go ahead and get started. I should be here in a minute. Yeah, you can go ahead and get started, Claudia.
You are well today, and we'll take about 10 minutes or so to talk through some highlights and then give you some opportunity to ask questions. You know, you've received a lot of forwarded emails from me over the past several months, but this is the first time that the board has gathered on this topic since early May. Wow, has time flown? It's a lot has happened since that period.
Right.
So I will give some quick process updates, some highlights about the current RFP, and also share about future policy conversations. There, again, has been lots of activity going on since the adoption of the framework back in May. As you know, we received $62 million in funds for ARPA. Those dollars have to be expended by 2026, encumbered by 2024. And on the slide, you also see allocations for the city of Durham as well as Durham Public Schools. We always do our recap slides because we know we may have some who are seeing this for the first time, so we're going to keep them in the post. There's a link on the slide, the PDF, to more information about those dollars and how they can be expended. Back in June, when we first received the dollars, the board established some guiding principles that eventually became a part of your framework for ARPA spending. We'll not go into all of them, but alignment with the strategic plan and capital goals as appropriate, leverage federal, state, and local community dollars to optimize the overall allocation, prioritization given to address equity, including health disparities, closing achievement gap, infrastructure support in unincorporated areas, and funding to support minority-owned businesses. I won't go through all of these, but as we've moved over the past 18-plus months, those efforts or that framework has stayed before us. The dollars can be expended in 6 major categories, and since this slide was originally developed, Treasury has fleshed out the way in which communities can use the dollars beyond its original authorization. We always bump up into some areas in North Carolina that the feds may give us authority, but then the state may have some limitations. So that's always the delicate balance and why we stay in close contact with the rules that are presented and facilitated by the School of Government and the Local Government Commission and others. As a shared, you established some preliminary guidelines in June 2021. There were engagement opportunities from June to March of 2022. Treasury presented the final rules for fund use, and for those who have not participated in this type of allocation before, it's always interesting when you're driving the car and you're building it and the rules are getting developed. And so it's been clunky at times. And so the rules have changed, and they've given us more guidance, more parameters, more ways in which sub-recipient grantees are vetted to determine risk, and that's one major area in process change. But throughout it all, we've marched along. In the framework that you established covers several of the goal areas, which also intercept with Treasury guidelines, and you will see community empowerment and enrichment, our health and well-being, in safe communities as well as the environment and accountable, efficient, and visionary government. They all total to that $62.4 million. Again, going fast because we've seen this a few times. Now, this is one area that we knew early on that could help the board as they leverage the ARPA dollars. In the plan, there was a recommendation for us to potentially use fund balance reserves for some priority areas that may not necessarily align as neatly with the use of federal dollars. And so this is just to remind you of those levels. We've used fund balance reserves on some areas over the last 3 years as it relates to our response to the coronavirus and the economic recovery process. Food security is one area, birth to 3 childhood initiatives is another, crime interventions, economic development through expanded cultural investments, youth programming and housing, and security and affordable housing. This is a list that was developed a while ago, and we, as Treasury has refined its rules, we will first use Treasury dollars. No, we will first use other dollars from other grants, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll use our ARPA dollars, and the last dollar used will be our fund balance reserves. But it is our intent, to the extent that we can, to optimize all resources and also look at capacity building, which is often a tricky area when you're working with organizations that may not have used or had the experience of managing dollars at a larger level. So our challenge as staff is determining how can we build capacity as well as align with the rules in which Treasury has established and who we can partner with subrecipient grants. So the fund balance reserves is a place that we will also look to as we bring proposals and recommendations to the board or talk about future RFPs. In last year's budget, we allocated $5.1 million for ARPA-related projects. Actual expenditures were closer to $1.9 million. And part of the reason that it was a lower number for some, the initiatives were delayed because of vacancies, such as our allocations for public health nurses. That's an area we continue to seek additional employees, and it's hard across the country right now. There are other places that the FEMA dollars were used or alternative resources were used. For the current budget is $6.8 million. I did not put that slide in here with the details. I've shared it before, and I'll make sure I add that to the system. There are also places where we did RFPs in 2022 that are included in the budget. That was for last year. That was for the non-congregate housing, the janitorial, and the screening. Uniform grant guidelines are really specific in how we use the dollars, which is nothing new, but it does make it tricky for those who are less familiar with how those processes work. For broadband services, there is an RFP right now that we have to solicit internet service providers to help us to, expand broadband, high-speed internet to the northern part of Durham. Now, I'll show you a slide in a minute, but as you know, the state awarded the GREAT grant to an ISP, internet service provider, Frontier, and that award was a little bit over $2 million, and it covers a portion of the northern Durham community. So our RFP request is to look at which options can be presented to us for full coverage, and so we're still seeking proposals for that. The state has also another RFP that will be available for the counties and municipalities to apply for. And I forget that acronym, Drew may remember it, but that particular one is soon. So the first one, the internet service providers, they made a request directly with the state. We had some work as well as far as establishing some parameters of what we would partner with them with potentially, and that language was shared with each internet ISP, internet service provider. This one, we will have to also seek funding and show how we would cover gaps, et cetera. And so, but it's, again, exciting that we're at this stage, that we have folks interested and there's a resource to support it. I often will pause and say, I remember back in 2018 when we were trying to seek partners and no one would apply to our bid because they knew how expensive it was. And I don't know if they realized that we were still, the board was very committed to it. So it's great these dollars are here through the Fed's investments as well as our ability to use it in ARPA. So until we get a complete picture of how that looks, we'll say, yes, ma'am.
I think you just answered my question. I was just wondering, what will that totally mean for residents in the outlying areas if we are able to get all of those funds?
That's a great question. So the funding, again, for Frontier covers a portion of the community. The state will have another RFP, and so it will cover some of the other areas. So the question becomes, what is the cost to do it 100%? Because I know the board's desire is to make sure everyone has access. We explored, and I'm talking about Greg and Jay and Drew, there have been many different conversations around this for some time. Greg and I had talked about too, as we presented options to the board, using one particular vendor that's now may not necessarily be an option with satellite coverage. And so when we come back after we see the RFPs and present a recommendation, the question will be, did we cover everyone? And if not, what are those options for those areas? They may be more expensive to close the gap. And so that's the challenge. So some folks may say, oh, well, they have this amount set aside. They've gotten this grant, but it's quite expensive doing that effort. So. Okay, thank you. The Phase 1 community grants were due on August the 15th, and the evaluation for those are underway. There were 7 different categories: capacity building and technical assistance for child care. That allocation is up to $1.6 million. Expanding access to affordable care is one proposal that we would look to fund, and that's at $2 million. And then there were smaller amounts for this phase. We will have additional phases. The first one being the others included improving child and family social, emotional, and mental health, and there were various ranges from 0 to 12, and then the youth ages 13 to 24. General youth enrichment and recreational activities, as we looked at best practices across the country, and looking at how do you build capacity, there was desire to look at how we could support programs that may not necessarily can manage large dollar amounts, but could also do smaller ones. The sixth one was capacity building for culturally affirming maternal health support, a priority of the board. For some time, there were investments in the current budget as well. And then the final one, crime intervention initiatives at $1.5 million. again, a range of smaller and larger amounts, but again, smaller dollars. We will have broader policy conversations on many of these areas in October. There is a need to look at how the board desires to fund more complex initiatives. So for instance, for broadband, that's complex. There was a significant set aside for that. Even when you're looking at this these groupings for expanding affordable child care and technical assistance, the board has been investing in those areas for many years. And so that's why there are larger amounts. There are more needs than there are dollars. When the city's portal accepted applications, there were over 130. County departments had 100 million. So you're talking over $230 million worth of ask and priorities. And so as we move forward is what's the best approach. Also looking at how do we build capacity, and that's why we recommended doing some smaller grants with this phase. But making sure that the board, as they think longer term, in which way is there a desire to make those big types of transformative changes, and what's the longer term cost for that? Is it sustainable, or will we need partners, et cetera? This is a time frame that occurred with the first RFP. We are now in the August where it's the review. Again, I shared there is more hoops than were presented last year this time that Treasury requires. I will say a lot of those hoops are areas that you, the board, adopted several years ago with your nonprofit policy. So we were ahead of the game, but it's a little different when the reviewers are going to check what you did to make sure you were straight. So that's a step, but our intent is by next month, early November, we make some recommendations to the board with those contracts getting finished in December, if not before. This is a rubric. We've talked about it before. It covers many areas from equity to sustainability and collaboration. We'll not go through all of those, but we do have questions within each of those categories that we ask in our evaluation of those, and I can send those to the board as well so that you can see how we are assessing those spaces. For instance, for sustainability, are there partners already identified once the funding leaves? What's the history of that? In looking at financials, has there been a practice that they picked up funding ongoing beyond a grant, and how did that live? And some of that will require some follow-up. Part of the reason we're vetting that in such a rigorous way is that as we've developed this rubric, one of the areas in the frequently asked questions bullets that we shared with everyone, one of the guiding principles with establishing the rubric was one that the rating agencies, when they review our work, will, for bond sales, et cetera, they will look to see what percentage of your funds for ARPA are ongoing versus one time. And so, so that's an area that we have to make sure that we are able to at least explain, if it is a priority, that we have a path forward. We have to do a 5-year fiscal outlook. So in our 5-year plan, if it's determined, let's say, 3 areas are priorities that will go beyond the 2024, that's on our 5-year plan, that we also show a placeholder for that. And I can think of some right now when we think about the public health nurses, that capacity that was built there. There are some others that we've bolstered also, and so that's why we'll look at that in that way. Moving along, I got ahead of myself. In the agenda item, I forwarded those to you before, but you'll see the FAQs that were shared with applicants. Having myself, many years ago, work with nonprofits and others in grantee processes. We try to do as many FAQs as possible so it would be user-friendly and helpful as they work through things. So there were 4 that we sent out. Those, again, are online, and I'm sure will serve as some guiding principles as we do subsequent FAQs, RFPs. I mentioned this earlier. Durham was awarded the Great Grant Award. That was a few days ago, and excited about that. Another quick exciting news, this was shared by Casey Steinbach about in an email. The Biden announced the Biotechnology Consortium and that this community was selected. The Maiden Durham is a partner in that application, and they will receive almost $1 million for the Bulls Biotech Academy Initiative. And this is important because this is an area that the board has prioritized with local dollars, and is significant, and was a place that we identified using ARPA dollars. So we're at the point now of, and this just happened a couple of days ago, if I'm not mistaken. And so this is always great news, but then you have to recalibrate because we had a path forward. And so there's lots of dollars that are coming down the pipeline. And so, again, with your rules that you, guiding principles you shared about a year ago, other dollars first, federal dollars first. So we're trying to make sure we leverage those. Future allocations and process updates, like as I shared, the Phase 1 community RP recommendations will be presented in October, November. We will also, I talked about the internet service providers and how that will work. The proposals are due early October, and we plan to make recommendations to the board on that in October, November timeframe. The evaluation is underway. I've shared about that, and we're also looking for potential joint efforts where we can partner with the city of Durham or others in some key strategic areas, whether it's youth development, housing, security, digital equity, and workforce development. There are many others that we will partner with, but these are some that we've already vetted or already existing relationships and partnerships that we'll bring to the board, and we want to have those conversations sooner versus later. At the October work session, bullet 4, staff will recommend the next round of community RFPs. Policy conversations will also happen in that discussion on housing, security, behavioral, mental health, additional funds to address social determinants of health, and crime interventions, and there may be some more. So it's lots of conversations, and also trying to see where we can leverage with the city on certain partnerships. And in that last bullet, in October, we may also, based on reviewing of the applications that are in place right now, make some recommendations on the potential use of some fund balance reserves for capacity building in areas with applications, with some of the applicants that participated. The capacity to manage this is not only just with the nonprofits, it's also with the county staff. And we're also looking, because the rigor with the review on the back end is tremendous. And so to have a good back end review, you have to make sure you set it up properly. So we're also looking at which community partners can help us with that. And some may have already expressed interest through our RFP, but there may be others that we can tap into as well. Because it is our desire to, from a equity perspective, help develop those who have not in the past been able to have access to these types of dollars. So let's see, I believe that is the end of the quick overview, and entertain any questions.
Thank you, Claudia, for bringing us up to date on where we are with our funds. It's always great to know where you are and reminding us of some of the information you've already given us, but reminding us again. Commissioners, questions, comments? You good? Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much, Claudia. Definitely a lot of moving parts. and it sounds like a lot for staff to manage too. So, you know.
It is. We are building our capacity as well, but the question is, and I have a lot of experience working with nonprofits.
Yeah.
In these type of startup situations, not that they are startup, but in these types of heavily regulatory kinds of situations.
Right.
And it's a lot, and we want everybody to be successful.
Right.
And so that's where we're doing, and we're coordinating, having some conversations with the city about that as well. What does that look like in some spaces? Because it is we will not be a headline anywhere.
Yeah. So I look forward to hearing what the staff recommendations are about at least the first phase. I guess just to be clear, the next phase, because this first phase is only about $10 million.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So it's definitely smaller level.
Was it
and I guess
6.4? Is it 6.4? I'd like to.
No, I think it's around 10.
When I just added it all up, I got 6.4, so I'm just wondering what I'm missing.
Or was it? Okay. I did it quickly, and I thought it was a little under 10.
How much is, what did you say, Claudia? Heidi?
Let's see, I was on page 11. I was adding up.
I just looked at the PowerPoint. But what is the, whatever. But the point is, it's a small amount, and I just want to make sure, like for the second phase of the grants, that they're going to be larger chunks, because I think I don't want to lose sight of the fact that the idea that we're trying to invest in transformative initiatives, and especially around things like housing are going to take a larger chunk of investment, and I don't want to get into just piddling away. So I guess I'm really looking to the next phase, that there'll be bigger chunks for some of those areas. I mean, I know we've got Fred Johnson here. You know, the things like addressing social determinants of health or housing. Those are I'd like to see us go for bigger pots for that.
And it has to, I agree with you, bigger tactical pots. Broadband is example.
Yeah.
10 million set aside. We've set 10 million aside for affordable housing. Those have been priorities before. I think we also need to give credit for where we're making investments in other spaces as well. Social determinants of health has been a priority of the board for some time. And from the Wool City United, I can list a whole lot of areas that those investments have occurred. So the question becomes, what part the board decides to move the needle even further. Child care is a great example. The partnerships or the investments that you're doing, the RFP addresses youth and tutoring, et cetera. That's another place. It's one of the areas that in a U.S. World News report showed as far as education. It's on the back end, but if on the front end, this is where I get in my policy area, haven't done both ends. If on the front end the child is not shored up, then the back end often doesn't end well. So it's what part of the continuum do you want to invest, and what does that look like? And what do you use with ARPA versus other resources? And so that's where we will also look to the board. But we will vet it and give recommendations based on what we've seen For instance, Wake County, they got over 200 million, but their equity fund is about 4 million. Okay, so so when we come back, we will also have comparisons how folks have done this. But I agree.
And Claudia, if I can just add too, we have to always keep in mind that these funds have to be spent by 2026. And oftentimes, if we award these larger chunks of money and people cannot spend it in time, we have to make sure we're awarding it in manageable amounts, as well as making sure that people, organizations can have access to it that may not have had access before. That was a concern that we heard, that as a county, we tend to award the same agencies and organizations. And so that was something we wanted to make sure that we broke this down in manageable amounts of awards so that your smaller organizations would have an opportunity to be awarded.
Because one of my areas of concern is housing. You know, we've got such a need for housing in this community, and I just hope that we don't just throw money up against the wall and it's not sustainable, and that we're working with the city when it comes to housing, because, you know, that's one of the mayor's real hot buttons is around housing. And so what are we really thinking about doing in housing? And if somebody says buy another hotel, I am going to scream. I was like, I want the money to be spent. And when you talk about housing in a way that is sustainable for families, that they are not looking 6 months down the road and they are still trying to find housing, that doesn't work.
And I just to follow up on the process, that was going to be my other question. So I know the funds have to be spent by 2026, but they have to be committed by 2020.
They have to be committed by 2024, and that is the delicate balance. Our RFPs, we are asking for this current round that they're expended by 2024. So that gives us, so if by, let's say, January 2024, you've not spent all your money, we're going to reallocate that to something else. No dollar shall go back. That's another.
Okay.
We shall not.
Okay.
But so also, but we know for broadband that, you know, we have to get vendors that can deliver. And that's where the FCC was challenging one particular vendor, can you deliver?
Yeah.
Because you have to be able to deliver what you're saying you're going to do, because these dollars are truly going away. And so it is a constant pressure testing in a lot of different spaces. So picking or encouraging partnerships for nonprofits where they can partner with larger entities, if that makes sense, or us thinking about how do we create that space for that to happen, whether it's with ARPA or other dollars. But those dates are most important.
Yeah, and just I'm not telling you what you don't know, because you're on top of this, but just I think that's I'm glad to see that the next round is going to be coming up, because we're on a tight schedule for the second phase, and if that's the timeline we're under. So
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns. As always, thank you, Claudia. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody who provided context. Thank you, Dr. Sowell. And I agree with a lot of the sentiments of my colleagues. I really seriously do. But I also, some of you all, I mean, we've seen the emails. Lord knows we've gotten random text messages that, not text them, excuse me, people will try to reach out to us, nonprofits, on LinkedIn, on social media. We have to constantly remind them, you know, to reach out to staff that we don't do business. I can't count how many emails that I've gotten from nonprofits that consistently spell both my name and Netta's name wrong. I don't know how you spell Netta's name wrong. It ain't but 4 letters. But it happens, and it's happened multiple times. I think we also need to take into consideration, you know, you say it's $100 million, but some of these proposals are preposterous. Like there was one, I won't give the amount, they asked for over $10 million for a podcast. That is literally what they asked for, was over $10 million for a podcast. We had somebody else to turn in a 20-page, turn in something for 20 pages to submit to us, had no scope of work, no timeline, asked for $600,000 for a refrigerator. I want that refrigerator. It sounds like I can walk into it. They asked for, I mean, it's all over the place. So one, this is a hard job for staff, because what happens a lot of times, these people are doing this, lip service, in the media, sending emails, and we have not seen the level of crazy that has been submitted to staff. So I do want to just throw some of that out, and I'm not saying it like these are extremes. Like, that is something that's consistently happening, not just in Durham, but also statewide. So when we do have these squeaky wheels that want to show up, want to consistently send emails, want to go to Raleigh and pop off at their city council meetings, want to go to Durham, city of Durham, and then come in here, I want us to put it in context. There's a reason why this person is sitting up here and they're scrambling for everything, or these individuals, is because this presentation is really, really bad. So I did just want to elevate that. I know that we're getting a lot of pressures from the community, but let's also think about our staff. I also want to ask you, Claudia, this is very quick. I keep hearing housing, and I think that there are some of us, I don't know, I haven't talked to everybody. There might be some things that I think a lot of times in Durham, we as government bodies lack a lot of courage to do exactly what needs to be done and just take the L, right? Like if it really is housing, we got $62 million, they have $56 million, this framework would have looked very different. If we really want to talk about housing, the set-asides could have looked different. I'm not going to float the notion now, but if that is really something that folks want to do, then maybe we need to retalk this framework, especially since we are as we're getting additional monies from other spaces, and we have to recalibrate. I mean, if that's the conversation we want to have, because we can't sit here and say housing, 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 and hear this from so many people, and we had a public meeting, open hearing, suspended the rules, set a framework, approved the framework, read the framework, opened up the application, and now all of a sudden we're saying that this is a priority. Then let's make it a priority. That's all I'm saying. And those are just so I saw an affirmative nod that there might be a possibility that we could relook at that we could go back and look at the framework. And I would encourage my colleagues, if this is really something we care about, then put your money where your mouth is. And that's all I got to say.
One comment to that. When the framework was adopted, the one thing I said is that it will be amended many times.
Right. So let's think.
It's a living document. We just weren't ready today to give you some of the ideas about some of the affordable housing, transformative investments. Treasury did expand the rules in that space, and so we will come back really soon.
Oh, no, I mean, that's not just about you. Y'all
no,
are
I
doing
do
great.
understand, but
I want us all, if we care about that, let's care about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claudia, for the presentation. Claudia, one question I have is, will there just be one more phase?
No, we will see how many more phases are needed.
Yeah.
Okay, and so when we come back, we will make some recommendations. I do feel as though, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime investment, and that the board just needs to be very tactical in what infrastructure is desired, whether it's capacity in building additional, or in the mental health space, additional beds for services, or whatever it is. You get into a catch-22 and you start calling out things, but whatever the desires are long-term, what will they say about us 20 years from now? Will these dollars make a difference? And we can look around the city and see how we invested in parking decks, and 20 years later, what difference it's made, how we've invested in lots of other spaces. And so I do believe that leveraging the dollars coupled with some of our other funds and partnering with the city, we can move the needle in some important places. We must.
And I do think that's what we've heard from Wendy and Nymashina, is they really want us to invest in what our top priorities are and also into transformative projects, not just transactional ones. And not to use Wendy's word, not piddle away, fritter away, funds. We really may need to make some big dollar investments. And it sounds like we always wanted to know that this framework was flexible, and if we need to change some things around, that might be a good discussion for us to have, as Nymashina suggested. My only other question is about the process for how we might partner with the city. Like,
Sure.
What would that look like?
That's a great question. So what we plan to do is to come up with a list of initial areas that we can partner with the city. There are some spaces right now that we already partner with, and we would recommend moving forward with an extended ILA, interlocal agreement, or joint funding and effort. We've had some of those conversations. We've been having them. It's just they're not finalized. And so, for instance, if I'll give an example, when we 3 years ago established some approaches to address the the tax relief using the initial framework, we talked about potentially bolstering dollars into the land trust so that there are some ways to secure and protect homes longer term. So that would be an ideal place. The city's already invested in that. That is something that staff supports, and so we just need to go through our little steps to make sure that we have those in place. Another area, youth programming and programs. That's another one that's a priority for many reasons. And so similar situation, we may partner in that and present some options to the board. So our hope is that if there are contracts that are already awarded or relationships that are already there, we will then present those as options to the board to move forward with, because it's already been vetted, has a history, et cetera. Then there may be some new spaces that we've not partnered in. And so those would require some joint conversations, and I know for especially the affordable housing and housing security, that's one that Drew and I talked about, that we potentially, if timing aligns, may have as a joint discussion at the next city council, city-county joint meeting.
So, and Claudia, around housing, the crime cabinet has been having conversations and having people from the community that are involved in housing to come and do a presentation. I wasn't available the last conversation, but they had a panel that really dug into housing, affordable housing. And from that conversation, the city is getting ready to have another conversation regarding that. So it would be great to have some staff. We can, I'm sure, get from Amber when that next meeting is.
And that's on our list as well. I just didn't want to go into all of them because they are vetted.
Yeah.
But that's another one, yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, the question becomes, if the housing stock is not there to place them, there are lots of many questions, but one is, do we help fund additional time in the transitional space beyond what's allocated now? Do we buy space or land to build longer term? So it's lots of different questions around it, but the good thing is that we have dollars set aside or identify potentially beyond the ARPA dollars, but those are the kinds of questions that we've been asking. Yeah. And the city actually funded a project, and Gudrun can speak to that, but we've talked about, well, how do we partner with that one and what's needed, but it may run through Criminal Justice Resource Center. Yeah. So we just want to give a potential path forward for some of these, and then so that the board can respond, but have all the data to support our decisions for moving forward.
So Claudia, what is the next step?
So the next step, they will come fast. We will potentially come back to the board if once we meet with the manager and have conversations with the city with some of these joint ILAs as early as your September meeting, the last one, if the timing aligns. In October, we hope to come back with recommendations for additional RFPs in several categories, okay? And once we finish the vetting, we can share what those are. October, that's the time frame too. We're hoping to wrap up recommendations for this first phase one RFP, and with those contracts or final approvals happening in November. So in October, it may not be by the work session, but at some point, we would give the board an update, and so that we can move fast. Our goal is to move as quickly as possible. Some of those RFPs may not have many folks who would be in those particular categories, so those could, move along faster than others. There are also others that are high priority because it's a sense of urgency where we're looking at youth programming and tutoring and all those kinds of support systems. So, but we will, over the next week or two, come up with a more refined timeline so that we can try to work towards those dates and you're clearer what that looks like. But definitely for phase one, the intent is to come back with those phase one RFPs with some decisions soon.
Have you established an amount of funding that will be the grand total for phase two?
No, ma'am, we have not, because there are a couple of moving parts. When we see what the broadband funding looks like, that may give us some capacity. So I'm hopeful that through that particular funding, through the RFPs that come in through that, we may see. So it's somewhat a gray area, but our desire is for whatever we do that is transformative. 20 years from now, we need to know that it made a difference. And there's a footprint.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We will look for the next phase in each iteration of your report. Thank you for your hard work and your staff that's working with you. We appreciate it all.
Thanks to all my colleagues. I'm the mouthpiece, but it's many helping, so thanks to everyone.
As I always say, nobody gets it done by themselves. It takes us all. Thank you. Commissioners, we have a couple other things here before we can get to the end of our day. We have 220529, and that is proposed items for our 2023 legislative goals process in CACC. And Deborah Craig Ray will give us an update on that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Curtis.
It's been a long day, and I will do my best to run us through the items that you asked us to update from our last meeting. And yes, we do have one or two additions. And again, we are here to do two things. Go over all of the items will be the first thing. And then the second thing is you need to suspend the rules to approve all of the items that you want me to send to NCACC, and our deadline is Monday. So I have to have them in by
Pushing it right up to the deadline, aren't we?
And I have to enter each item in a portal one by one. So it's
Okay.
gonna take me a little time. Thank you. So the first item about Leandro, we made no changes, and you know that court case is indeed being heard, as we mentioned before. The second item is the new item that came forward from Commissioner Burns, and it is increase the North Carolina high school dropout age from 16 to 18. And several of you may remember that many years ago, we were actually trying, your board was actually trying to get this as a legislative item. We even had asked that it perhaps become a pilot to try it, and we weren't successful at that time, but hopefully there's more momentum going into this effort, and we will be able to move it forward. So I have added that in for your consideration.
Sure.
And, Commissioner Burns, I hope I expressed it well and shared the key points of your backup.
I just want to say thank you to the board members for letting me add something so late. I do appreciate it. And it is one that's statewide, but I will follow up with another email to your point. You know, we want it to be a pilot. There are currently 4 school systems that are pilots, and they did it by going through their local General Assembly members. So even if we don't get this done, perhaps that's something we might be able to look at months from now. But again, thank you for you all letting me do that late submission. I appreciate it.
Certainly, and I will add that once this comes up on the Education Committee, once we have those hearings, we certainly can add much more information, but we're just trying to summarize here. Okay. And I do plan to attend those meetings. The next item that I wanted to mention is on page 2. Increase state funding for child care. And Chair Howerton, you mentioned relating to the next one about funding for women, children, and families. My understanding was you asked that we lift out child care and ask for that directly. And so that is what I attempted to do with this new language. And effectively, we were trying to provide more high-quality, affordable access to child care for low-income working families. And I suggested that we use 300% of the federal poverty line. Certainly that can be adjusted, but I felt like we had to start it somewhere. And so the goal was to really try to hit the families that really needed that help most definitely.
Okay.
And I hope that's sufficient. Any questions there?
That's cool. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah.
The next item after support increased funding for women, children, and families, support legislation to enable improved data sharing between certain agencies that assist individuals with complex health and behavioral health conditions who cycle between jails, emergency departments, and other crisis services. Vice Chair Jacobs asked that I let Gudrun Palmer review that item and make perhaps some suggested language change. I indeed did send that to her. She sent back what I have. She made very minor changes, and so we will leave that item on. Is there any question that you had, Vice Chair Jacobs?
Just one little tweak on the wording. I would suggest where it says individuals with complex, I think she probably meant to write physical, not health there, physical and behavioral health conditions. And that second line,
Complex physical health?
Physical and behavioral health conditions.
Okay, I can certainly add physical.
And yeah, or you could just say physical health and behavioral health, or just physical and behavioral health. Either way.
I've added that.
Okay.
I will
Thank
add
you.
To the final. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. All right. On the next page, which is page 3, the item related to increased funding for continuing and transparent economic development in North Carolina. Commissioner Burns asked that I make some adjustments to that. I tried to expand that language somewhat. Hopefully, that's a little closer representation to what you were seeking. Is that all right?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have my mic on. Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And then after the transit funding where we made no changes, we are adding an item, which I'm going to call on Attorney Massey to explain, clarify the authority of local governments and other public bodies to meet remotely. And so this is an entirely new item, but it's actually related to one we had earlier, so I'll let him explain.
Certainly. In July, when you met to review items, one that was up had to do with the authority of boards at local government to meet remotely for local declared states of emergency. Because the existing statutory authority adopted during the pandemic only requires either the governor or General Assembly to declare an emergency. The state of the law has generally been somewhat ambiguous, but about 2 weeks after the governor's declaration ended, y'all were getting ready to have the joint meeting with the Board of Education. And the question arose, well, can we do this remotely? And based on some of what we had in the law, some of what you have in your own internal procedures, the answer is no. But the School of Government has also come out and taken a harder line and said, you can't count people for quorum or let them vote remotely. And so that was something I discussed with Mr. Darby, and because of the expressed interest in can we meet remotely for certain activities, it seemed good to let's get the law clarified and hopefully get the authority to meet remotely. Because if the current position holds, you could not have any member participate meaningfully. I mean, they could deliberate, but they can't vote, they can't count for quorum. And that seems to be an impediment to the way y'all need to do business. And certainly if you had to have a special or an emergency meeting, if you've got somebody out due to illness, if you've got people traveling, if you've got people at NACO, and a meeting comes up, and we've got 2 delegates, so now you're down to, well, I hope all 3 can show up in person. So whether you want to continue with the local emergency authorization as well, or really push forward on this, you can do both. But this seemed to be an interest and a need that was expressed. And so I put this together, and I've also put together a draft legislation basically taking the requirements of 166A 19.24 and putting them into the open meetings law. That's about 3 pages, and I think that's why it's not in the middle of all this. But we do have a draft legislative proposal as well.
So what are you asking us for?
Well, she wanted me to explain the questions. Do you want that to be forwarded on?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
I remember when, and Wendy was here too, when we changed our rules, there were conversations about whether or not a commissioner could vote virtually, and we made a ruling that they could not. Does that still stand? What I'm hearing you say that
that's still in your local procedures.
Is that just in our procedure, or is it in the state law?
Well, bear with me when I answer this. The school is...
That's one of those legal answers I'm getting ready to have.
No, because...
Wake County, I'll just say that.
Is what?
Remember Wake County situation?
What?
A couple of years back. I think that's what started.
When she went to the restroom?
Yes. And a vote was taken, a controversial vote was taken. And Vice Chair Jacobs is waving her head, she knows.
She was there, she was here. Yeah, she was here too.
If you go back, the School of Government first opined on this in 2013 and said they think there's an argument that for cities, you have to be physically present. because of certain language in the statutes. They said, we think there's an inference of requiring presence. Not an issue for counties. But after the adoption of 166A-19.24, which was the statute specifically authorizing remote meetings, they say now that this is in place, there's no authority for remote meetings. And as you may recall, when the question arose about the joint meeting with the school board, there was an email. And granted, somebody responds in an email, it's not necessarily had all the legal thought and explanation, but that one sentence in there basically said they can't count for quorum or vote. And I can push back with them and say, can we talk more about this? But the fact is there's a lot of ambiguity that's existed. And it seems better to resolve it. And certainly, while the ambiguity was that counties probably could, cities probably have a problem, I think both cities and counties want clarity, and you want to have the option to do this. Because there will be those situations where people cannot physically be here, and important business needs to happen. And I think that over the last 2 years, it's gotten very clear that we can, through electronic meetings, effectively conduct public business in the open and provide full disclosure and awareness and the ability to participate to the public. To be honest, I think it's better sometimes that way than telling everybody they got to haul down to 200 East Main.
Now, the other question I have is this just for board meetings, or is this pertaining to other meetings where, just like the school board and the county commissioners or the city council and the committee, where elected folks have to meet and make decisions?
As I was drafting, and like I said, borrowing from the existing statute, it's for public bodies. So it would include those joint type meetings.
Okay. Commissioners, what's your, okay.
You ain't sure? If you got a question, let me know.
I don't have a question per se. I mean, I think the public likes meeting with us, but I'm in the middle. I will let my board decide how they want to go, if they want to go virtual or submit a virtual recommendation.
Thank you, Curtis, for all your hard work on this. I think this is important.
I would vote to keep it and push it forward, absolutely. And I would like for us to have at the local level the discretion and the authority to make the decision ourselves. And so that's what I would say.
Is that a yes?
Oh, yeah.
All right, man.
So it's a yes.
It's in.
Let's move forward with it. Okay.
All right, and
right.
let's see. On the next page, under Justice and Public Safety, we had first an item about election officials being threatened, and then we added an item to include certain classes of public employees. And so after conversations and working with Danielle Briggs, we have collapsed the two together to include both public employees and public officials, which would include all of you as well as election workers into this protection that's called for in this proposal. So, yes.
You know, my one suggestion is we just, in the parentheses, seek legislation to protect public employees. We could just add election workers in there to be explicit. But I think it's really, I think otherwise it's perfect. That was me.
I'm going to add them in.
Yeah. Just, you know, we gave some examples there.
Yes.
But I would just add that in there. But otherwise, I think it looks really good.
Good.
And then the final item that we changed, Commissioner Carter asked that we update this item to recognize the red flag laws that we'd try to get in. And so I found one that Representative Moray had put forth last year, and just tried to incorporate some of that language into this particular item to sort of cover that. And so hopefully this is what you were suggesting, Commissioner Carter.
I'm trying to find it, but I'm sure it is, based on what you just said.
Yes.
What page is it on, Deborah?
Yeah, I'll just read it. It's the page 6, amend gun safety laws, seek legislation that aligns with federal gun safety regulations, work to identify evidence-based practices that decrease gun violence, particularly among youth. Such legislation should include a provision to authorize the issuance of an extreme risk protection order to temporarily restrict a person's access to firearms if there is evidence that the person poses a danger of physical harm to self or others, and that should be harm to self or others. And that came out of the red flag law.
Thanks, Deborah. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Hearing none. Anything else for you, Deborah?
No, those were all the edits that you asked for at the last meeting.
Yeah. So I need a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Or second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. Roll call.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. It passes 4-0. Okay, and now I need a motion to adopt. Do we adopt or just pass?
Just approve all the items that.
To approve all the items that has just been recommended for NCACC legislative goals.
So moved.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's approved unanimously. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you. And I will enter all of these items into their portal, and I will work to attend all of the commission meetings, the legislative subcommittee meetings, where our items are on the agenda, and make sure that if we need appropriate staff, that they will be attending as well. I'll coordinate that.
And I think the legislative goals conference will be the 16th, 17th of.
Yes, that's November 16th and 17th.
Yeah.
So the subcommittee meetings start this month.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I've already accepted several.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, we have one more item here, Commissioners, 220390, County Food Security Initiative update and upcoming plans. The board is requested to receive an update on county-funded food security initiative during fiscal year 2022 and their impact in Durham County, as well as hear about and provide input on upcoming food security plans and initiatives. Mary Oxendine is here to start this conversation. Okay. Now, okay, Don.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good afternoon.
Okay.
I'm Donna Rewald, County
Okay.
Extension Director. Nearly 1.5 years ago, in April 2021, Mary Oxendine started her position as our first countywide food security coordinator embedded at Cooperative Extension. Since that time, Mary has helped us move from pandemic-focused food relief to the hard work of creating long-term relationships and structures to support a more systemic and equitable approach to food security in our county. You can see on this slide the connections that are being made through the celebration of the work of the Food Security Task Force last fall and World Hunger Day, the World Hunger Day event this June. Today we bring you really the first opportunity we've had since Mary's hiring for you to hear where that longer term work is heading and to get your input into that direction. So I'll turn this over to Mary for the presentation, and of course, we'll have an opportunity to talk about it afterwards.
Thank you, Commissioners and County Manager, for allowing us to present to you today. As Donna mentioned, we'd like to share some updates from the past fiscal year as well as plans going forward for this current fiscal year. Before getting started, though, I just wanted to recognize that the land that Durham County occupies is the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Eno, Shakori, Occaneechi, Chirraw, Saponi, Lumbee, and Tuscarora people. And we just really hope that we can honor our ancestors and future generations in how we take care of the land and the people that are here today. So, as I mentioned, I'd like to provide some data on food security in Durham County as of today. Also, as I mentioned, provide some information about some impacts and initiatives that we did in the past fiscal year that ended June 30th, and then talk about some plans for this current fiscal year, and then have plenty of time for a discussion afterwards. So we'll try to keep it short. I know you're running over. So thinking about food security in Durham, before kind of diving into statistics, I just wanted to spend a little bit of time giving kind of a reminder about the different levels of food security. So of course we want everyone to have high food security, making sure that households have no problem or anxiety about accessing adequate and nutritious food. Whenever we're talking about food insecurity, we're talking about folks that have reported low food security or very low food security. So low food security meaning that the quality, variety, and desirability of the food has decreased, but the quantity and maybe their eating behaviors haven't substantially been disrupted. Whenever you're talking about very low food security, essentially their eating patterns and the quantity of food has actually been significantly disrupted for these families. So the reason why I wanted to cover that is kind of leading into this next slide. So looking at food insecurity and very low food security over the last 20 years in the United States, you can see from that top solid line, it shows food insecurity for the United States hasn't really decreased or gone below 10% over the last 20 years. And they break it out, so that bottom line, the dotted one, looks at very low food security. So the top line is including low and very low food security, but the bottom, that dotted line, breaks it out. And so it is a much lower number, but it is, still a meaningful percentage of the United States population. So for Durham County, we have a similar measure in our community health assessment. So every 3 years, we do a survey with community members. And the main food security question that's on that survey asks, have people cut their meals or been skipping meals or cut the amount of food that they're eating to make it last longer? And so I would say that that's more of a closer measure of that very low food security. They're reducing the quantity of the food. So if we look at those numbers, in 2013, in Durham County, that number was about 10% of our population. In 2016, it went up to about 16%. And in 2019, it was around 10%. So the red dotted line for Durham County is the same or a similar measure as what the blue dotted line is for the United States. What I want to emphasize here, or what I feel like this is telling us, is that, one, food insecurity is a huge problem in Durham, which is not a surprise, but it's actually significantly more of an issue than the greater United States, and something that we really need to be mindful of and pay attention to, and really making sure that we're really focusing our efforts on addressing this. And also, just as a reminder, this shows us clearly that food insecurity didn't start with COVID-19. So we definitely heightened efforts and funding during COVID-19, but moving beyond COVID, we need to think about long-term solutions of how do we address something that's been with us for many years. Just to kind of note, well, not kind of note, but So these numbers on this slide are overall. This does not break out race or ethnicity. If you look at Durham County by race and ethnicity for the same number, instead of about 10% of the population having very low food security, for our Latinx community, it's about 1 in 4 people that report very low food security, and for our Black and African American community, it's about 1 in 6 people. And so this, you can see from this graph, this is from the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina. They were able to share some data that they've been collecting since 2016. And you can see that the darker orange are Black and African American families, the lighter orange are Hispanic and Latinx families, and the green are white households. And so you can see that even over time, our particularly Black families have been accessing the food pantries more often. And so that's not necessarily saying something about Black families, but it's saying something about our society and how things are set up, and how we really do need to address the racial disparities in our community, because they are real. And you can see that during the pandemic, kind of starting in 2020, there were a lot more Hispanic families that were accessing food pantries as well. So just thinking about, like, one, how do we address this problem overall, but also how do we really support Black and brown communities in a meaningful way to lift people up. And so what does this look like on a regular basis for people? I already mentioned, skipping meals or cutting back how much you're eating, but I know that one huge priority for the commissioners is children. And so thinking about food insecurity and how that relates to youth is, if you're hungry, it's really hard to focus in school. You may actually start acting out a lot more and may not be able to control your emotions as much, so you end up having a lot more in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension. So it's really affecting our children's educational outcomes. It also looks like mental health issues. Like, if you're experiencing food insecurity, you may be much more likely to have anxiety or depression. One of the survey data that has been collected during the pandemic, it's a Census Pulse survey, and of the folks that reported food insufficiency on that survey, 65% of them say that they feel depression on most days. So it's a huge issue, thinking about where your food is going to come from, how can you support your family, and people feel anxious or depressed. So I wanted to just take a moment. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but just thinking about where is all this coming from, and the issues of food insecurity are very much so connected to economic security and structural and systemic racism. That did not start in Durham County, but is definitely impacting the communities and the families that live here. So thinking about where do we go, how do we really address these issues that are much bigger than our individual selves. So our approach to this work has really been twofold. People can't wait to eat, so we need to make sure that we're enhancing our social safety net to feed people now and meet people's current needs, but at the same time thinking about how do we address long-term food security and working towards equitable systems change. So for this past fiscal year, to support Durham County's social safety net, thank you so much. Durham County invested over $1.7 million in food security efforts. And 69% of that, I wanted to say, went to local organizations that were led by Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So we're really trying to invest in our BIPOC communities. And from that funding, we were able to reach more than 29,000 households. These are some rough estimates. We're still collecting some data on these things. But those households either received direct food from a food pantry, meal delivery service, or were somehow impacted by the food security funding that was distributed in the community. Part of that funding also paid for 3,500 produce boxes that were distributed through food pantries and child care centers. And also, because we're currently / moving out of maybe one day a pandemic, we're distributed over 21,000 N95 masks to really make sure that our food assistance organizations, our volunteers, our food recipients are all safe from COVID. And these are just a couple quotes that we wanted to share from the county food security grants. Just as a reminder, the county food security grants was an an off-budget year additional funding that we've received. That was $400,000 that was granted to 26 different organizations in the community. And one of them just noted that they were able to purchase foods for their pantry that they wouldn't normally be able to. Thinking about improving their food storage through the purchase of a commercial style freezer and expanding shelf-stable foods, it's space for shelf-stable foods. So thinking about not only did these organizations be able to provide the food that people needed, but also doing it in a safe way, making sure that we're considering food safety. So thinking about how we worked towards change last year, we continued to build trusting relationships through the food security network that got established during COVID. I've also been working with my counterparts in Wake and Orange counties through a Triangle Food Collaborative and partnering from a regional perspective on how do we address food security and support food systems. And then we've also just been really focused on developing and enriching relationships with folks in the community, and we have over 400 plus active connections with folks. So we've developed a lot of new relationships with people in the community. And then we will be coming back to you soon to share more about this with you, but we also got awarded a USDA grant for $167,000.
Wonderful.
So we're finding new money, but yeah, so we'll be able to explore an idea that's been discussed actually for years, exploring the idea of a Durham County farm campus. So we're excited about that. So thinking about this coming fiscal year, or the current fiscal year, again, we're really focused on that developing Durham County social safety net. So we have $167,000 in county nonprofit grant funds that we're working with 5 nonprofits in the community. We've also started some conversations with other staff, including our budget team, about how do we think through more systemic approaches for the county nonprofit grants, and we love to share some ideas and discussions with you in the coming future about some thoughts we have. We thank you so much. We were able to get $475,000 in the current budget for another round of the food security grants. So we've been incorporating grantee feedback from the previous process, as well as the vendors' feedback from that process, and working on getting that grant opportunity going again. And then just continuing to assess needs of the community and how we can really support those communities that need it the most, particularly thinking about seniors and immigrants and refugees, working with folks to figure out how to better support them. And then lastly, thinking about this fiscal year, how are we working towards systemic change? So we are going to be focusing a lot on building capacity, which means creating a county city food security team. We actually already started this team. It's a cross-departmental team, and we will be working with each other to again, think about how do we create policies, practices, systems within the county to really support long-term food security. We're also creating a food security network steering committee. So to date, the food security network has largely been run and managed, I guess, by county staff. And thinking about how do we transfer decision-making power and sharing leadership with community members, we decided that we would like to create a steering committee to actually lead that community team. And so the county will still be a part and engaged, but the folks that will be deciding the agenda or the goals of the group will be community members that really have direct experience with food insecurity. We'll also be developing strategies. Again, we really are appreciative. We were able to get $150,000 in our budget this year for a food system assessment and plan, and we'd love to talk with you more about that. And then we've also been doing some targeted research on promising approaches over the summer. So I was able to work with a couple graduate interns over the summer, and based on some reports that have previously come out, the resiliency report and also our own community health assessment, kind of launching off from those resources, exploring some different ideas that have been proposed. And we actually have a research brief that I would love to share with you soon. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we want to explore some dreams with that USDA farm campus feasibility study, and hope to be able to share more about that. So I just want to just kind of really quickly summarize basically that, we're really focused on equitable place-based strategies, but while we're figuring out what those strategies are, really making sure that we support our community members. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Oxendine. Great report, and this is a conversation that's dear to all of our hearts. That when people are not able to feed themselves, it's a sad state of Durham County, is what I would say. With the resources that we have in this community, it's never any reason that makes sense why people don't have the necessary food and shelter. That's basic needs. So thank you for the work that you're doing to help that happen. Are questions, comments from commissioners? Commissioner Burns?
I have two very quick questions. Number one, hey Donna, hey Mary, how y'all doing? One, thank you for the presentation. Mary, thank you so much. I remember when you were onboarded, and I remember another time you came back to us and you asked for $100 million. It wasn't, it was 8. But I was like, she plays with fire, but it's always like really good information. So I can appreciate the preparedness, and I'm pretty sure a lot of that comes from the leadership of Donna and the work that you all get to do. Really quickly, if you could get it, not today, but maybe another day. I saw how many boxes we were able to give out with some of the grant funding and some of the support we have. And I know that you all have worked on mapping before. Is there any way, and I imagine it's underreported because folks don't like other folks to know they have food. Is there any way to know countywide, like how much we give out in 3 months or 12 months? And not because I'm trying to put a price tag on it. One of the things that was beneficial to me after you asked for $100 million that day, I stalked you and Donna and found y'all at Briggs Avenue, and we literally stood beside the road and talked for about 3 hours with you, because I really wanted to understand the issue as much as my colleagues did, because I did not. And one of the things that I said, is it really that bad? And you said, Commissioner Burns, I think it was this bad during the pandemic. It's just people are actually finally using the services because they didn't know they exist. So I would love to know what that looks like so we can give a picture. And number 2, I would love if you all could tell us. I often sit up here and I say, well, who's not doing the work? I would love to know, in your volunteered expertise, who you think is really doing a great job and managing food insecurity. Like, what are the nonprofits? Because if I don't know what we're going to do, but if we are going to focus additional funding, I think what was eye-opening for me last week on Wednesday, and maybe that's why God had me to drive by there. I drove past the Lakewood, and I think anybody who would have drove past that shopping center would have thought that was a COVID line. It was not the line for COVID. It was the line for food. It was wrapped around the parking lot. And I drove up, stopped my car. This was last Wednesday morning, and I asked a bunch of questions. And and that's just one place in Durham. There are a bunch of others, like I can think of some of the churches, but so I would love to know like who's doing it well. So if we are going to, put policy and principle and finances to practice, who's doing it well. And so those are just my 2 about how much and maybe who's doing it well. But thank you so much for what both of y'all do.
And Commissioner Burns, I might add that when we've designed the nonprofit processes and also the processes working with the mini grants in the community, we have actually put in some of the things in place about how equitably those groups are serving the way in which they serve. So, for example, providing culturally relevant foods. I will say that I think certainly in Durham, more food pantries have greater awareness of foods that the Latinx community prefers, for example, that another community might not prefer. So dried beans, some groups would get dried beans and not know what to do with them. But we've actually increased distributions of dried beans in certain segments during the pandemic because there's just been a lot more awareness and communication between groups, which I think they've also learned from each other. And I think one of the greatest opportunities, if there is an opportunity the pandemic's afforded us, besides moving into this systemic work, is what we've learned and the connections that were made during that. So people talk to each other who didn't talk to each other previously. I think we can certainly identify some groups that are particularly strong in these areas, but I think we also have more groups than before who do better understand how to do this work in a better way.
That's interesting context, thank you. And I had heard you all were doing more culturally competent meals, so thank you all for that.
And do you mind if I add one thing? Thinking about Donna's comment about some people are, or folks have been learning more about how to do the work in an even more culturally appropriate way. But also through the food security grants, people also learned how to collect more data. And like people in their reports, it was like really hard to collect. Some of them elected to collect unduplicated individual level data. And some of them said it was really hard, but they really learned a lot from it and they appreciated it, and it just showed them a lot more about the people that they were serving and how to be able to use that data to apply for other grants. So we are developing some capacity through these efforts, not just distributing the food.
I'm trying to decide if this is a question for you. That's what's going on. I was struggling with that. And what it has to do with is panhandlers. And finding out, my recommendation was, the city's having a problem with panhandlers. And some of it we know is mental health, but when people don't have food and shelter, they'll get it anywhere they can. And I guess I'm just wondering, do you support any agencies that provide food for individuals that are homeless, that are on the street?
We do.
You do?
There's definitely several organizations. One in particular that comes to mind is Urban Ministries. We've definitely worked closely with them a lot, but there are several organizations that support homeless individuals in making sure that they have access to food. And I think as we're building up our network and people are connecting with each other, they're also much more inclined to be able to direct people to those resources. So I know that, as we've been able to connect people with each other, they're kind of like, if I have too much, I'm helping my neighbor out, or, if I know someone that needs help, then I can like call them up and be able to direct them to someone that can help them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Donna and Mary. I'm so grateful for the work that both of you have been doing. And Mary, you just hit the ground running and partnering and collaborating with so many stakeholders in the community. And Donna, during the pandemic, I'm really proud of what happened in Durham during the pandemic. So many creative programs supporting our local restaurants and our farmers and workers, and then Durham Public Schools. I guess one of the concerns, I think we've all seen the data, how we reduced poverty during the pandemic, actually, because of things like maxing out on FNS benefits. We just gave out the maximum amount federally, and we had the pandemic EBT, and all the food that was flowing through the public schools. And of course, that's all gone away now. And I think that there was a lot of effort too on our seniors who are kind of like, in a lot of ways, hidden from us. The hunger among our seniors, they can be invisible. And I guess one of my concerns is around transportation, because we have a great network. If you go to the End Hunger Durham website, you know, there's literally a map and that you can go on interactively, and every day of the week there's a food pantry that is giving out food. But if you don't have transportation, and even the giveaways for the food boxes, a lot of the food giveaways are drive up. So I guess one thing I'd like to hear more about is, and it's related to even our discussion about medically assisted treatment too, is how do we look now towards the barriers that prevent the access to even the food resources that we have, and you know, our refugees, immigrants, our seniors, some of our populations that are less visible and vocal and can't advocate for themselves. I'm concerned to see the increase in the food security in the Latinx population. That graph you showed us actually showed a decrease in the Black community, which is great, but an increase in the Latinx, that's really concerning. And then I would love to hear more about the whole issue of food quality, because you talked about how the low insecurity, food insecurity, is related to actual food quality. And you talked about how do we get here. And I think about, well, we also have the role of, you know, capitalism and the marketing and processed food. You know, it used to be that people grew a lot of their own food and cooked more at home. And so, you know, this is such a health issue. It's the kind of food that people are eating, too. Again, to refer to where I just came from, you know, poor country, but people are eating healthier food there. So if you could talk a little bit more about some of those things, and also tell us a little more about the farm, the whole vision of the Durham County Farm, and whether the ag grants are also something that helps, and focusing on our minority farmers.
Go ahead. Yeah. So regarding transportation, we do have a few resources in Durham to support transportation, particularly with seniors. We have a partnership with Go Triangle Transit, and they have a senior shuttle that is particularly focused on Durham Housing Authority sites. And the ridership and participation for that has actually been really great. There's a group that meets regularly to get updates and provide feedback and be able to make changes to improve the program. We also do have Meals on Wheels, but I will say that Meals on Wheels consistently has a wait list. And so I'm actually working directly with Jason, the executive director at Meals on Wheels, to be able to take some of those people off the wait list. But yes, transportation is still an issue. There's actually a small group of folks that I'm working with in public health to kind of discuss how we might be able to create more transportation options. And so that might be something that we come back to the commissioners with some ideas of how to address that, because yeah, transportation, being able to actually get to the pantry. There are a few pantries that do deliver for families that really aren't able to come, but it's only a handful. Not everyone has the capacity to do that. Regarding food quality, that's a great point. Actually, I could have shown you another diagram that basically shows that food insecurity is very much so connected to poor health outcomes and chronic disease, and it's really focused on, you know, if you have less money to spend on food, then you tend to buy cheaper foods, which usually are not as healthy for you. Maybe you're buying, instead of buying whole wheat noodles, you end up buying ramen noodles. You know, so there's definitely you know, some people have definitely started talking about nutrition security as a way to kind of focus on the quality of the food. But one thing I did want to highlight is that we do currently have a double bucks program that basically will double the amount that families can be able to spend at different farmers markets if they're on SNAP or WIC or they're in Section 8 housing. And unfortunately, that funding is actually going to be coming to an end, and so public health staff and I are working on how to find longer-term funding for that. So the past 3 years, it's been funded through Blue Cross Blue Shield grant, and so that grant is ending, and we think that we have funding until the end of the year, but that's something that we're exploring, different grants or different opportunities to be able to continue that program, because a lot of families do participate in that, and so it would be a huge loss for our families to not have that program. And I will, since Donna probably knows more about Farm Campus, I'm going to let her talk about that.
You know enough to be dangerous because you helped write the grant along with our agriculture agent. So yes, so Farm Campus is an idea that's been talked about for a while, partially because one of the very central issues for any individual who wants to grow their own food, in particular our BIPOC population, is access to land. And also, many people may have historic connections with growing food, but they may not have the practical knowledge and information they need to actually do it. And so the idea of Farm Campus is an incubator type of space where you would actually have land. You could have, particularly if you have forest and you have pasture, you can have different types of spaces where people can learn, but also give new and beginning farmers a plot, not community garden size plot, like real plot, half an acre, to actually grow land, to grow crops, to figure out how to do it, to also help them look for land and transfer those knowledge and skills that we have in abundance in our community through our organizations to people who really are going to put them into practice. There's also some other things which you'll hear a little bit about in terms of whether it would be helpful to have a value-added products facility, so a place where people could do prepared foods from their garden growings on site. Some other possibilities, but that's part of the assessment. So what would make sense for our community? What fits? Where would it be? Ideally, a large plot of land in northern Durham County on a bus line with water, and so we know some ideas of those things, but we really need to see in detail what our community would be interested in particular. So that is kind of where we hope that will be going. I think also the food security assessment that you all have funded this year will hopefully address some of the issues, and I'd be curious if there are any other issues you really want to see addressed in that, like the transportation, those things, but also will address the entire system. So from the agricultural foundation through giving food to someone on the table. So, all of those things working together. A year from now, we will know a lot more about kind of where we should be able to share that with you. But if you do have any additional things you'd love to see in a food security assessment, we'd love to know today or some other day.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Mary. You got a quick, Heidi?
Y'all are not going to talk about food and not give me a chance.
All right, Heidi, talk about food, okay?
I'll even take off my mask for this one. No, I am so glad that we hired you, Mary. I'm glad we created the position, and I'm glad you're the one we hired to do this work. I really believe you've taken a discussion, food security and nutrition security, and within a very complex system. The food system is very complex. Everything from growing and not just getting it to us to eat, but then the waste and we waste enough food to feed the world. So I would like to see. I hope that'll be part of our food system assessment. But I think you've made amazing progress. You've really helped keep the movement and focused, and just the work that you've done is incredible to date. And I like what you're going forward with very much as well. I like the fact that you focused on emergency relief, but now moving into systemic changes that we want to see to make sure that we have a food system that supports planetary health and public health and is racially and socially and economically sustainable and equitable. And that's a big charge. But I can tell you're really making great strides in forming the partnerships and setting the goals, et cetera, et cetera. So really appreciate your work. One question I would have, and it's related to Durham Public Schools, because I think they're the number one, food security system and food feeder, provision of food for folks that we have in this community. And I know that they've hired a person who thinks big and explores dreams, Lyndon Thayer. I'm sure you must have a connection with her already, but what a wonderful opportunity. We have you, and they have hired someone that can explore dreams along with these very grounded in science and data activities that you're also doing. So anyway, I'm glad about that. I'm excited about the future.
Yeah, definitely Lyndon and I had connected even before she got hired with Durham Public Schools, but that is very exciting. So Lyndon is their Assistant Director of Food Systems Planning, and will be a member of our county city, or is a member of our county city team. We expanded a little bit beyond just the county and city staff because, Durham Public Schools is a really important partner, and as you mentioned, a huge food security effort to make sure that our children have food to eat. Yeah, so I'll definitely be working closely.
Wonderful. As far as the food system assessment goes, the only piece of input I could give right now is I hope it will consider the whole entire system, and we'll look at all the domains that sort of food has an interaction with, and those parts of the system have an interaction with. So health and the environment and economics. Are food workers making a living wage? And then of course equity of all kinds, racial equity, social equity. That's my main point of input, I think, today. I know y'all are going to do a great job. When will you start?
That's a thing that I'll be working on, starting with the county city food security team, and my plan is to have that team help me design what the RFP looks like, and so then we can. Right. So as you mentioned, I'm very much so. When people ask me what I'm interested in, I say from seed to waste. And all the things in between, and so I'm very much so interested in food security in the sense of helping support people now, but also thinking about a local food system so that we can make sure that we actually have food available for everyone, so that we can all have food security. So thinking about the environment and climate change and the economics and sort of labor. Things that kind of flow into it. So anyway, that group is cross-departmental, and so we'll have lots of different perspectives and be able to design something that is really comprehensive.
Outstanding. Well, thank you for being here today.
Yeah. So you'll see the contract for the assessment, I'm sure, at some point, so you'll see it pretty detailed.
Oh, that's right. Wonderful. Look forward to that.
Yeah. Good?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Got it all out? So much of all this conversation just ties into the book that I'm reading right now. It's called Political Social Determinants of Health. It is, it's one of those books that we picked up at the conference, and it said political social determinants of health. And it all ties into healthy human beings, whether it's physical or food or the environment. It's all right there together. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We appreciate it. And we'll look forward to the next conversation. You said you'll be back to present to us again. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think the next item, Commissioners, is Drew, follow up on Commissioner directives. Are there any directives that we need to follow up on?
Well, Commissioners.
No, we have,
we have been
gone
sitting here for enough hours.
Enough hours, yeah.
So
if you don't have anything, we could say thank you, Drew.
There are still a couple handful in there that are yellow, but staff are aware of them and are working on them.
Okay.
And you can look at that anytime if you have concerns about the way they're reflected in the document or have questions about progress. Feel free to ask anytime, not just at your work sessions.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, you have a question?
Yes, I just have one issue, one of the directives or issues that a directive was related to, and that is the single-use plastic bag fee discussion that we had a while back, and the progress on that. I know there's been tremendous progress. The legal teams from the city and
The plastic bags?
yeah, single-use. Yeah.
That's Curtis, talk with him, we'll try and get it on the agenda for, okay. He's got something he want to say, okay. We'll try to get it on for the next work session unless you got it some other time.
There you go, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tobin Freed is trying to assemble a meeting with the legal department as well as Don't Waste Durham. That's the nonprofit organization that sort of spearheaded this. And so as soon as we get that meeting, I think they're, based on your directives, there was a bunch of discussion. We were kind of all over the place. Legal was doing something. Don't Waste Durham was doing something. We need to kind of assemble everyone back together to get everybody aligned, and then we'll bring a update to you once we get back together.
Think we can do it by the next work session, October?
We will target that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Awesome, thanks.
Was that all you had?
There was one other, but I'll just hold on it. It could open up a whole can of worms.
Well, related to that item, in the directives, it actually says that it will be brought to the next joint city-county meeting. So does that make sense for just to go to joint city-county rather than back to us? No.
It needs to come back to us first and then go to joint city council.
Yes, ma'am.
Is
I
that
think
right?
we need to get some decisions on what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so, let's follow that process.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, then, this next item is U2 Drew, public hearing.
Yes.
And
so I had been hoping that staff from TJ Cog would be able to be here today to give this presentation. They did provide it, but they couldn't make it today, so I'm going to go ahead and work through it. There's some information in here that we have to certify has been presented to the board, so I'll do that again as expeditiously as I can. So this is the first of two public hearings, required public hearings for our application for CDBG Neighborhood Revitalization Grant from the state Department of Commerce, $950,000 maximum grant. A local match is not required, but TJ Cog staff thought that a local contribution would significantly strengthen our application. So in consultation with the manager, we're offering a $100,000 match, which of course we only pay out if we get the grant.
Okay.
So some additional details here, right? As you may recall, the county as a non-entitlement agency is entitled to these funds sort of on an application basis. They have to be spent outside of the city limits. So, anytime you're looking at these slides and you're seeing a description of a program or a potential use, imagine it being implemented outside of the city limits. Again, it's sort of over a 30-month period that we can spend these if we're awarded the funds. There are several categories of allowable expenditures. They're pretty broad. They basically allow us to construct the kind of program that we would like. The common element between, among all of those is that they have to serve primarily low to moderate income areas or specifically low to moderate income individuals. So you could have kind of a project that would benefit an area, but it has to be a predominantly LMI area. This is a list of eligible activities. In addition to what is noted here, I will note specifically that septic repairs are allowable under this, and that when we previously applied for this grant, we anticipated, we didn't get it last time, but we anticipated that we might end up spending some of the funds on septic repairs for low to moderate income homeowners with failing septic systems out in the county. We haven't heard a lot about that recently, but it is a kind of a chronic issue that we and some of our residents face. So again, right, the goal of the application, which is due at the end of this month, is to provide improvements to low to moderate income households. Our primary vehicle that we plan to use is the Durham Home Repair Collaborative, which is handful of well-known local nonprofits that have different kinds of funding and expertise for home repair, renovation, rehabilitation, and you can see those on that very bottom bullet. Rebuilding Together of the Triangle, Habitat, Resources for Seniors, which does the weatherization, Reinvestment Partners, and also some social service agencies. So the second public hearing would be, again, we have two off-cycle meetings this month. So it's not Monday the 26th, but because of the Jewish high holidays is Wednesday the 28th. That will be the second public hearing this month, and then they will do a quick turnaround on the application and submit it by the 30th. So
Okay.
I'll stop there. I think, at some point you need to open and close the public hearing. But also happy to answer any questions you may have.
So are there any questions from commissioners for staff? Commissioner Jacobs?
I just really wanted to thank you, Drew, because I know that other counties have gotten this funding, and I've asked you about it, and you followed up with TJ Cog on this, and so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Carter?
Well, I would just ditto that. I mean, I do think that when we think about affordable housing, thinking about home repairs is a critical piece for us to consider, because that, then frees up money that they have for other aspects of home ownership. And I'm excited about this prospect and consider it to be a major initiative, within our array of ways that we support affordable housing.
You all may recall that we're contributing some funding through an interlocal agreement to the city for home repair. I talked with the city and with Triangle J about whether there was a way to kind of fold these in together or not, and actually it seems like this is a better way to do it, which will be a lot of the same partners involved, but not trying to pool it all together.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing for any signed up. Was there a hand over on this side? Commissioner Burns, I didn't see your hand.
It's okay. No, it's fine. I know that we're probably going to talk to individuals about this opportunity. Like we're going to share it. We have another public hearing. I did want to throw out there, Durham's an entitlement community, so you did highlight that the city always gets something. So this is opportunity because we're outside the city. But along those same lines, open right now is a USDA grant that does the same. And I would hope as we're publicizing this, and I'm trying to talk over the train, so if the community thinks I'm talking loud, I'm talking over the train. It's called the Single Family Housing Repair and Loans and Grant Program, and it is open. And the grant is specifically for seniors who are trying to make repairs that remove hazards. And I will share that with staff, but it just popped in my head, and I looked it up, and it is open. So as we're sharing this, there's an opportunity for some of our folks to get stuff that are outside of the city as well through this other funding source. Thank y'all for allowing.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. We have received single-family housing repair funds historically. In recent cycles, we've been trying to work through Triangle J again because they have more staff dedicated to housing and appear open to helping us in that regard. So I think we've got our eyes on that as well.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs.
To Commissioner Burns' point, this also really fits in with our master aging plan because we have actually a larger percentage of homeowners are seniors, and for people to be able to age in place and stay at home, they've got to make repairs, put in, handicapped accessible ramps and things like that. So this is a great opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, I will now open the public hearing and acknowledge anyone that signed up to speak. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. The clerk will roll call.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Aye. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye, but I'm a little confused. What are we voting on?
We're suspending the rules.
Oh, okay.
We're suspending
Okay,
the
got
rules
it.
to vote. Yeah.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's been unanimously approved to suspend the rules. Now, Drew, we need the wording for the motion, the next motion. What's the wording?
So actually, the suspending of the rules was just to have the public hearing today on a day when you would normally not have a public hearing.
Right.
No action you need to take today except have the public hearing, which we just did.
Okay.
So I think
there's nothing else we need to do.
think
You
we're
don't
good.
need another motion. Okay.
there will be a resolution and some other kind of official actions on the 28th, but not today.
Okay. Attorney, is there anything else we need to do? That's it? Okay, cool. All right. If everything else all minds are clear?
Commissioner Jacob.
A motion to adjourn.
I had one, and I wanted to make sure that Perry was here and that Dr. Sowell was here. This weekend, we always take time to highlight Duke and Coach K, but I want to take this opportunity after a 100-year anniversary to congratulate the North Carolina Central University Eagles on beating the A&T Aggies, those puppies, during the Aggie Eagle Classic. Because we don't always get to congratulate. It's 28-13. I hope you enjoyed that, Perry. Dr. Sowell, I hope you enjoyed it as well. But yeah, my heart and mind is clear. I wanted to I held that just for
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. So can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and probably second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. 4-0, we are adjourned. Manager, can we do agenda prep out here?